Hello. Um, so I'm dumb and I have no self-control, and I got some good work done this morning on what I need to do, or like what's the next thing for chicken chasers. So I thought, let's try multiplayer. Welcome in Enrico, welcome in DB9. Thank you for the giant me. I love that. I also have a little watermelon here, and I'm gonna take a few bites because it looks really good. It's like perfectly crisp, if you know what I mean. Hi, Albie, welcome in. Happy Sunday. I just need to check my messages. Just a minute, sorry. I was not prepared. Okay. Okay. It's Mother's Day, so you gotta like do the things, you know? You're being a while, no worries. My desk isn't really organized either. All right, so I'll start by showing what I have done. And then we'll like actually do the multiplayer stuff. Chillable, thank you for following. Welcome in. Chill LB. Oh my god, I like said it wrong. And then you said thank you for getting it right from before. I'm sorry. Chill LB. So this morning I was looking at a few options for sky assets. The what's it called? Parachutes and the plane I would want to retexture, change the color on, and make this like a rainbow pattern, and maybe this too. But I just pulled them in, and we can maybe play with them in Blender. But I thought these could be fun. It could be fun to put a chicken man on the parachute that's just like parachuting around the level. And then the other thing I did, just related to getting the level or like closure from what I was working on yesterday. If I go to the farm level, if I can find it, oh my gosh. So I added some more decor, and I also changed a little bit from what I had before. So prior, this was like full of rocks, and it just, when I saw Covino play it yesterday when we raided to Covino and I redeemed him playing it, it looked like a cookie. Like with all the little stuff in it, it just looked like a chip cookie, and I was like, that's not what it should look like. That's too much. So I went down dramatically on the rocks, and then I added a second patch of flowers. I added particle effects that come off the butterflies, but also a few that just exist on the flowers that kind of look like rainbow pollen, which I thought was really cute. I added by the chicken man, who would be sleeping, but it's just kind of weird when it's in pause mode or editor. I added a feed bag and some loose corn, just like add to the vibe. And then I made the edges here on the flower patch more organic, hopefully looking, less of a straight line. And added in butter chickens, just like around, because it makes sense there'd be like a ton of them around the flowers. Hi Ani. Hi Mr. D-Boy, welcome in. Happy Sunday. We're doing Sunday Funday, and I was just showing off what I did before stream started, and then we're gonna work on something totally different that I'm terrified to do, which is part of the motivation. Butter chickens. Yeah, you've seen these, haven't you? They're these guys. Butter chickens. Yeah. But yeah, so I feel like this is well decorated now. Like a little bit of rocks around here, just stuff going on around the sky. There's not really like an area that's completely empty. Octoelliptical, welcome in. You heart funny boys? Farming, huh? Well, yeah, it's a farm level. But this isn't a farming game, unfortunately. I'm currently making assets for my game, mainly animation right now, which would take a while. Yeah, that takes a ton of time. That's maze. It is. It's a corn maze. That gamer, welcome in. Happy Sunday. Okay, so I was just showing this off, and I did a similar thing with the island where I just reduced the amount of rocks to make it more organic, like realistic, I guess. And I added rocks along the edges of the corn. That's like in all the corn. I think it just makes it look a little more nice. Maze Runner was the worst movie I've ever watched. I've never even heard of that. Animation in pixel art is even harder. Oh, I bet. I do not mess with 2D animation, especially like frame animation. It's so hard. Okay, so I have no idea what I'm doing, but we're gonna just try and be smart as much as I can. New branch. Multiplayer. I'm hoping at some point Covino joins and he can tell me what I'm doing wrong. Because I was not paying attention when he did this. Alright, first thing I'm going to do is do a different version. We're going to call this 0.9M. And that's going to be something that shows up on this, and it will make it easier for us to be like, oh, you were playing in the multiplayer version. That's why it's borked. Yeah, it'll just say it. I added this disclaimer also. I don't know if people saw that just now. When you start the game, after it loads, it goes to a black screen and it says, disclaimer, under no circumstance should you jump on chickens in real life. Hi, Cam. Welcome in. Long time no see. Welcome, welcome. Happy Sunday. So yes, we added a version name. I didn't change anything here, and that's so frustrating. Okay. Added version name M for multiplayer. It is indeed Sunday. It is. It is. Okay, the other thing I want to do just now to be smart, I want to make a new build folder apart from the playtest so I don't write over the playtest stuff. So by making this now, it'll be like, obviously not multiplayer, but then later when I'm doing builds and testing, because it's going to have to be iterative testing, I won't accidentally write it to the wrong place. Is my plan. Nope. Just like while I'm thinking of it, I wanted to make sure to do it. I'm just doing basic character animation where it's just the outline of a character, so it would make it easier to make more of this same animation. Oh, that's clever. So then you can like overwrite the details for different characters. Oh, hold on. Trying to get some more watermelon. Yeah, that's really smart. I've done that with like shaders. Oops, sorry. Where I had like a bunch of different breeds of an animal, like different patterns. And then I just made like the patterns really bright, weird colors. I do have watermelon. There's like little bits of it. So then it was just one animal, and then the shaders recolored it and made it look like different animals. Different patterns on the animal, basically. But all the same animation, which made my life way easier. So I can definitely attest that is a good way to do it. Okay, so let's just rename this to not caps lock, multiplayer arena. And I'm gonna put this in a new folder. Just keep it away from everything else. Or not. And I will add some basic things we're gonna need. So I'll just open up I guess we can go to the level selection world for an example of the environment. This, I think we're gonna take out. We can always bring it back if we decide we want it. And then I want this center island as well. Okay. Nice. And if I open Git, it's gonna say I changed. Oh no, it doesn't. All right. Made initial multiplayer arena. So I'm just looking for a platform. So when I spawn characters, they have somewhere to stand. For animation, I do a set of frames so I know what position the character is in, and then I do the frames in between. And then I do the frames in between? What do you mean? Like you still animate all of it, or do you do like some sort of procedural in between? What do you mean? Okay, in the title scene UI, I'm gonna add a button for multiplayer under play. Multiplayer. Do I have something that would work for this? I think I like purposely didn't. I won't worry about that right now, but it would be nice if I had that in the future. Okay, I don't really want to touch this script if I don't have to, so I'm gonna just extend this one. Yeah, I'm not certain how this is gonna happen. How did I do it here? Game signals, play button press. Player. I'm very nervous that this is not gonna go nicely because I was very firm about what was happening where before. It's like a storyboard where I do the storyboard frames and then just move the frames together with more frames. Oh, gotcha. Used to do it frame by frame, but that is harder. Yeah. I getcha. I just go to like at most 4 frames per animation instead of anything more detailed. But yeah, I just don't really make heavily animated 2D anything. Sorry, I need my watermelon. I might get more coffee too. I don't have any coffee right now. Like at my desk with me. And I kind of need it. Okay. So game manager is gonna need to do some lifting. I think this will be okay, actually. We say go to scene. Yeah, I think this will be fine. So funk, go to multiplayer. Await play close scene. Game progression dot active scene type is null. Go to scene. Game data dot multiplayer arena. I don't have that set yet. Untoggle freeze. False false. Basically just copying copying this one, but with a different scene. So I could have just done that smarter, but all. Okay, this game signals multiplayer button press connect. Go to multiplayer, and then we're going to set this variable that I called but never defined. Game data. It's like, it's not terribly important at this point. Most of these details, I just need a way to get here so that I can then see if it's working when we actually have like spawning people and like seeing each other in real time. Animation is one of the main things I do. I'm also learning how to make games in Godot. It's nice thing that I'm able to also animate. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. And like Godot, I mean, you don't even need to make a game. Like you can do so much in Godot if you can animate. Turn Point, welcome in. Thank you for following and happy Sunday. I'm nervous. We're doing multiplayer. And so I'm nervous. Hi. Welcome in. Let's check version. I really just, I need to add Timmy Jimmy J, welcome in. Thank you for following. I need to add a closed loop so that we can get out of multiplayer, and then I'm happy. So if we look at the level selection scene for reference again, level selection world, we have a pause screen that has some logic. This might be good on its own. Actually, let's make this a scene. Is this used elsewhere? It might be. Let's... Zoom button. This might be used for other things, so we'll just copy this. Finn is fine. Welcome in. Some kind of bird feeder? Maybe they're legendary sands of time? What? Gotta go sort out washing. I'll BRB. No worries. I'll be here. Okay, let's see if I can just enter it and then get out. And if I can, then we have multiplayer. It's getting crowded up here. Ah. Okay, well, I can get back. Menu. Okay. There's no camera. So let's add that. Maybe not, though. I'm gonna take out the leaderboard button. Hey Nor, welcome in. We're having watermelon and making questionable decisions. The thing on the table, I'm prying into your life. A bird feeder. It's a candle lantern. A clantern, as we say. I have a little Godot. I don't want to lean him on the lantern though, because I think that's gonna make him too warm. But it's my little guy. Ghibli, hello, welcome in. Happy Sunday. Clantern, that's not in my internal dictionary. Add. Add it. Okay. So here we are. I have no camera. I have no character. I want to spawn the character. The Godot plush, yes. Clantern of Mississippi family history. There you go. There you go. Of course. So I don't know anything about multiplayer. But what I lack in knowledge, I make up for in spunk, gumption, stick-to-itiveness, winning attitude, so for what that's worth. I don't know anything relatable. Is that your grandpa clantern on your table? It is. You got a problem with my family? I think Coda just microwave pizza and I can smell it. Game manager. Do I actually change this? I don't think I do. Just change the script. Waditude? Huh? I'm starting to think you have a Beauty and the Beast situation happening over there. What? I'm so lost. I microwave green beans, put barbecue oomph in the oven. You can have some when it's ready if you want. Interesting. Winning attitude. Attitude. I see. I see. Of course. Why didn't I get that? Okay, added ability to go between main menu and multiplayer arena. It smells like burning, Coda. Did you ever get the potato out of the oven? Because I know I didn't. And I smell burning. Turning old men into appliances. Isn't George from Seinfeld still alive? Jeez, yeah, it really smells like burning in here. That's troublesome. Yeah, oops. No one's seen him in years. Thank you, Coda. So, yeah. Sorry, I remember it, and I kept thinking I should clean that up, and then I just kept not doing it. We got a little smoky situation here right now. So if you're wondering what that seductive fog is I'm sitting in. Oh, come on, don't hit me with those errors. Let's reload the project. My seductive fog of potato burn smoke. Hi, I am funny. OMG is Godzilla. Welcome in. OMG, happy Sunday. Do you guys just leave a potato in the oven at all times? No, it was my fault. So I threw some potatoes in the oven and I didn't pierce the skin. And so one of them kind of exploded and like left a couple visible chunks of potato in the bottom of the oven, but it was like, it's too hot to clean it up. So we'll do it later. And then we just didn't do it. Because we forgot. And then Coda just heated up the oven and now I can smell it. Tomatoes, welcome in. What are you cooking? Coda just put in some barbecue oomph. So just like a frozen vegan chicken. But it's gonna have to wait a couple minutes now for the oven to cool off and get cleaned. Or the house is gonna stink. Making Godot. But you said cooking. So, I'm working on my game Chicken Chasers, which I've been working on stream for a couple months now. But I had the terrible idea to try multiplayer. So I haven't talked about what exactly that's going to look like yet. I'm just trying to set up where you can spawn people. But the idea is going to be that there's these islands like this. And they're connected by little bridges, just like it is in my main game in the lobby. And each time you get to an island, a an additional one will spawn, and it'll just be an endless runner chain of islands. And you and whoever you're playing against, it'll be like you pick parameters for wind conditions, kind of like in the Bomberman multiplayer game you can do at the end. Bomberman 64. I don't know about modern Bomberman. But basically it'd be like first one to 50 or something. And so like each island that spawns is going to have a couple chickens with coins on them. And you just want to be the first one to get 50 coins. And if you fall off the edge of the island, then you don't lose your coins, but you spawn back at the start. So it's a huge delay. And I'm hoping it'll just be chaos and punishment. The chicken was vegan before it was killed. Aren't all chickens vegan? Then I think you know what I meant. I think you're giving me the business. I don't think you need the fan coda. I think it's fine. Who, me? Yes, you. The very same. Okay, so how do I do multiplayer? Multiplayer spawner. Multiplayer synchronizer. Synchronizes properties from the multiplayer authority to the remote peers. Chickens can be cannibalistic. Doesn't sound like meat. Yeah, sure. Just like hamsters. I believe it. I believe it. So I guess maybe this. Spawnable scenes can be configured in the editor or through code. See add spawnable scene. Also supports custom node spawns through spawn, calling spawn function on all peers. Internally, multiplayer spawner uses multiplayer API.object configuration add to notify spawns, passing the spawned node as the object in itself as the configuration. Okay. Chickens Run. What are you calling the game? Oh, Chicken Run. No, it's called Chicken Chasers. Because you chase the chickens on a pogo stick, as one would. So you're protagonist chasing chickens. So I was watching a tutorial earlier today, but I think I'm gonna just pull it back up because I don't remember anything from it from earlier today. So what he talks about, making buttons. This is a great video, by the way. I'm just gonna share it. This creator is really good. OMG is Godzilla. Thank you for following. Welcome to the family. That sounds weirdly threatening. I'm sorry. Okay, so what is he doing here?
For these buttons. Okay, so we stubbed out two methods for the buttons respectively. Now let's select the first button, host game, select the node tab, double click on the project settings, is multiplayer. We're gonna use this multiplayer manager autoloader script to create our client and server. So let's go ahead and hide that. So right click on the multiplayer HUD and select access unique name. Control drag over a reference and let's just hide it. Let's do the same thing for join as player 2. Great. So let's just do a quick run to make sure that we have our buttons wired up correctly. Yep, starting host, and you can see the UI disappeared. So I'm just going to assume that join as player 2 has manager is complete. We are making a call to our autoloader, the multiplayer manager that we just created. When you click become
the multiplayer manager. I wonder if he has. Yes. Yes, take me there. I assumed Copino has seen this. This is like the best multiplayer tutorial. But maybe he hasn't, and that's concerning. All right, so multiplayer manager. The issue with this is I'm not just gonna do this. I'm gonna do it to Steam. TBH, yeah. I don't think. Oh, geez, that's not what I thought you were gonna say. Yeah. Well, then definitely send it. Come host. All right, and then this would just have the Steam logic in instead of some of this other stuff. Yoink. What's the bippity boppity, your code is my property? Hey Anonymo, welcome in. We're making terrible life decisions. Multiplayer manager. That's right. You heard me correctly. Alright, let's do this. Perfect. Are you doing it for the scoring boards? What do you mean? For the scoring boards? Oh, multiplayer player. But what do you mean the scoring boards? What scoring boards? What are we talking about? Multiplayer chicken chasers, yay. Yeah, so this is just trying. Like, we're just trying something. I put on a separate branch. It's just Sunday Funday thing. But I was like, honestly, like this morning, I was thinking about it. Journaling about the game a bit. And I was thinking, like, what I would do if I did multiplayer is I would set it up like an endless runner where you're like racing to get like the first person to get so many coins. And you can knock each other off the islands and then you don't like lose your coins, but you get like delayed. Kind of like Mario Kart where, you know, you just like, you get bumped off the track and then you have to get like an animation to respawn. And I was so excited by the idea. I got on my computer and worked on the stuff that I was going to be working on stream. I didn't finish. But I did what I felt like I needed to. And then I was like, all right, now I can just do multiplayer today. Chase the most chickens, set traps for other players. No traps, but you can like literally just bump into them and push them off. And the idea, it's gonna be an endless runner. So like you go to an island and a bridge and the next island spawns. And then when you go to the next island, the next one spawns. So you can just continuously run and new islands will spawn with more chickens and more chickens. So a strategy might be to just like go to the closest one and collect the coins. Or it might be to run up to one that no one else is in so that you don't have competition for the coins. Or to just like grab the easy coins and not stick around. Like there'll be a lot of ways you can swing it. Juan, welcome in. Did I say that wrong? Juan K. Tigre. Juan though is what I'm reading as the first name. Welcome in. Thank you for following. Okay, so multiplayer player. I need to see what that entailed. Multiplayer player. Multiplayer controller.gd. Player ID. Okay. So something that I might do for this, because the character's like input controls are a separate node from the character's movement logic, is I might just spawn a second character in your scene for your opponent and then just feed that the inputs coming across the internet. I mean, I think that's like how you have to do it. So maybe that's not a revolutionary thing to say. Yeah, I'm just kind of thinking out loud. I'm gonna just copy this too. Except not character body 2D. I really just need to change the inputs, but oh well. We'll start from this. Hey Clayman, welcome in. I'm making bad life choices. Watch, won't you? That sounds so ominous when I say it like that. Sorry. Let's instantiate Pogo Child. Nice. And let's rename to Multiplayer Child. Fully support your bad life choices. What are we doing? Coke? Multiplayer? That's even worse. Aw. It's not so bad. It might be bad. I have no idea. This might be absolutely fucking awful. But we're gonna try. That's what Sundays are for. They're for trying mistakes. Okay, we need this. Camera 2D current. Maybe it isn't difficult. Yeah, it might not be. Honestly, like we're just gonna try it. Yeah, maybe just like dumb people think it's hard, and that's kept us down for too long. Too long, I say. Okay, so they're literally doing everything from this, and that is not how we're gonna do it. Wait. Oh. Okay, that's just animations. Nope. 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 Oh. Won't tell that to certain people. I mean, probably not too bad for your game. All you need to do is sync velocities between clients. All I need to do is sync inputs, really, and then let the game play on multiple computers at the same time. Where it's like, instead of an AI driving the other character, or the other, I guess the chickens will have to get synced. Yeah, I forgot about the chickens. Oof. But we'll see. Is Godot physics deterministic? I don't know what that means. You forgot about the chickens. I did. Input X always results into Y. Oh, I still don't understand you. For Godot physics? And not Y.002. What's Y.002? What? Are you saying, like, is there a floating point, like rounding kind of thing? Oh. Yeah, it should. It should be consistent like that. Or... I still don't really get what you're saying. Why wouldn't it result? What is a situation of a non-deterministic physics? Yeah, exactly. Making sure only what I need to do is done. My movement from input. Where do I get the input? Input synchronizer. You know the butterfly effect? Yeah. But like, if things in the world cause a collision, the character will, or like the rigid body will react to that. Shimashiro, welcome in. Thank you for following. In long enough time frame, result in different outcome. Why does this matter for what I'm doing here? It's not that it's not interesting. I'm just trying to put it together. Make it make applicable sense, because I don't see the connection. Are you just saying, like, different computers would see a different game over time if you're just taking the inputs? Ah. I see. Okay. That makes total sense to me. I get you. No, it's okay. I was just like, what? What does that have to do? But no, that's a really good point. That is probably reason enough to sync more than just the inputs. Because, like, even if someone just has like a different frame rate on their computer, like, that's gonna be miserable. Something to decide the final replication state, like, which is trusted. Yeah. Yeah, I got what you meant, Coda. Okay, well, I don't want to worry about that right now. I just want to see if I can even get 2 characters to spawn in the scene at one time. Because I've not done any of this. You will actually die. Yeah, I get it. Coda's threatening me. Because Coda wants multiplayer more than he wants me to see tomorrow. I'm just kidding, of course, Twitch. Don't. That it wasn't a threat. Don't ban Coda. Okay. Silly goose. Yeah. So there's a child input synchronizer that's getting input direction. Yeah, I don't want any of this. If not alive, set alive. Apply movement from input every physics process. Respawn point, that's good. That's good. We don't need this. If I look at the Pogo character, sorry, it's really smoky in here. Can you ban a mod? I just start behaving on Vino's channel. Not that I don't behave. Of course. You're a model of good behavior and respect. You know I'm mod number 1 there. You know I've been there. I'm just kidding. I don't know one way or the other, of course. So you can testify. Oh, good. Less smoky soon. Yeah, I'm experiencing the smoke. Rotate input. Oh, okay. These are just input dirt. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna start ads a little bit early because I really want coffee. And they're gonna start in like 7 minutes, but I just can't wait anymore. So I will run us through ads. We'll BRB. And then I think we're gonna just worry about spawning and not worry about controls. So BRB. All right, I have returned. I have coffee and I have a new outlook. I guess. I have a plan, and I think it's gonna be okay. We'll see. Just put on another load of washing. Nice. It's a good set it and forget it task. Chore, whatever. So, I'm looking at this and I was trying to figure out, okay, how do I replace inputs? I'm not going to do that right now. I'm just not. Jack Development, welcome in and thank you for raiding. How was your stream? What were you up to? Raid. Welcome in. Happy Sunday. For those that don't know me, I'm I Heart Funny Boys. I'm a Godot dev who is working right now on a game called Chicken Chasers. And for Sundays, I like to do a little bit of whatever. So I decided we're gonna, for Sunday Funday, try adding multiplayer to the game, which I'm already regretting, but we're gonna give it a try. So that's what I'm up to today. But how was your stream? Welcome in, Command Wharf 4, my least favorite Star Trek character, but okay. And Frosty, welcome in. I just think Worf was like a kind of a jerk of a partner to Jadzia, so I wasn't super thrilled with him. It was good. Been doing a bunch of tedious stuff and regretting my previous coding choices. Yeah. Worf is not Worf. Oh. I never knew how it was spelled. I just read it as Worf. We did all hear the w. Okay, yeah, I don't know why I almost said Star Wars, because I've never even like watched Star Wars, but it almost came out first. But yeah, thank you for calling me out, Finn. Thank you for being here. Wharf, okay, like a wharf on the sea, like a fisherman's wharf. Okay, that's different than Commander Wharf. Commander Woof. Hey, Fuel, welcome in. Yeah, I can't read, and I can't talk, I guess. I would expect nothing less in return. Fair. I'm busy wasting Google's money trying to make me shaders smaller. Google's money? How do you get Google to pay for that? Oh my gosh, this coffee is so good, and I'm so glad that I took a minute to get it. You know, I'm not gonna do any of this except the player ID. Collab? What? I don't get that. Are you asking me if I'll collab with you after what you just said? Oh, Google AI. I see. I've never heard of such a thing. My shader code's smaller. They pay for it because I use their free AI thing and wasting lots of free tokens. Nice. Nice. I'm gonna cut out a bunch of this. If not alive, set alive. Why would I set it here and not in the respawn? Our development spheres are an unreal amount apart. Boo! It made my code bigger after 3 minutes of thinking, plus it didn't work. Yeah, I mean, you get what you pay for. I don't know. It was not helpful, but I'm not here to be helpful. You get what you pay for from me too. I'm just kidding. Some people actually do pay to like watch this, so I'm not gonna be a butthole. Even though I totally could. Okay, anyway. I digress. There we go. We're gonna say, instead of this camera 2D, make current. We'll say pogo this guy. Make current. Or disable. My friend pays $200 per month for OpenAI's super duper version. Is that any better though? They take your data for training. Not in love with that. I'm getting so many errors here, and I'm just assuming that it's something I can ignore, because sometimes I get that when I move nodes around. Okay, so I think the multiplayer manager will just now need this scene. Player child. I'm just gonna call it by its name in case I'm using it in the wrong context. But I think I got it. They can take my Google Colab stuff. It's not like my machine learning algos are top quality. I mean, you're telling them though, like you're creating a feedback loop and saying, yes, you gave good information. So you're like training it. I think that's probably what they're taking, is like your common sense to use to train their algorithm further. The main reason they do it is because they want the curated training data, yeah. Might be training to become dumber. Yeah, you might be, and that's kind of why I don't trust AI to like, I don't know, to tie my shoes. Maybe tie my shoes. I don't know. I don't know where the line is, where I'd be like, I don't want AI doing that. I'm not worried about it. Okay, so I'm not gonna say I'm dumb, but I feel dumb. That's hilarious. I'll just ask my niece. Yeah. I like knowing if it's coming from Reddit. I'll use Reddit, but I want to know. So is the multiplayer player type character 3D? Like that's kind of what it seemed like. Multiplayer controller was a character body 2D. But does it like get childed with the something? I like Twitter. I also don't get. Sounds like I'm 8 years old. It's okay. I don't get it. I get Reddit. I like Reddit. We can close this because I'm not following it today. I like Reddit a lot. Okay, so
a host, it calls the become host function there and the respective join as player 2 function as well. So
I love this guy's accent so much. Maybe I should make these buttons first because it does seem important to be able to do this. Become a host and join as player 2. Let's just add a control. Full screen. Multiplayer. Start menu. You're just gonna be your own scene here. And we'll put this whole thing with a color rect backing for now. The box container in the center. Add a button. Post game button. Join game button. So I think what Steam can do is that they can say, if you click join game, be like, hey, these are your friends that are online and playing right now. Who do you want to join? But I don't know what else it can really do. I should have made these enhanced buttons. I'm struggling to find a way to make unique UI in Godot. There's not much out there. Like, what are you trying to do exactly? What do you mean unique? I've made I can see a notification, but I can't see what it says. But thank you, whoever. I'm guessing it's YouTube. And that's why it's not showing me on Streamlabs. Someone might have followed me on YouTube, and thank you for following. Or subbing, or whatever. Actually, I got a notification at the same time. Yeah, it's a YouTube subscriber. That's really nice. I was thinking I might just make it 3D and then via photos just make textured buttons. Via photos, you mean like viewport? Or 3D UI? Why do you want it 3D? For UI. Like if I were making a button in 3D, I just wanted to have something unique, and 3D requires less than the art skills department for me. I mean, if I were making a button in 3D, like, you have to be conscious of lighting and how that's going to affect it, unless you're going to do it shadeless, unshaded. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely doable. So would it just be like a cylinder or a cube in 3D with a texture on it? Because if you're gonna put an image on top, you're still doing the 2D art, you know? You're just making the actual animation part harder on yourself. Play motion buttons. Oh. So you'd make physical things, then take a picture of them. This sounds really complicated. But, you know, it's up to you to decide what your priorities are in your game, what things you want to make harder and go above and beyond. I've done that for animated sprites. Yeah, it's an interesting approach for sure. Big Body Saudi, welcome in. Thank you for following. For my game, I'm also working out what the main character's color should be in the enemies because I need to do that. What their color should be. Yeah, color can have a lot of meaning. You really have to, well, you don't have to, but like, it could be just whatever, but if you want to, you can also make it something really elaborate. When this is pressed, I also want to hide this. So I'm just going to say owner.QFree. And that will queue free this scene. Alright. I have no idea what's gonna happen when I press that button. I don't know how this part works yet. Let's see, multiplayer manager. Get tree, get current scene, get node players. You're gonna be disappointed if you try to find that. Good morning, Old Rod KS. Welcome in, Big Body Saudi. Watching you work even though I don't understand. It's interesting watching you work even though I don't understand the thing. Well, it's nice. Welcome. I just ripped some code from the internet. And I'm trying to see if I can make it work for this because it'd be easier if I just had some that worked. So the IP and the port are set in this example. Here's spawn node. Interesting how this would only be set. What you making? Caffeine Rush, welcome in. I needed you, Caffeine Rush. Where were you? So I'm working on a game right now called Chicken Chasers, which is a casual action rage game where you ride a pogo stick and you chase chickens to get coins off their backs. And it's just like a collect-a-thon kind of game. But I had this idea for making it multiplayer, and so I thought I would try and do that today. I have no idea if it's going to be worth doing. I have never made a multiplayer game before, so I don't know what all is involved. But I thought I'd take some time today and figure it out. But I do have the game up on Steam in an open playtest right now. So if you wanted to check it out and actually just try the game without multiplayer, but there's a asynchronous like leaderboard multiplayer aspect, you are welcome to take a peek. What does get current scene do? Does Godot know what the current running scene is? Yeah, so if you push, I don't know, if you push run current scene, then called get current scene, it would return this scene. In my case, when I run the game, I'm actually running the scene game manager. So I don't want it to call just get current scene and get node players, because like the current scene's always going to be the game manager. And then yeah, like really what I want is this multiplayer arena sub scene. The game looks hilarious. Thank you. Yeah, the trailer's really out of date visually, and I just like found out way too late that the FPS is super low on the video. So I need to make a new one, but I've been working a lot on the visuals and like working on exploring like maximalism so that I can keep like a textureless and unshaded design, but still make it look busy and interesting. So definitely don't just go by the store page. That's what I'm working on here. So that would be the race. It would be an endless runner race to like first person to get 50 coins. Hi, Anton Idoloeski. That's a hard one. Anton? Is it okay if I call you Anton? Welcome in. Happy Sunday. Yeah, so I just like the idea of like doing it in multiplayer. Sounds so freaking fun to me that I was just like, I gotta try. Okay, let's say active level, because I think I always set active level, and in this case active level will be our multiplayer arena. So, oh, no. I need to add a child node, 3D, and we'll just call this one players. If we want to do it that way, we can do it that way. Active level, get node players. Are your sound effects on the buttons just with a signal that activates one sound effect player? Yes. So I wrote custom buttons that I call enhanced buttons. So like here you can see it's an enhanced button, and if you go to the script and you go to the enhanced button script, what it does is it just adds connections for pressed and like some other things, and then pressed on internal pressed. It doesn't actually do anything. So it's really focused and hovered. It does a play sound effect. And that just sends out a signal that on the parent most level listens for and plays it in one spot. So then I don't have multiple playing at once. I don't have like a bunch of extra nodes that I don't need most of the time. One base animation done, 3 more to go. Nice. I previously made a button class that has its own sound effects player. Yeah, that's a lot of nodes though. I mean, it would work. And it's like, there's just like so many different ways to do it that are all valid. Just copy this button each time. Yeah. Yeah, that's totally valid. It's tricky when you want to add... It's so cold, I'm like tempted to take a moment and go shut the back window and put my sweater on. You have to decide like how much extra effort what you're doing is compared to how much value it adds. Like I could go through all of my 3D models and I could remap the UV. Thank you, Coda. I could remap the UV to make them all use one texture. And that would reduce the size of my game build quite a bit. But I don't know that it would reduce it enough to be worth doing. Oh, Coda just like immediately opened the door after he shut the window. Dang. Anyway, I know it's for Carrot, but... Okay. So I put main island at the bottom because that's going to be the decor. So let's see what else we need to do here. Multiplayer manager. Those other tabs. Just like closing all the files. And then I'll just open them as I need them today and not have such a messy workspace. So player spawn node only gets set here. That seems so strange. Remove single player. Player to remove. Oh. Player to game. Okay, so it thinks the name of the character is player. What did I actually name it? Like, why are we calling this remove single player? Oh, for single player play mode. I see. Hey, Altair, welcome in. So, I guess the idea here is you could have single player and multiplayer in the same scene if you include this. How are you doing today? I'm doing good. Just making terrible life choices and trying out multiplayer for Chicken Chasers. And not even like fully watching the video on how to do it, but just trying to copy the code. But I'm going to put a sweater on because I'm really chilly, and then I think I'm going to be able to focus more and like be smart. I just need to take a lot of breaks because I'm not very smart. But I'm going to take this out because this we're not going to have this. All right, sweater time. Stretch break. Perfect. Thank you. I haven't done a stretch break in a very long time. This is much needed. I'm going to mute myself. I'm gonna also run and grab another coffee. Part of the stretch, we'll say. So I'll be right back. coffee, nice stretch break, Sunday Funday, big sweater, feeling good. Feeling good. Thinking so much, like trying to figure out the best approach, but I think it's just gonna have to be that I run it a few times and ready to continue. Yes, I think it's just gonna be like I run it a few times and it doesn't work, and we figure it out. I want to jump back into the video a little bit more. I don't want to watch the whole thing start to finish, because I've watched it before, like several times. I've watched this video so many times. But I think what's going to have to happen, so figuring out a spawn of a character, figuring out how to have 2 in 1, which I know you can do from Godot, and then figuring out how to just spawn 2 characters in a scene in Steam. And then looking at, okay, how do we get them to move together and stuff? That's all going to come later. So what I'm going to need to do is just put a disclaimer on the multiplayer button to say this is not currently working. So if people see the playtest in the meantime and they see the multiplayer button, they're not like upset when they push it and it just doesn't work. Supported? What do you mean? Like not supported, not ready? Or does this refer to something else? Hey Brainoid, welcome in. Currently supported. Currently unsupported. Currently we're just trying stuff and it's a big old mess. Make it work. I don't know why I feel like I misread that before, Brainoid. I'm slow. Multiplayer. I have no idea what I'm doing. Not currently supported, I mean. Yeah. And it's not going to be translated because I just don't want to worry about that yet. Oh, that reminds me. I want to add something to my to-do list. If it's still here, which it's not. Add check for system language on application first start. Tonchek, thank you for following. Welcome in. Happy Sunday. I just remembered. I added a thing this morning, a disclaimer text that shows up before you can go and set the language. And I was like, I need it to like at least attempt to get the right language when it starts. So when that comes up, there's a better chance people will read it correctly. Like, be able to understand it. Okay.
Over to the multiplayer manager and begin filling out the become host functionality. So what we're going to do under the become host section here is create a server. And the reason why you need a server is to enable the multiplayer functionality, like sharing data back and forth to the other clients or players that are connected to the server. So the server kind of acts as the hub for sharing and making sure all the data gets distributed correctly, like where the players' locations are, or maybe what spells they're casting and that sort of thing. And there's another setup called hosting, and that's where like when you run a game, you also want to host the other players who are going to play in your multiplayer game can connect to. So you can run as host mode, and that is a client that also acts as a server so that your friends or whoever can join and also play you in that game. So that's what we're going to do today. We're going to set up a host mode. So it's going to be a client that also has a server and acts as a host. Let's create 2 constants to capture the server IP and port. This is going to be the port that your server runs on, and this is the IP of the server, which is just localhost. First, let's create our server. So right here, you'll see 2 options, one for create client and create server. We're going to select create server, and then we're going to pass in the port that the server will start at. So when we're hosting the game and we host this version of Godot, like we run the Godot game, we run it in host mode, and then we run it under this port.
So I think this would be what we changed to connect with Steam.
And then we're going to use a multiplayer API, which is provided by default by Godot. So what we're going to do here is establish that this instance is a server. And we do that by setting the multiplayer peer to the server peer that we just created above. And if you did nothing else and you just called this become host function and ran this code here, you would actually create a first instance of your server. Next, let's create a couple lifecycle callbacks to manage the connection of players. And we use the same multiplayer object. And we use the connect signal function so that we can add which function we want to call when a peer has connected to the server. I'm just going to create a function called add player to game when a peer connects. So what this means is when a player connects to your server,
the approach is contrary to the dedicated server. However, by doing so, is he going to explain multi-thread? Because you need it. Multi-thread? I don't know what you mean by multi-thread in this context. Like multi-threaded processing? Why would we need that? You just mean like the host and the player character on the host being different threads. I don't know, but I've watched this before and like it does work at the end. I think it's more like what's the source of truth. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how he sets that up. We'll find out. And I do have the link to this video pinned at the top. Your game has to listen from another thread. Yeah. Threads are on my wish list to learn about programming concepts. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of thread specifics that, like, the lingo is, you kind of got to look it up, but I mean, the basic concept is literally just your computer's doing two things at once. And like, if those two things are connecting to like the same data, like maybe one's writing to an integer and one's reading from it, then you need to like do some hacks to like keep from reading while you're writing and stuff like that. But it's, yeah, it just means there are multiple things running at once. Probably the package he's using integrates that already. Yeah, we'll watch and see. I read about threads in Python computing for biological data, but it went straight over my head. Yeah. You use client server stuff, you need threads. Yeah, I don't know. He never mentions it, so it might just be integrated, like you said. Because it's being handled on the Godot backend by this multiplayer built-in.
This peer connected callback is going to detect that and call this function, and that way we can set up that player and get them into the game correctly.
Okay.
And because this is a built-in lifecycle callback, it's going to actually pass in the network ID of the peer or client or player that just connected to your server. And we also want to handle when they disconnect to clean up the player and remove them from the game.
Clean them up.
You can do other things with this delete function, but for now, when someone closes a debug window, we'll just kick them out of the game.
Threatening. Threads in Python used to work so because of the thread global lock, but I think they might have fixed it now.
And the delete player function will also have the network ID of the player that disconnected.
Crazy to think.
So let's do a print statement so we know who joined and left.
Languages are still being developed.
Using a %s here is a nice way to print some variable in line with your print statement, and then we can just attach the variable that we want to print at the end of it here. Now that we have a server created, let's create a client. So now that we have the server running, we're gonna have to start a client. And what that means is if you want somebody else to play, they need to be able to connect to the server that's running. And what we're gonna do is provide them the server IP so they know where to connect to. And that's like when you build your game and you give it to other people, they're gonna have to have a server IP that it needs to connect to, and it's gonna pass through this join as player 2 function. For now, we're just gonna look at focusing on testing on just a single computer. But if you did want to have your friend come over and play your game, you can actually build a version of your Godot client with the local IP of where you're hosting the game, like let's say on your computer, and then once you build it and give it to them, they'll be able to run this join as player 2 function, and it'll connect back to the host that you run on your computer. But I'm not going to show that today. That's a little out of scope. Let's create the client peer.
I did see that
Select
video
client,
too.
and then when we create the client, remember we need to know the server and port that this client is supposed to connect to. And again, when I say client,
sorry, I have to keep pausing it because I can't read chat and follow what he's saying at the same time. You see how that node he has does functions, runs. The node, oh, Spot Monk, welcome in. Back in my tailoring days, we used threads all day. Nice. How that node that has those functions, it's a global. But yeah, I don't know
I mean,
how
it's
he
somebody that has a copy of your game that's going to connect back to your server so
I
they
think
can
it's
join
just
you
a
in your
global
multiplayer
script.
game. So we need to provide the server IP and server port of where your multiplayer game server or host in this case is running. And let's use the same multiplayer API to establish the client. So now you've completed a server setup and a client setup respectively. So now you basically have the bare bones network setup that will allow you to start.
Okay, so create clients on the IP and ports.
Your multiplayer game. And in order to test locally, go over to the debug menu and at the very bottom, select run multiple instances and select run 2 instances. And then what we can do to make sure that those debug windows always remain on top so they don't keep getting hidden every time you want to look at your code, go over to the project settings. In the filter settings, type top. And then if you select display window, just say always on top. If you don't,
he's using an Apple computer. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna heed his orders here. Window. Always on top. We gotta remember to take that off when we're actually releasing. Oh. Oh no, he was on a different version. He's on 4.3 probably. Run instances, multiple, 2. May Cole Ramirez, welcome in. Thank you for following. Crap, what's crap? Override main run args. I don't want to do that probably. So let's run. Oh, they're both gonna try to be full screen now. Fudge. Fair enough. Okay. I'm nervous. Oh no, it captured my mouse. Okay. Oh god. Okay, it's not on top either. I can't even push the button. That's anticlimactic. Okay. Let's think about this. Oh, jeez. Alright. Let's mute the game because I'm gonna go insane if we have 2 of these playing at once. Okay. We can do this. We have the technology. Okay, so it was paused and then it was capturing the mouse when I clicked in, because this isn't. It is stopping the mouse. I like that nice clean UI. The pink screen with 2 buttons. No, that was just a color. I accidentally animated on the wrong layer. Oof. Rest in peace. That sucks. I don't know if there's a way to split that out. I don't even know what software you're using, so I really don't know. Okay, so when we were entering the scene, game manager, we had set go to multiplayer, false. We want this true. And then here, we want to game signals, toggle freeze, false. So before we queue free ourselves, let's do this. Dot emit false. right, we'll see if this works a little better. I thought I said quiet. I guess the last one to close didn't have it muted. So then it overwrote me setting it to muted and unmuted itself. Oh. So one other thing I have to do is set this to not pause. Caffeine Rush, thank you for following. Welcome to the... I don't know, our humble little family. Our... Oh, I'll allow it. Cannot call set multiplayer authority on a null value. Oh, yeah. Okay, I didn't set that. That's fair. That's a simple fix. Is that all? I have a bunch of unused code in there. We'll have to fix at some point. So just a cat name. Reginald. Like Reginald? Did you mean to spell it that way? You allowed Godot. Chicken coop? What? Wait, I missed some things. The callbacks you prepared are going to be called by the thread created by the object multiplayer manager. So we are assuming that the thread is there. A play on words. Okay. Kind of like this always on top. That's pretty convenient. I mean, at this exact moment, it's not. There you go. Okay, so... Oops. Okay. And then if I do this one... Join? I broke everything. Yeah. What is... Huh? I broke everything. Can you resume? Or are you cooked? Okay. Alright. I should have debugged that instead of just closing it. But let's see what else he says before we do more. But let's make sure this actually closed, because it's acting like it didn't. I mean, to be fair, like, we've been working on this for less than 2 hours, and I'm starting with, like, no background knowledge and just kind of dicking around. Can you write some logs in the callback functions? Which callback functions? To see when they're called. Which ones? What are you talking about? The ones that I connect? These peer connected? Disconnected? These, yeah, okay. Add player to game. It does already. Oof, debugger. Player 1 joined the game. Player 2 joining. So, yeah, they already have prints. But like, let's explore what these errors are. Why not? They were called. They were. What do you mean? They were called. They were called. They printed. We know the host worked because the Pogo character was spawned into the scene. And we know that the join happened because it caused something to occur. But what occurred was an error related to the spawning of the second character. There's like a really pungent smell coming from my kitchen right now. Like so much soap. And I know Coda can hear me, which is why I'm saying this into the mic. That's a lot of soap. Okay, anyway. You can't see it. Sorry. Yeah, I can't zoom in on the error messages. And I'm like teeny tiny in the screen right now. It says error exclamation mark equals VK success is true. Returning error can't create. From swap chain resize. In add player to game. I wonder if it's because we don't set the spawn point far enough. I don't think we actually set a spawn point. So like maybe it's a collision issue. But I want to take out these. No, these aren't the print messages. The print messages in the output, it says, just like it said in the multiplayer manager, it says player 1 joined the game. And this here, it says player number joined the game. And then it says player 2 joining, which is what it says here. And then it says player 783 blah, 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 joined the game, which is like the ID of that player. So it's happening. It's getting through all this. It's just that when it actually tried to spawn the second character, something went bad related to the Vulcan. And I think if it were just collision, that wouldn't error. Yeah, it is working. It's just I have something not set up correctly yet. So what I want to do is do it again, but this time we'll pause it because it looked like this just kept running, and that's why it was like bogging down my computer. And we'll take a look at the remote and see what's actually getting spawned here. But like it's progressing, which is cool. And I think what we'll do is we'll also add a breakpoint in this add player 2. It's also, it seems that it's depending on you not starting by saying join. So like that's not great. We gotta add in checks for that. Once a player connects to the server, why do you do with that? What do you do with that handler? Wait, I don't understand your question. Once a player connects with the server, what do you do with the handler? You add it as a node? Let me just show you. So we'll call this one the host. What just happened? I hit a breakpoint. Oh, I put this in the wrong one. I meant to put this in the player 2. Okay. So yeah, like when you're hosting, you're just here now and you can do whatever. I'm gonna try not to fall off the world. Happy Mother Fun Day. It's Mother Funking Fun Day. Mother. I want to use profanity, but I can't quite make it work. Forgive me. But welcome in, Ak. Happy Sunday. We're trying multiplayer. I'm so embarrassed. We shouldn't, but here we are. I wonder if it's because I paused it, actually. All right, so then if we go multiplayer, join, and we'll just see what all is going awry. When the join game callback is called, the host creates an instance of the guest. That is the handler. Okay. So multiplayer mode is enabled. Sure. It seems like it shouldn't know what player's spawn node is. And I thought it uses it. So that's confusing to me. Does become host get called? I don't know. Oh. Oh. Oh, I see. Okay. So the reason this is happening, I think, if we go back to multiplayer manager, I removed this function, remove single player. But in the add player to game, or in the join as player 2. Wait, no. That was here too. But we never add player to the game. That's what I'm confused by. Join as player 2, we don't then add the player to the game. So how is player 2 joining? Those poor chickens, yeah, they never stood a chance. Yeah, it's gonna be a disaster. But it's just Sunday, and if it doesn't work out, I just throw it away. Hold on. The handler is when you call new. Oh. I don't understand how this would work if they don't have their own player. It said client peer. With that, we have to do something. I don't know what you mean. Hey, Runty, welcome in. Playa 2. Invalid assignment of property or key enabled with value of type bool on base object. Type camera 3D. Oh, this might be just an invalid thing. It was set. When you have a handler from the guest, you receive communication somehow from the client. That communication brings everything. Oh, so the host should be the one creating the second player. Well, Renty, that's what I'm working on right now. Is a multiplayer racing mode. And the client as well, because the client needs to see the host as well. Yeah. Okay, so my point, like what I'm trying to do here is literally just get the characters to spawn. I don't want to map out everything to do with multiplayer in one go. I don't want to worry about that. So I'm just gonna fix the immediate bugs that showed up until I get stopped. So it said it called enabled. Pogo child camera. It's saying doesn't have an enabled property. Clear current. So maybe I should just say clear current. Or visible is false. Is that the same as disabling it? Okay. Okay. Oh, interesting. Oh no, okay. This one's about to go off the edge. So, yeah, all I did was fix the clear current camera issue. But yeah, this one just doesn't have a camera now. So that's something to figure out. Also, no, don't go off the edge. Oh god. Oh god, the controls are backwards. Oh god, I'm the one going off the edge. Also, where the hell is the sky? What happened? If I go to main menu... What happens to this? I guess it's fine. Yeah, we're probably missing some cleanup when we exit this, too. Okay, don't stop. It's really funny to see. Interesting, the camera's backwards, too. I guess I have an idea. So I had said clear current and set the default true, enable next. I think there's an extra camera inside the Pogo child that's like a front-facing one for like some like game distribution material I did. Maybe if you instantiate another character without the camera. Yeah, that's what it's supposed to do. I think the problem was just that it was automatically trying to find the next camera and it was finding one that wasn't the original instead of just saying like, yeah, like go with what we had. Because this one, it has current, like this player owns current, but then this one coming in, it cleared them both. Interesting. Okay, yeah, so maybe we spawn the camera after instead of dealing with current. Multiplayer, get unique ID. is player ID, then our camera is current. Otherwise, let's just do nothing in that case. Right? Hey Munglo, welcome in. Happy Sunday. We're doing Sunday Funday, and I'm making bad life choices and trying multiplayer. Razzmatazz. Okay. I mean, at least we're not totally messed up on our... Oh, and we're controlling both, of course. Oh, no, 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 no. You come back. It's a different kind of challenge now. All right, this is interesting. Woo. There's no safety if you fall off. I haven't built that in. Hey, Tricky, welcome in. Sweet cakes. Me. I don't have anyone left around me that didn't see Replicat, so it's really difficult to get objective opinion for the trailer I'm making. I'm sorry, Brainoid. Have you tried the internet? I'm just kidding. Is it a trailer that is going to be like an exclusive release for an event? Yeah, multiplayer is its own can of worms. But I feel like it's going to be good if I can get it. So I want to, like, you know, give it a try. So, Brainoid, yeah, if you can't share it on YouTube or something because it has to be exclusive, that's really tricky. I don't know how to do that. How to... Oh, it's not even adding the players here. Oh. Oh. Exclusive for Indie 3 Fest. I'm fine sharing it with a small audience. Yeah, but you can't like put it on YouTube and be like, see how it goes. I personally am looking forward to the multiplayer succeeding and playing World of Chicken Chasing Pogo Boy. That's awesome. Does your hubby wear any vegan perfume / cologne? I'm thinking of buying some for my dad's birthday, but so far I haven't found any vegan men who use it. Basically, we all stink. Coda does not wear cologne or perfume or anything. Neither do I. We're just natural, I guess. We wear deodorant. We wear antiperspirant. He stinks too, sometimes. But then he takes a shower. I stink as well. Yeah, I smell like a human. Yeah, I got you. Benny K. Gotcha, welcome in. Thank you for following. So, okay, what I'm seeing here is that the host has 2 players, which is great. And we only have one as our active camera. And then the client has none. So we missed a step, I think. I'm not sure how this is supposed to work, but I feel like this is progress. We're learning. We're progressing. We're getting somewhere. Girlfriend developed perfume allergy a bunch of years ago, and I ended up diving into the rabbit hole of how bad perfume actually is for you. So we're just avoiding it in general. Only deodorant and antiperspirant. I guess there's technically some perfume like in most body wash. Also. But yeah, like the Spritz-On. It's like, I don't know. It just doesn't appeal to me. I live doused in perfume. Rip. Covino will say I'm cheating when I beat him in multiplayer. You also need to integrate anti-cheat tools. I can't keep him from saying it though, so why put in the effort to make it anti-cheat? You should just cheat. He's gonna say it either way, you know? I wear antiperspirant as well, but I got some of those candy and cookie scented body sprays from Lush that I spray on my clothing on occasion. Yeah, I can't do those. I like scented candles a little bit sometimes, but perfume-free everything. I guess if there's an allergy, that makes a lot of sense, Runty. I'm not that extremely antiperspirant. Pro-perspirant. I really gotta investigate what that smell is. It's so strong. I taste soap. Like, I'm sitting here and I taste this soap. Are you using a multiplayer spawner node to replicate the avatars on the network? No, I have no idea what I'm doing, Munglo. I'm following a tutorial, but I keep jumping out of it to talk to the chat and try things. So nothing is set up yet. This is literally just pre-character spawn, and I just brought in the whole completed version of the code from the demo. She had an operation last year to prolong the time from being exposed to perfume before she gets sinistus. F chat. What's wrong with chat? Focus on work. All right, thank you.
If you don't like this, you can always undo it, but I actually prefer to debug and test like this. So let's run a
Sorry,
test.
chat.
So now you have two instances. Let's make the first one our host. So we say host new game, and then you can see become host is pressed and starting host. So let me move this over so we can see what's happening. As you can see here, starting host was hit, which means all this code was executed. So now you have a running server. Now let's say you want someone to join your game. What they need to do is select this join as player 2. And you'll see down here, player 2 joining, and then player, and then this long ID, join the game. And what that is that means that this function was automatically hit because we have this signal here that was connected. So when that player wanted to connect, it ran this code right here, created a client with this server IP import. The server that we ran on this host instance ran this code, had this peer connected signal called to this when a player connected. And since we just connected from this instance, it automatically called this function right here, which is what we see here, player, and then the network ID, join the game. That's exactly what this is printing. So now you have a server running with a client connected to it. That's the first step in getting a multiplayer up and running. Congratulations. But if we actually come over to the game and start jumping around, you'll notice that you don't see the other player. So why not? Well, we have to add the other player to the other session, right? They don't just automatically get synchronized. So let's dig in and see how to do that. Now I'm actually going to turn the music off for this demo because I don't want to keep hearing it every time we run it. So let's go ahead and select, you can uncheck autoplay here if you'd like. It just helps when you're debugging to not hear the same thing over and over again. Before we can add our friends to the game, what we need to first do is create another scene that is a multiplayer version of the player. I don't want to reuse the player code that Bracky's created for you. I just wanted to keep it separate so that it's easy to manage. So let's go over and create a new scene. Let's call it multiplayer player. And it's also going to be a character 2D, just like the player scene.
Okay.
And then while we have that open, let's just create a script that we're going to need shortly. And this script will be what controls the player movement. We already have one for the single player version called player. I'm going to name this multiplayer controller. And let's save it under the scripts multiplayer folder. We'll just put that on the back burner for now. Open up the player scene that came with the project. Copy over the 2 nodes that are underneath it. And let's just paste it under our new multiplayer player scene. And we also want to grab the camera. So go back to the main game scene, grab the camera 2D, and paste it in there as well. And we'll talk about why in a minute. Now let's look at how to add a player to the game. We're going to instantiate the multiplayer scene that we just created, but we actually haven't added it to the script yet. So let's establish that at the top. Type scenes and then scroll down to the multiplayer player scene that we just created. And this scene is going to represent every new player that enters the game, whether you're on host or client. And that's what we just instantiated right here. And when you get connected to the game by hitting this add player to game function from our peer connected callback, we instantiate that new multiplayer scene that represents our character. Since we have the network ID passed into
I have
this
the
callback,
link
we're
to
going to
this
set the player
video
ID equal to the network ID.
in the
We're also
chat
going to
for
establish
those
the
that are
name
curious.
is set to the same ID. And we do this to make it easier to detect authority as we're working through our game. And we'll talk about that more in a minute. But we don't have a player ID yet, so we need to add that to our multiplayer object. So let's go back to the multiplayer controller and establish that player ID. And we set up the player ID so that it will default to 1, and 1 for any player or peer is always going to mean the server. So we just easily default that to 1. But when we have any other peer except for the server, we need to establish that player ID. And we're using this set function because we actually need to establish some authority, but I'm going to show you what that looks like in a minute. So now we have our player ID and name. Now let's add the player to the actual game scene. So how do we do that? So if we go back to our game scene, the way that we're going to add players to the game is through something called a multiplayer spawner. So let's go ahead and create a multiplayer spawner. If you click on the yellow warning, what it's telling us is that it needs a spawn path in order to spawn the nodes into. So if we click on it, you'll notice that there's a spawn path that we need to set. So let's create a node where our players can spawn into the game at. So we'll create a 2D node.
Okay.
And we'll call it players. And we'll select our multiplayer spawner and drag that player's object right there. So what this means is the multiplayer spawner has a target of where to spawn the objects you wish to spawn there. And because we're spawning players and this is a 2-player game, just move this up to 2. You can actually spawn more.
Okay, let's do that and see how it goes. I missed a bunch of chat. I'm sorry, chat. Brainoid has made the call, and I must eat his instructions. Plus, I want to work on this. So, multiplayer spawner. I like already had this and I took it out because I didn't know what it did. Players. I would like this to be a 4-person game. Auto spawn list. Did I use that too?
More than 2 players, but for now we just leave it at 2. But the multiplayer spawner also needs to know what type of object to spawn. So if we hit add element, let's select the multiplayer player scene we just created a minute ago.
Clever devil. Oh my frickin' frick. 64-person Pogo Wars, that would be so fun. I literally, like, I like to be smart, but I could not stop thinking about this idea once I came up with it and was like, I need to make this game. So we're doing it. We're trying today. And we'll see how it goes. I mean, if we're like not done, but we're close,
scenes,
I will continue.
So now what this is telling the multiplayer spawner is when it detects a multiplayer player scene, this guy right here, when he detects one of those nodes added to this player's node, he's going to automatically spawn that on all the connected peers or clients or players that are in the game. So if you start and you have a host, your player will get added to this through code, which I'll show you in a second. And
I feel like he's from Minnesota too. Like I can kind of hear it in his voice. I really like his voice. I really like his accent. But it's like some of the things he says, I'm like, I got you. I know where you're from.
And he'll automatically spawn and sync that player to the other clients that are connected to that host. So if we go back to the multiplayer manager, let's grab a reference to the player's node.
Wait, it says host. Right.
So let's establish a variable at the top, and when you start a host, we need to grab a reference to the current.
Okay, I think we got this. So let's see how this looks. For those that weren't here earlier, I added in a warning at the beginning of the game that says, under no circumstance should you jump on chickens in real life. Oh my god, we did it! Oh no! How? So they're not synced because there's 2 here and there's 2 here. And this one, they're gone. And we can pause them separately, which is interesting. So maybe pause shouldn't function. I want to jump on Covino in game. You will. Important safety tip. Exactly. I feel like it's like South Park when you is there gonna be a 3rd one now? No, it's still 2. Oh, and this deleted this one and spawned a new one. That's cool. It's like South Park when they say at the beginning, like the impersonations are all faked and like stuff like that, and like done in jest or whatever to like cover their butts. Okay, now will it be free for all in multiplayer then? What do you mean? Free for all. I like to smell like edible things like waffles, ice cream. Okay, let me catch up in the chat. Yeah, I can taste on my tongue some soap. I've arrived here at worst moments. Oh, for sure. Outside getting a host and joining the host, there is only 2 nodes to deal with: multiplayer spawner and multiplayer synchronizer. Spawner allows you to spawn nodes on network that then replicate automatically on network, even for any new players connecting. The sync is to synchronize values on a node. Yeah. The syncer node needed. Yes. Yes. We're getting there, Munglo. I'm sorry. I missed that earlier. I was just trying to get them to spawn. And then the idea is, can I get them to spawn in Steam? And then I'm going to worry about once I can connect between 2 people on Steam doing control stuff, because it's just like my very first time doing it, and like just one thing at a time, especially since people are here right now. I would really like to test this with people for like the initial like are we connecting step before I go too far in like actually setting up the game. Do they drop nuggets? No. Free for all is a game mode where there are no teams. Everyone is solo. Oh, yes. Yes. You'll help us. Thank you. I do want to take a moment to go to the bathroom because now I have to pee. So I'll BRB. All right, I also got more water because I needed it. Welcome in, zombie. This is how Heart is going to steal all our IPs. Oh yeah, that was always the plan. It's not, I wouldn't say this is the middle of dev for this because I'm only adding it in an isolated game mode. It won't, as far as I'm concerned, my plan is to not have it touch the campaign mode that already exists in the game. So don't judge me. We're just trying it, okay? I think it's gonna be really fun if it works. Honestly, capture the flag with 2 teams could be funny. Steal the flag from the opposite team's chicken. Bring it to your team's chicken. Bring it to your team's chicken. That would be hard. Steal the chicken. Should need another disclaimer. Don't steal chickens, IRL. It could honestly be like Team Red and Team Blue, or like Team Orange and Team Blue for like colorblind people. And then like there's different colored coins, and you can only get coins that are like your team. And so then you can like block the other people. Like one person could be running defense and blocking people from getting to the chicken on their side while like the other person's trying to, something like that. Good luck. I really hope it works. It'll be fun to head and steal your coins. It'll be so fun. Capture the chicken. Yeah. Capture the flag with chickens. But like, so adding the ability to pick up chickens, I think is too far from what the game already is. But like collecting coins, yes. And if we wanted to add that collisions make you lose coins, that was something I was thinking of adding anyways for like a specific level. So yes. Hey Moonis, welcome in. Wait, were you already here? No, you just got in. Good luck, have fun, thank you. Like Sonic and Rings. I do want to try now. Oh, it like removed the environment as well. That's interesting. Ooh. Okay. Let's add in the sink just because I kind of want to see it working. Kind of. I desperately want to see it working. Should I just say players? Hi Arya, welcome in. Like Sonic and Rings, exactly. Exactly. Theme is, oh. Been here for hours and hours, was watching you without you knowing. Hashtag not creepy. Not creepy at all. I love my stalkers. Like Fall Guys, they have this mode where there's a bunch of eggs spawn in the level. You collect the eggs and drop them into your team zone. And then you start trying to steal enemy eggs or defend yours. Yeah, okay, so just like capture the flag from the window. If you were standing outside the window, I'd probably just invite you in, not gonna lie. Not like for everyone, just for you. No one else come over. No. Put the sinker on the avatar. Oh, oops, sorry. I should have looked it up before I just started plopping it. Put the sinker on the avatar, tell it to sync position and rotation of the avatar transform. Okay, sorry. I'll put it on the rigid body. Because that's the part that's going to be updating. Let me come there. Okay, you can come too. Jedam, welcome in. Thank you for raiding. We have our own dumper emote as well now that you can enjoy right back at you. How was your stream? What did you get up to? I'll head over to your window. Excellent. Medusa, welcome in. It's the Argo. Hello, thank you for the dumpy. Or dumper, whatever. You moving away from my window? Oh, I'm sorry, zombie. Do you have enough windows for all of us? There's a few. There's a few. I think we've got around 40. Full box. Just here to say no. Chicken Chasers multiplayer. Wow. I know. For anyone that hasn't seen it or doesn't know me and doesn't know my deal, !game will send you the link to the Steam page where there is a currently open playtest, which means you would instantly get access to try out Chicken Chasers at your leisure. And right now I'm trying a multiplayer mode, so I have no idea if that's going to work, but that will be up at some point, and I'm nervous. I don't know if it's going to be kept, but we're going to try it. We're just trying things. Who is this? Where do I end up now? Why am I tied to this chair? Oh, the problem then comes from who can control the avatar is the one that has authority. Nobody else can really change the synced values since they will get overwritten with authority side next update. But getting host avatar synced will work just fine. Yeah, it's a start. Thank you for the gift sub to Munglow. Medusa T, that's really nice. Matt, welcome in. Happy Sunday. Jedam, did you say how your stream went? I don't think you did. How was your stream? Any clippable moments? Any weird use of the jiggle bone that I should know about? I just really like Munglow. I don't know why. Oh, that's nice. Okay. Yeah, so right now it would be just one side driving both. Do I need to change anything else? Physics? They must be up. Oh, for none. I see. I just fixed slime stuff. I do remember the pencil. Yes, that's exactly what I was picturing when I said it. Yes, I do. Clearly brain damage. No. Syncer defaults to sending everything every update frame. I recommend setting it to on change and 0.066. Okay. Is that something I'd have to set in code then? And just do it manually? I'm a little confused, Munglo. I see a setting for delta. But isn't 0.016 already the delta? I mean, I can still do it, but. And what's the difference between delta, interval, and replication? The on/change always is per property you add. I won't clip anything, but I imagine the usual debauchery. Just imagine the usual debauchery, of course. We'll get on the Chicken Chasers playtest ASAP. That's awesome. Thank you. Select Syncer in tree, and you can add properties to sync. I'm confused. So I should only use one of them. Under script window. Add property to sync. Oh, wow. What a weird little hiding spot. What an absolute... okay. I mean, it makes sense that it's not just everything. Like, I get you. Okay, we're gonna do physics. But okay. We're getting there. Scale should not change. Leave it on always since they're very important and should send always. Good luck with the developing. I'm a lurk. I have to do some deving on my own. Good luck to you too, Caffeine Rush. Thank you for joining us today. Okay, so yeah. So what else would I send? I mean, it would be interesting to send some things internal to the scene. Can I do that or no? Maybe not. Like, this never changes. I think it's literally just the position and the rotation. And then things that are hidden right now, like the outfits. Say for a player name color, you can set a censure to do it at the most every second and only on change. It's not important. So, scale only if you ever change it, which I assume you don't. I don't. So, okay, the characters can change outfits. The character's outfit is set when they like collide with an outfit changer thing. So would I have to then bring that property here to be able to access it? Like right now, I just say with RPC. I don't know what RPC means, but okay. This is gonna be multiplayer through Steam, through the web. Aria. You can technically access anything from anywhere. Oh. Voyeur, welcome in. Remote procedural call. But what does it mean to me? Hey, I got this hat now. Okay, so that'd be like a one-off, not like persistent update data. Okay. Oh. Okay, so this is the one that has the control. Oh, geez. Okay, that's super encouraging. Although the camera's not, There we go. Okay, the camera is following this guy. Oh, and he fell. Bye. Shouldn't he have been... Okay, so the camera's still always following the same character, though. For RPC. Don't RPC. Oh, it means to call a function remotely. Oh, okay. You can call a func across all game instances or a specific one on the network. Okay. Chicken Chasers Deathmatch mode? Yes. What is the Steam model for online? I keep hearing about, but not sure what it is. I don't know what that means. I don't know what your question means. The harder part starts now with what is different between the game instance. I mean, it just seems like both of them are tied to the same character, like for the camera, which isn't ideal. So now I'm like, how do I fix that? Because like I literally say for like the different scenes, make current. I wonder if I could randomize the outfit as a way to... Oh, maybe because I closed early. Okay, yeah. Is it only ever going to be 2 players? Make the client camera attached to the other avatars it spawns in would be one way. It's going to be 4, I'm thinking, but I don't even want to limit it. I want to do unlimited. Make the client camera attached to the other avatar as it spawns in. So when the new character is created, the camera is set to current. But then it also calls make current. Like, I will say I'm pleasantly surprised they didn't immediately spawn into each other, because that's what I thought was going to happen. So that's nice. Oh, I thought the music stopped. I'm going to change it. This isn't really sparking joy the way I hoped it would. Let's do something a little different. So like the multiplayer is holding the ID of the instance, and then it assign that to the player, and then it's saying set camera X current, but it's on ready. So Okay, so the host is in, and that one has the camera current on the player. And when a new one is spawned, so maybe I should set this as false. Maybe when the new character, maybe we're both stuck on the new one. A dude in steps. Player wants to join game. Host decides to let them in. Player wants to spawn. Tells host they want to spawn. If the game state allow, host creates an avatar on network, partially hands over authority of it to the new player. The player sees that avatar spawns in on the network. It takes control of it. Asks the host for players to spawn in. Jeez, yeah. Could be done simpler. Yeah, that's a lot of handshaking. But under no circumstances should you jump on chickens in real life. I will just say that. Okay, so okay. And see, now we're both, I think it's safe to say we're both on the same camera. Ask the host to breathe. Last point is the player that now has the authority is allowed to move the avatar to spawn location and activate it. Yeah. That makes sense. This trembles so much. I don't think I handle authority yet. Okay, let's take a look-see. We are on session 1. And in the arena, players... I just want to see the active cameras. Everything's so nested. All right. So it's that. It looks like neither of them were active. Oh, what? That was never happening before. Now we're on the front. So, okay. Ah, I see. Oh, of course. Okay. Because it's this camera. Yeah. So I need to... I need to set it so this camera is not active. Or I could just take it out. I think I'll take it out. We don't need that camera anymore. And we don't need this anymore. Let's clean up a little bit. It's an interesting thing. Ghost? I'm curious why this didn't trigger here. So here we are. It should, yeah. Oh, okay. Something has happened. This seems to have frozen. Great. Oh. Okay. I don't know. I don't know why this one didn't get... I'll have to run through that again. There's a lot going on in the chat. I don't think this game is at risk of losing out on hackers. Are animations all client side? I don't know. The only animation on the Pogo character is physics based. So that should be fine. You're doing RPC where there's a client server, right? If you're asking me, I don't know the answer to that question yet. Just I ignored a comment. My old code told me what to do and chased ghosts for an hour. Me? Have I saved and committed code lately? Reset. What? No, I was just trying to get the camera working first. It's odd though. I guess because this is the if, and so it called from both sides. So if we just do it on the inside to make sure it's getting called once and only once when a new character is spawned in, that would be good. Continue. It's not even indicating it hit a breakpoint, is it? Yeah. It never got here. If multiplayer.get unique ID. The unique peer ID of this multiplayer API is multiplayer peer. So are we not getting a unique ID? Making sure I saved all my files and committed to a commit, then restart the ID in Godot. I mean, I think what's happening is making sense. The player ID is never set on a game instance, on a client game instance, right? I thought it was. In the multiplayer manager, let's maybe not. The player ID. Because, like, each player child that's created, we get an ID. I'm gonna just alt. Player.add Player to add dot player ID is ID. And ID is what we get when we're getting the peer connected. And the player ID of the host is 1. And then, yeah, the new one, like, we looked at it because we saw in the remote, like, it had a custom number each time. That was, like, the name of the node. But yeah, when we're actually in here and then we're calling ready, yeah. So it's the second character is spawned in, the second child is spawned in, and we go into this ready, and multiplayer get unique ID to player ID. It knows that it's some random number for player ID. What's interesting is that it seems that both the host and the visitor are not having a unique ID equivalent to the player ID. Is it possible? But the equivalency check works from the host too. How's multiplayer is doing? It's honestly coming along. If you call an RPC func locally, it will init report the remote sender ID as 0. Oh, okay. Already happens on the client spawn. Well, no, this is being called for the child. So this is called after the client has been spawned. Because after we have our client, we made the new one, we then spawn, or we create this spawn character. We set this value and then we add it to the scene. Or not this, this one. We add it to the scene. Who's controlling multiplayer? IDs should be different unless they are not being set. Like, I can say for sure that the new node that's instanced has a different ID. And we don't re-enter the condition where it's true. So it's not like they both think that they're owned by the host. It's just like nothing happens in the second one. So we just keep the first one. Okay, so what I'm going to do is we're going to jump back into the video and keep going.
Players node.
And let him tell me.
We'll just type in the name of the node, which is players. And what this does is it gets us the entire tree when the game is running. So it's going to be this whole thing. And then we get the current scene, which is the scene that we're running in this game scene. And then we get the node within that scene that's players. So it'll actually return this object. And the reason why we get a reference to it when the server is started or when the host is started is because in single player mode, if you die, the game is actually set up to refresh the whole scene. And if you try to get that at the beginning of the game and you die, it won't be, the reference won't.
The name is synced from starts, then as avatar spawns in its own ready, I check the name against the local peer ID. That's literally what's happening here. For the camera control. But it's just like, it's not finding an equivalency. But it did for the host, which is strange. So I'm just gonna see if there's like something else that I'm missing here.
Be there anymore because the scene was recreated, so it's not going to be accurate. So we have to do this every time a new server is started. So when you go from single player mode to multiplayer mode, that's it, you're in multiplayer mode and that scene is locked there. So we're not going to refresh any scenes at this point, and we only need to establish this on the server side because the server is where the actual players are getting added to the game. So let's grab a reference to the player spawn node down under where we actually are creating our new player. Let's paste that and say add child, and let's just add in the player we just created.
You're comparing to a variable, not the node name? Yeah, but they're both set at the same time. So when we spawn the player character, we both name the character's node as the ID and string. We set this parameter. We are doing multiplayer, Kavino. Welcome in. Only on host side. But we call this from both, don't we? But this is a callback from peer connected, which is why the second player has a random number for their name. This function is the only reason that there is a second character. Yeah. Host creates and spawns the avatar in the network. The MP spawner replicates that across network. Oh. I guess I don't know the distinction, but like I'm following a thing. Also, welcome in, Ironic. So let me just see how he does it.
So what this does is it adds this new multiplayer player scene that we just initialized, which just represents our new player, and it adds him as a child underneath this player's object. Then the multiplayer spawner is going to detect that because that's what we told it to look for, and it's going to actually spawn and sync that player throughout all the clients that are currently connected. So let's run a quick test. If we hit host new game, we have a little player, and if we hit join as player 2, you can see there that there's another player added into the game. Now you might be thinking, why is there 2 players? Is this working correctly? Well,
I feel like
it's actually not the host player at all right now. We haven't been able to successfully synchronize that because we still have the old single player mode enabled. So we need to actually remove the single player version of the player from the game. So let's create a function to remove the single player, and just like players in the game now. But because we haven't established or set up something else, we've got a little bit of a bug. But we now know that both players are in the game. Oh, and if you want to debug and see what that would look like, head over to this remote tab and select this game drop down. And if you hit the players drop down, you can see there's actually 2 players there. And if you notice, there's no other player from the single player mode in the game scene.
Yeah, that's what mine looks like. Covino, we're gonna make a 4v4 or like just like XVX number of players. Endless runner collectathon where you just have to be the first person to get 50 coins. So I'm gonna use the island system and just continuously spawn new islands as you get to like the end one in a chain, and you collect coins off of chickens on each island, and then yeah, first person to 50. Did you check the remote tree of the other client? I did, but I could double check and make sure that they're the same number. But I just want to see what this guy does, because like he wrote the code I'm using. And by the way, Covino, it's linked to the video I'm looking at if you're curious about this resource. I just want to see how he does it, because he wrote the code and I've not been watching the video, so I don't know if there's something I missed. So you can see, and that would be much faster for debugging than trying stuff.
Player 1, which is our host server player, and then our client peer player, this one that's joined right there.
He's
and if you
gonna
go to the
set up
debug
the
tab,
camera right
that's
now.
for session 1. If you click on session 2, that's going to represent the other debug window respectively.
Yep, we did
and you can
that.
see that window also has 2 players joined as well. So we know both players are joined in this multiplayer game. So good job. So before we move on, let's also handle what happens when a player is removed from the game. So what this function is doing is it's grabbing a reference to that player's node here, and it's seeing if the one that left exists in this player's list. And if it does, we'll go ahead and kick them out and just remove them from the game to clean it up. And if we test that really quick, whoop. If we go over to the remote tab, drop down this thing, if we click this, you should see them removed from the game. So that's exactly what that looks like. So now that we have a network connection between a server and a client peer, and both players spawn in the game, we need to figure out how to synchronize their location. So let's go and build out the multiplayer controller. So open up the existing script that came with the player, and let's just copy everything that's in this physics process function. And let's copy and paste it over into the existing physics process, just to get it over there in the script.
This is the script where he had
variables
the
from that script as
camera
well. So let's copy over the animated sprites.
I just want to see him set up the
Paste
camera.
that up here, and we also need
That's
to grab
the
the updated speed and jump velocity. Next, let's create 2 functions, one to handle the animations and another to process the player's movement and apply them to the actual player object. So the first thing we want to do is copy over the animation code from this physics process. Animations will have a reference to it. By that? Well, in a multiplayer game, everything is default server authority, meaning you have to be on the server to be able to make changes to things that are networked or synchronized across the other clients. But how can a server press the spacebar button or move the mouse for you? Well, and do set multiplayer authority, and you're going to pass in the ID. So what that means, if we go back to our multiplayer manager script that we started with,
this is the
when
part
a player is added to the game, right here when we set the player ID, but this right here is a good setup for how to establish client authority of this object to be running the process or physics process. So let's go ahead. Just set it here, right? So it's to the network ID of whatever client is actually playing the game. So if that client in this setup, now you can change this for your game as you synchronize this player ID. So what we're going to do is in a minute, but first let's just add in the player ID, because let's just actually rename it really quick.
Oh.
We're going to actually also synchronize a few other properties in a minute. But first, let's just add in the player ID. Because we're exporting this, I think we can hit this add property to sync, select the player, multiplayer player object, and you can see the player ID listed there and just hit open.
Oh.
And now it's going to be synchronized. So because this multiplayer player object has server authority by default, when we look at the multiplayer synchronizer here, that replication will be from the server down to the clients. Let's just actually rename it really quick. I'm going to call it player synchronizer. So let's do a quick demo to see where we're at. Click host new game, and you can see we have our host.
Maybe I needed that. Okay. If you can think of the network things as existing on the network, that makes authority also makes sense. So if someone spawns in something on the network, when done right, it will exist for everyone. If the client tried to spawn and add an avatar under the player's node, it would probably throw errors since the client doesn't have authority. Okay. Okay. And yeah, it looks like, so having this track the ID. Replicate on change. Spawn. So do I just need it on spawn? He didn't talk about that. But let's see. Okay. Okay, we're both following the front one, and we never got called back into this. Oops. So let's just take a look at the IDs. That's interesting. It says the player ID of this is also 1. That's really interesting. And not in a good way. Okay. So that's the problem. Why does this one think its player ID is 1 and not the big random number? The synced values sync after ready on the nodes that Git creates on everything else but the host. On everything else but the host. Like, shouldn't it be syncing to what the host has, not the other way around? So if the host says that the ID of this is a random number and the client says the value is actually 1, why isn't that getting fixed? I would think, yeah, the host should be the authority. I want to try it where I have this on change. Say a node has default value of -1. The host sets it to 10, spawns it on the network. And everyone else, it would be the default value -1. This doesn't have a default value. Oh, it does have a default value 1. Oh. Okay. I'm going to send it to -1 just because I want to see. But I did sync it. I had it just set never and on spawn. So I thought that would be enough, but I guess it needs to be unchanged, which is fine. Until the sync will happen after ready. Okay. So in the non-host ready, it will still run code as -1. But it was set before ready. Like, that's what I'm saying. This player ID is changed. Are you saying that the sync doesn't do it even once until after ready? I'd rather it say -1 than like 1 and look like it's just something else. Client has one node, host has another. I know, but you're saying sync doesn't happen before ready, it only happens after ready. I'm trying to understand that. The syncing happens after the node is ready. That sucks. Like, that's not you. I'm not like mad at you. Just to be clear, like, I'm not mad at you. That's just, why wouldn't that be communicated? Like, I understand maybe it would be if I like really dug in, but like, I didn't even know this was here. And then like saying unspawn is not, like, to me, that's saying it's gonna happen on ready. We don't use them beyond prototyping. Well, then what the fuck do you use? You can also use a custom spawn under the spawner. RPCs. Okay. Why are you using RPCs? Why would you do that? What is the difference? Is this not lightweight? Are you saying that this is a less lightweight way to do it? If this isn't the way to do it, why are we doing it this way? Is it just like you're saying this doesn't have as much control? Or of like when it sends? Yeah, we do name it. So that should be fine. Okay. Thought the multiplayer manager would deal with that, but now I see that that's not how it works. Yeah, I guess. In the example, it seems that it did work like that, though. Name to int. I'll just say string of this. All right. Okay. There's a load of barnacles. That's so funny. Oh my god, that worked. Thank you. I'm sorry I got mad. Oh, that's so frustrating. Like, why would that not be in his code then? He uses it. So if you want to use the multiplayer manager, you should write your own syncer question mark? I don't know. That seems to be what Kovivi is saying. Okay. Clear control, but also spawns and syncs do things immediately upon receiving a singular packet, but people don't run into this issue until much later. Okay. It's a wrapper using syncer node. Using the spawner's default spawning, I think name is the only thing synced. So it can be used as a workaround, like most things in Godot. Okay. Basically, yes, but writing your own sync isn't terrible. No, it doesn't sound terrible. I just, like, is the idea that, like, if this weren't physics-based, if this were just turn-based, I could use the built-in? Dev friend, thank you for following. Welcome in. GodotCon was an eye-opening experience for me and multiplayer. It's a matter of how think. Learning to leverage spawner and syncer as far as you can will make your life much easier. Okay. I just joined again. What are you working on? We just got multiplayer to follow the correct camera. And now we're going to take a look at doing it to control our inputs. Thank you for the hydrate, Dev friend. I think let's get the input control just like a tiny bit. It's okay. Like, we've been working on this for 3 hours, but like we started from nothing this morning. I mean, like we had like this setting, we had this character and a way to control them, but I feel like we're already chugging quite a bit. So let's just add in the ability to like control our own character, and then we'll connect it to Steam and give it a try. I think that sounds good. Spawner and syncer will fire once they receive a singular packet and then dump their, you know, regardless of who's connected. Hi Coda, bye Coda. Yeah, I think he just mowed the lawn. Very nice. Okay, so I get you, Covino. I can see why that would be not ideal. And I'm interested to explore what you're talking about more. But I think that it's prudent to start with the easiest solution and just continue based on need from there. And there's so much I need to figure out that's not dependent on how we do this. Like, how do we get the ID, the client stuff from Steam? So let's do that first. And then I'm gonna bother you for help if I get stuck. Because it sounds like you know some learned lessons. I want to see what happens if I close out of this. Oh, we got kicked. Okay. Oh, quit. Oh, yeah, it doesn't like that. I need to be smarter about handling these. Just gotta do it right. Yeah. Has anyone played Doom? I haven't. I'm not into violent games, so that never appealed to me. But I'm guessing some of the people here have. Okay, so let's just jump back to the video. Inputs.
Well, just look at it like this. We want the server to be in complete control of where the players exist on each other's client. We don't really want to give them complete authority because they can cheat, right? So what we're going to do in this setup, now your game might be a little different, but in this setup, we're going to just tell the server what the player wants to do from keyboard and mouse inputs. And then the server's going to say, okay, and apply those movements based off that input to the actual position of the player. So we need to make sure that that apply movement from input script is only ran on the server. So under this physics process function, we need to call to that apply movement from input, but let's first wrap it in a check using that multiplayer object that we talked about earlier. We'll say is server, and then we can make a call to that apply movement. So what this ensures is that we're not going to run any calculations to actually move the player on the client. It's only going to run on the server. But the server isn't going to know about this input direction yet because we need to replicate it from the client back to the server.
Oh, I see.
So to do that.
Interesting. Interesting. So then It sounds like when the client or I'm just gonna say the visitor, because like the language is kind of confusing me. Like I keep mixing stuff up. The visitor is not gonna move the character at all. It's just gonna get the synchronizer data, and that's gonna move the character on your screen. Okay, so then I just wrapped the whole connection level of things in a lobby class. Only once a connection is validated will it fire a new player validated, and then game code can start adding a new player representing them and so on. The issue is just like the quitting like isn't handled, and there's no check like does this host exist before it just starts doing stuff. There's no way to like get out if you started and then you're trying to connect to a host that doesn't exist. So like that's the part I need to sort out on my end. So it sounds like connection stuff can do lots of errors and such when things happen. Wait, no, there's more issues. What? Keep it simple now. Okay. Okay. So what I want to do right now in the Pogo child, we have an input manager that just takes in the controls and sets the rotate. Oh. Sorry about that. That was Carrot. Did it to capture ever scenario where connections fail and results in errors and such. Okay. So what I can do is I can listen for this. I'm not quite sure how this will work. I'm gonna watch more.
Make sure you have your input synchronizer selected and open up this replication tab. And we're gonna type in input synchronizer, and then input direction, and then hit enter. So now this means that we are replicating the input direction. However, there's one more step we need to do before the client can actually tell the server what inputs it's making. We need to give that multiplayer input script client authority. So the client's in charge of what's happening. So go back to our multiplayer controller, and remember when I said I left that space here? That's exactly where we're gonna give the client authority over its inputs. So take that synchronizer and do set multiplayer authority, and you're gonna pass in the ID. So what that means, if we go back to our multiplayer manager script that we started with, when a player is added to the game, right here when we set the player ID, it's calling back to the multiplayer controller because it's establishing this player.
Isn't that gonna break? Oh, it'll still sync. It just takes a minute. Do you have an input class on the avatar? Yeah, it's a node. Yes, exactly. So yeah, right now it's a node that exists on the player that sets values in, like, all it does on the actual character is the character has parameters for input, like input direction and stuff that are just like global variables or public variables. And then there's a node that's a child of it that listens for specific input keys. So I'm thinking, how could I do that instead? Like, do I need to make a multiplayer input handler, or can I just set that the synchronizer is listening for that node? Like those parameters from the client, from the guest. If the input script will exist in server nodes You need to make it respect the authority. First line of process. Check if is multiplayer authority. Hmm. If it isn't, skip out of running input. Okay. So if multiplayer dot is authority, I guess that's not how we do it. So we just set that, we like create a parameter for that then. Oh, that's already here. Ali Violi, thank you for following. Welcome in. Use multiplayer authority. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Straight in the node. Yeah, I've never seen that before. Multiplayer authority. So then the other thing is, how do I access this? Is this here somewhere? I don't think so. I can add it though. Okay, let's see. Then the multiplayer child, we would say this. Oh. Oh. Godot child dot this. Access what? What? Oh, the input manager. I was saying we need to make a top level variable to get to the input manager node of the character, because it was burrowed a little bit. So interested to see if this, I think I need to synchronize it still. Captain Coder, welcome in. Chicken Chaser MMO, maybe. This is the first step. It's terrifying.
It's setting the player ID. So when we establish the player ID, we also take that network ID, which is the ID here, and we set the authority based on that ID
welcome
to the
in,
input
Captain
synchronizer
Coder.
node here. So any scripts that's attached to this input synchronizer, which is
Happy Monday to you
input, will have
too.
client authority. So that's how we establish or change authority using this set multiplayer authority function. So if you needed to change it at some other point in your code, that's how you would do it. But this right here is a good setup for how to establish client authority over the inputs in the video game. That way we're not giving authority over the entire player object here. We're just doing it over the input. Now you can give authority to the player over the entire object so that you can actually control the player from the client and then just send those positions to the server, and then the server takes those positions and synchronizes it to the other client. But that's not server authoritative, meaning your client could kind of mess with the player's position, and we don't want to do that in this setup. We want to make sure our server is keeping guard and watch on what the player is doing. So we're only going to give the client access to change things like the player input. So now that we have the authority set for the input synchronizer, we also have to just do one more thing in the ready function here. We don't want the server instance of this object to be running the process or physics process. So let's go ahead and disable that.
Oh, yeah.
So what we're doing
here. Okay. So the multiplayer input sends multiplayer synchronizer. Oh. Wow. Okay, no, that's not right. It's on 1.5. I'm just trying not to spend all day watching it, you know? Okay, so why is he doing this in a synchronizer?
tell the server what the player wants to do from keyboard and mouse inputs, and then the server's going to say okay and apply those movements based off that input, that apply movement. So what this ensures is that we're not going to run any calculations to actually move the player on the client. It's only going to run on the server. But the server isn't going to know about this input direction yet because we need to replicate it from the client back to the server. So to do that, make sure you have your input synchronizer selected and open up this replication tab.
Okay.
And we're going to type in input synchronizer, and then input direction, and then hit enter. So now this means that we are replicating the input direction. However, there's one more step we need to do before the client can actually tell the server what inputs it's making. We need to give that multiplayer input script client authority. So the client's in charge.
Okay. So multiplayer input is on the multiplayer synchronizer. Oh, there's more coffee here. Okay. Why does it have to be on the synchronizer? It seemed unclear. Input synchronizer, which he then added. I guess, okay. So, okay. Okay. I think I know what to do. Maybe. I'm literally just going to copy this. Or should I just change it? I don't think it would hurt anything if I changed this type. You're right. I should do version control. Jeez. Did I even change this? Yes, I did. Okay. Hey, Temptic, welcome in. Hey, Senor Pantalone, welcome. Fuck versioning, you say? But we need it. I would be in a very bad position to be trying multiplayer if I hadn't been version controlling my game up till now. I heard funny otters. That's cute. Google Drive projects. That's still versioning. Okay. Host and client now have distinct characters. Cameras. Okay. Let's do more terrible things. Let's change the type to multiplayer synchronizer. And the script will change this to multiplayer platter synchronizer. And I think if multiplayer authority do this, else well, I don't want to deal with that right now. We're not gonna worry about that. So then the other part is property to sync. Really, it's the child that we're syncing. The child's input signals. Ugh. I have to change how this happens a little bit. If I can't send like a function call, and I can only send a parameter. Can I send a function call? No, just parameters. So instead of try super jump getting called, it'll set a value. Sorry for the sound, Coda's weed whacking outside now. Is that the only thing it does like that? Yeah. Super jump input. Super jump input. Maybe I could just make this a setter. Would that work? And then I don't actually set the value. I just say if value try super jump. I wonder if that would work. I'll try it in single player mode and see if that actually still functions the way I'd want it to. It's just asynchronously superbly jump. I think it's working. Without the sound effects, it's hard to tell, but I seem to be jumping higher. Oh, yeah, that was definitely a higher jump before. Okay. Okay, so then we're going to sync all the things that say input. Or not. it can't find it. That's interesting. I feel like the weed whacker is really loud. But I'm not sure if that's just me. Architecture Alchemist, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I don't think direction is set externally. I think that's a... Is that even used? Does it even go here? Yeah, no, this is not used. Dead code. I hope I'm right. All right. Okay. Oh. Yeah, that would make sense. This is being called before ready, but it's accessing a parameter that I set on ready. So I guess instead maybe we could do a find node. It's not like the most efficient. But okay, so let's say instead find node, get node, or null. Say bar input manager. What's that? If not, this is null. I'm gonna say this dot set multiplayer authority. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, look at all those. What's wrong? What's wrong? Super jump input not found. Yeah, that makes sense. It really did want me to set those. Yeah, interesting. Gonna have to watch.
Do that, make sure you have your input synchronizer selected and open up this replication tab. And we're gonna type in input synchronizer, colon, and then input direction, and then hit enter. So now this means that we are replicating the input direction. However, there's one more step we need to do before the client can actually tell the server what inputs it's making. We need to give that multiplayer input script client authority. So the client's in charge of what's happening. So go back to our multiplayer controller, and remember when I said I left that space here? That's exactly.
Okay, so synchronization is not supported for object type properties like resource. Properties that are unique to each peer, like instance IDs of objects or IDs, will also not work in synchronization. Yeah, okay. But can I use other things? Hey, Mr. Epicurus. Welcome in. Haven't seen a long time. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. We're doing Sunday Funday, and I'm trying to add multiplayer to Chicken Chasers just to see if it's possible. And so far it's going okay. I'm just trying to add in inputs just a little bit now. And then we're gonna go over to the Steam side and worry about connecting like correctly through Steam, because that seems to be the bigger bear of this, the undocumented part. But overall, very good. I just don't understand. It seems like the synchronizer doesn't like custom properties, even if they're just floats. Maybe they need to be exported. That could be it. I've seen stuff like that before. Where it's just not visible until it's exported, so you can't even do like a duplicate. Code Wonderland, welcome in. The connecting through Steam bit is easy. There's a Godot Steam add-on that plugs in nicely with built-in multiplayer nodes. Yeah, I don't have a reference to make sure that it's being done correctly. So that part I'm a little more blind. Not that it's like for sure gonna be harder. Oh yeah, so I just need to make them exports and then it's fine. Also, welcome in Code Wonderland. I don't know if I said that before. Well. Alright. The other thing that I didn't add a check for... Well, I guess we don't have the top view. Never mind. It doesn't matter. That's just not going to be part of this one. The top view camera is not necessary for multiplayer, so you're not getting it. Alright. Inputs are not being read. And now both inputs are being read. That's great. That's just fantastic. So the host is still controlling everything. Oh no. Bye. Interesting. The multiplayer child. Maybe this was null. Let's make sure this gets called. 2 Steam clients and 2 computers. I have a computer like my husband's Steam to simplify it for myself. Also, hi. I was looking for a bit while I was getting ready for the day. Nice. I have a second computer. I have a crappy laptop that can barely play this game. Okay, so it never called. It should have stopped and it didn't, which means this is not getting run. Yeah, I have a crappy laptop that can barely play the game, but it is connected to Steam because I needed to for doing work once I was like kind of deep in Steam stuff. So I can test it. But it's yeah, it's gonna be a lot of re-uploading, and that's gonna get really annoying really quickly. So input manager get node or null is getting null. Can I just get it like that? Yeah, let's just do that. We'll see. Didn't call it. Okay, so it's null. I don't know. Maybe I need to add an extra flag to say it's a deep one. It's a deep one. That sounds so weird. Find child. Pogo input manager. Yes, recursive. No, it doesn't have to be owned. Okay, this will probably work. This will probably work. I have to pee so bad right now. I'm gonna have to run in a moment. Maybe I'll run ads early because we're like really close to them. Sorry for all the peeing I've been doing today. It's all the coffee, you know. Multiplayer join. Oh god. Oh god. Oh no, where's my camera? Okay. Let's try this again. Let's try this again. Yeah, no, I'm not impacting inputs at all. Okay, I gotta pee. I can't keep going. I have to go. BRB. I'm gonna run ads. Sorry about that. Hi. I'm back. I made a sandwich. I was being sneaky. I went to the bathroom, I got some water, I made a little sandwich. Coda is the owls? I don't know what that means. Oh. Coda's got the hedge clippers. But yeah, I'm gonna have a little sandwich break. This sandwich is super boring because I didn't want to take too long. So it's your fault. Run while you can. Never. He can... I don't know. I was gonna make a joke, but I don't want people to think I'm actually like in a messed up situation, so never mind. It would have taken more than a minute. So I would have like toasted the bread, gotten some pickled onions and maybe some pickles, walked to the store, got some better ingredients, some lettuce and stuff. This is just hummus and vegan ham on like a room temperature, like rye bread thing. But it's okay. I just needed to eat a little bit. And now I'm golden. So, I suspect this still fails. Okay, so it is stopping. It's repeatedly coming here. And now these ones have control. And now this one's missing on here, and it's not controlling the other one. So they're like totally independent now. It's not syncing. And it looks like the host just, or the client just left. Interesting. So set multiplayer authority, and then is multiplayer authority. Set the node's multiplayer authority to the peer with the given peer ID. The multiplayer authority is the peer that has authority over the node on the network. Mm-hmm. This does not replicate the new authority to other peers. It is the developer's responsibility to do so. You may replicate the new authority's information using multiplayer spawner.spawn function or a multiplayer synchronizer. All right. Okay. But I added this to sync. Yeah, I'm just gonna try adding some print messages. Called from multiplayer dot current. I don't know. I wonder if the breakpoints are doing weird things. Yeah. Yeah, perhaps. I would like to do it without the breakpoints, so I'm thinking of doing it this way. With print statements instead. Get instance ID. I wonder also if it's getting messed up because of the the calling twice, basically. It looks like it called it like 8 times, which is pretty bad. Setting mults off to maybe they're called breakpoints because they break things. Maybe we should just stop using them. We should just vibe out our code and not actually debug it at all. Okay, it's not taking inputs. And this one's doing input control on both, so it just didn't work. Oh, geez. Okay, stop. Setting multiplayer authority to 1. Called from this. I don't know. Blue, welcome in. Thank you for following. I don't support vibe coding as an answer though. Yeah, no, I'm just teasing. I don't use breakpoints in network code. I usually put print statements or put debug info on screen. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. So it calls setting multiplayer authority to 1 twice and then to the random number twice. You'd wear a t-shirt that said never vibe code. I'll make you one. Maybe like no vibe coding, just vibes or something. So why is this called twice? Maybe we should set this here. Instead. And just not worry about it here. Oh, wait, no, I need this. I need all of this. And then we'll print. A knitted hoodie with a chicken head hood for merch could be cool. May take too long to knit each one to be profitable though. Yeah, I think most things are not profitable if you have to knit them all yourself. Oh, look at these debugs. These errors. Will they tell me what's going on? Okay, so it only called them once. It's good. On sync receive. Ignoring sync data from non-authority or missing node. Ignoring sync data from non-authority. But I set it to authority. I wish this just instantly worked. Is multiplayer authority. Yeah, it makes sense there would be only pro vibe coding t-shirts. Because the same people that are doing it are trying to sell merch for like anything. Oh, I don't check this. Oops. That might do it. That might do it. No, no. All right, let's see. Hi, Arya. Welcome back. We're still doing the thing. The thing. Just woke up. What? Is it tomorrow for you? You didn't sleep very long. You know, we once did a multiplayer game. Oh, how did that go? By the emoji face. Good? Couple of them. Nice. In Godot. Let me share them with you. Yeah, let me see. Let me see what you've been up to. Oh, this is literally the video man. The video man. I have an object that players can approach and take over authority for. It works as expected when all players are in the game and the object's authority is changed. The authority changes away from the host during gameplay to another player. Then the third player joins the game. This is where the problem shows up. Player 2 grabbed authority of the object. Now it's set to this. Then a third player joins. The authority of this subject object is defaulted to 1, which throws a bunch of on-sync receive, blah, blah, blah. Oh, you have to sync the authority. Oh. Is that what he did?
Where we're going to give the client authority over its inputs. So take that synchronizer and do set multiplayer authority, and you're going to pass in the ID. So what that means...
Yeah, let me see. Code is ABC? Oh. Oh, I see. Cool. Ooh. I didn't know you could do this in a web game. Oh, wow. That's really cool. Oh, God. We're not ready for the kaiju. Oh, geez. Oh, gosh. Oh. Oh, no, I was hit. He's trying to attack me. That's not cool. I thought this thing would give me a boost, but instead it's attacking me too. Oh, I can't just leave. Catch the fireballs with the left click and fire. Oh. Oh. Lord. Oh gosh. Okay. That's really impressive. Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. That's really cool. Impressive to see multiplayer in a web game. Oh, that's not even you. That's your teammate. Did it for a jam. Yeah, it's very impressive. Here, I'm gonna refresh so it doesn't just keep eating my processes. But I want to save that for later. And the player's from right. He was.
If we go back to our multiplayer manager script that we started with, when a player is added to the game, right here when we set the player ID, it's calling back to the multiplayer controller because it's establishing this player. It's setting the player ID. So when we establish the player ID, we also take that network ID, which is the ID here, and we set the authority based on that ID to the input synchronizer node here. So any scripts that's attached to this input synchronizer, which is our multiplayer input, will have client authority. So that's how we establish or change authority using this set multiplayer authority function. So if you needed to change it at some other point in your code, that's how you would do it. But this right here is a good setup for how to establish client authority over the inputs in the video game. And that way we're not giving authority over the entire player object here, we're just doing it over the input. Now you can give authority to the player over the entire object so that you can actually control the player from...
Okay. Yeah, I can. Can you send a link?
The client and then just send those positions to the server, and then the server takes those positions and synchronizes it to the other client. But that's not server authoritative, meaning your client could kind of mess with the player's position, and we don't want to do that.
Wager of hell. This sounds scary. Here, let me... Am I like super zoomed out? Oh. Oh. I don't know what I just did. Oh. Wait. Do I just always lose? Oh, I see. Easy. Yeah. But is he a dirty cheat? You just selected the wrong one? No, I didn't. Oh, Admiran, welcome in. Raiders, welcome. I'm just trying out Ironic's game from a jam. What I just did is Zero G Scott, welcome. Admiran, what were you up to today? How was your stream? Gamer is a raider. Gamer. We've talked about this. You're not allowed to see other streamers. How was your stream? Alright, I gotta watch this for a sec. He puts it here. Shoom, shoom, shoom. You cannot trick me. I'm too good. Yes, we're almost done. I just didn't want to click through all of them, but now we're gonna get it. Easy as. Alright. That's how you do it. Excellent. The music's so intense. Alright, I'm gonna refresh because I don't know if this ever ends. Wait, it auto-played, didn't it? Okay, so I'm just gonna close it then. I'm so good at that type of game. I feel like it's unfair. But yeah, Admiran, how was your stream? How did it go? Hello, welcome in. Captain Anosa, welcome in. Checking out some Game Jam games. How's it going? Oh, that was just kind of random. I'm actually adding well, I'm trying to add multiplayer to Chicken Chasers right now. Just to see how it goes for Sunday Funday. But Ironic and Arya had Game Jam games. Arya had one that was multiplayer. So they were showing off. And then Ironic just had one from a recent jam. So I checked that out too. We were a bit all over the place. Worked on the Italian translations for Barn Break, 3D art, and commission tile set. A commission? Wow, holy crap. Fancy. No one ever pays me to do things except like day job, but that's not the same. That's not as fun. You need help with multiplayer? Feel free to ask. You saw my skills. I have seen your skills. God damn. but my communication skills are bad. Okay. Yeah, learning it over chat is painful for me, like compared to just reading docs and stuff. So that's definitely what I'm going to lean towards. Or in this case, watching this video. It's interesting though, like I'm wondering if I can check when I run it. Oh, I'm going to put the music back on. I'm going to check it when I run it if I can see who the authority is. It's actually fun learning from Arya. It's like puzzle solving and learning at the same time. Oh. I still don't understand what this error meant. You're learning async. Yeah. Client stopped synchronizing. Oh, Interesting. Yeah, that's an interesting point. Who's changing this? Yeah, you can check. It's one of those parameters I always ignore. But now I need it. But I have to read and run. I'm gonna go spend time with the fam. Happy Mother's Day, everyone. Oh, it's so sweet. Have a good time. Have a good time with the fam. Don't allow everyone to do stuff to world. Let players request host for stuff to happen. Then host makes those. Yeah, it's just player controls right now. And then I'm gonna sync it up to Steam, and then we'll worry about the rest of the game logic. Yeah, everyone call your mom if you haven't. Or text her. Or if you don't have a mom, whoever in your life that you think would like to hear from you today. So, okay, the thing is though, when I do this, I'm setting it from the wrong person. By which I mean, I'm setting the authority on the host. So that's wrong. So we need this instead. So we just need name to int. I think that's gonna work. My sister, dad, and I bought flowers, made brunch, and bought a bracelet for mom. Mothers deserve that. That's cute. Player controls also do the same, like send the inputs from the player to host and make the host people move it. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm doing too. Why do I do this? It's my fault. It's not my fault you're inspired. It's a nice thing though. She'll have to settle for a phone call. This one year for Mother's Day, I think it was Mother's Day. I don't think it was Coda's mom's birthday. We were living in her basement. And as a joke, at like 10 a.m., he called her on the phone from downstairs to say Happy Mother's Day. It was so funny. She didn't like it. But I thought it was funny. Okay, so it's not screaming at us anymore. That's good. But we're also not getting the inputs. Tadu, Caldas, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. If I tab over... This is no longer controlling the other characters, so that's good. And we can see on the other screen that this guy's moving. Oh, geez. Oh, gosh. There's no garbage collection, so if I fall, I fall. Oh no, it looks like the... Oh, no. We're all going off. But that's interesting. Okay. That's better. It's half working, ironic. It's not throwing errors, and so that's good. It's half working. I gotta get rid of this called from... Where even is this? Yeah, no. So, yeah, now when we're on the host, our input is only moving the host's character. And we're not getting yelled at with a bunch of error message related to calling or sync on something without authority. But we are not getting input from the client, or at least we're not seeing movement. So that's going to be the next thing I check. I never made an async game. What? Yeah, you should. That's like the easier version. And like for a jam, especially if it's a small one, that's probably the way. All right, so I'm just going to check on the multiplayer authority and see that it was set correctly by looking in the remote. And then we'll progress. Okay, so I can just pause this one and it pauses both. So I need to see which... Oh. Oh, interesting. Okay, so it resets it for... I am using Steam. I don't know if I'm going to do the Steam server or if I'm going to do a host. Because using just like one of the players as a host does seem easier. Yeah, multiplayer authorities 1. Multiplayer authorities, some mess. Yes. So the multiplayer authorities are set correctly. Using Steam servers really isn't that bad. It also makes it easy for public multiplayer. That would be nice. I would love to have it be public. I heard, by the way, jam theme out. It's called From the Dead. I know you won't be doing, so if you have any ideas, throw at me. What is the jam parameters? Is it just like, what's the time frame? Is there like anything else about it you can tell me? But From the Dead makes me think about that Magic the Gathering card where it's like you can pull stuff from like the graveyard in like the black deck, I think. It's gotta be the black deck. I don't know why I said I think. That's kind of where my mind goes. But that's not very original. You could do something really weird. Like, I saw this game. I played this game called Pixel Jam 10 days, competing versus 12,000 people. 5 to 6 hours max. 13. Do you have a team? Or is it just gonna be you? Pitch 6 kitties under or something? 6 cats under. Yeah. This is a game. I was gonna say, this is what it kind of makes me think of. It's like a puzzle game where you are an old lady who died, and your ghost is like trying to kind of like coax your cats to safety to get out of your apartment so they don't starve to death. But you can only like barely influence the setting. And yeah, the From the Dead kind of fits with that, because she's like a ghost, right? And in general, when I think of death, I think of like I think of grandma. That's what Teams keeps telling me. Wait, like you can't get on Teams? Is it, you don't have a login or what? Yeah, that's where my mind is. I don't know how much time it would take to do something with the theme, but that as a theme I think is fun. Not the children eating grandma again. No. Grandma was eating the children. That was that's a callback, Temtic. That is like one of my first Sunday Fundays. Okay, so I guess another thing that would be interesting to see is if the input is actually getting through. It was indeed last year. Yeah. I'm getting old. We're just gonna put in a huge print statement. Mult off. To player authority. Is mult is off. Get oh my gosh, get multiplayer authority. And then we'll say let's just put it here. And then we'll print event. This is gonna be like the longest print statement ever. But it'll be worth it. Multiplayer authority is 1. Is authority is 1. Oh. Oh, I see. Interesting. When I say is off, it's returning 1, it's not returning... And the number, it's not returning true false. I thought it was a true false. So I might have just messed that up. Oh wait, no, I just called the same thing twice, that's why. Okay. Oh, and I closed it. Ah, shoot. Chutes and ladders. I think we'll be okay though. Honestly, at this point, I feel like it's worth it to keep trying a bit longer. True. Off. True. W. Okay, so it was getting the W. So DB9, the way I'm doing it, I'm literally saying, what is your authorization? Are you on it? So like if auth is true and this is 1, then it's the one on the left. And if it's a big number, then it's the one on the right. That's like how I'm able to do this right now. Don't you need 2 debuggers? Oh. You can set in the debugger which instance you're looking at. I got a notification someone followed me. I don't even stream. Don't let down your fans. Yeah, that's right. So we're getting W. Interesting. I would like to see this. Here. Oops. But with, instead of event, we'll say input dot is action just is action just pressed. You would like 10,000 followers? Oh, I see. You have 16 followers? Why is this erring at me? Expected else after ternary operator condition. What? Oh, it didn't end. Is this gonna break now? Yes. Okay. But DB9, you have streamed. You can't fool me. Okay, I guess let's go back here. So we are in the right one and we're recognizing the space. And then here we're saying yes, true, we got the space. Once I start streaming, the number will go down rapidly. Shout out to all my followers. Okay, so it's getting the input. Is action just press double jump? And then it is doing this. So I'm messing up somewhere here. Oh gosh. Grumpy old man codes grumpily. It's so hard to see what's happening. Okay, this one in particular might never work the way I have it. I still needs work. Welcome in. Sorry, I'm not being more supportive, DB9. It's not that I don't want you to stream or that I don't support you. I was just not paying attention to the chat. Soulfuck fuck says, welcome in. Thank you for following. How are you doing? I'm doing good. Also, Vex, welcome in, you sneaky person. We're trying to get multiplayer working with, I heard doesn't believe in you, DB9. We could be a new genre on Twitch. I think... Let me fill in. How can I support? Wait, with what? With me? With DB9? What? Huh? Everyone's the same color text. Okay. I think the coding, the software and game dev section is already grumpy men coding for the most part, so I think you'd fit in just fine here. I assure you. I prefer lurky, but sneaky works too. Yeah, you sneaky lurker. Sneaky sneak. Need more pink names. I wonder if I should make a third one of these. Just because I'm not overwhelmed enough. No, I should just do two. I'm being silly. I think if you refresh things, then the colors will change for the name text. I can't do it on Streamlabs without closing the stream, but I can see on the other screen that they're different colors. It's just like a coincidence that you all ended up with the exact same one. If I ever start streaming, I'll be the first grumpy young woman coding. Who am I? Am I not young? Never mind. That's fair. That's fair. I want this to work, please. Like, I'm setting a value that is red on the process frame. I have not worked with Streamlabs. No worries. Yeah, it's just the backend I use to stream. And it's like, there's two different views. So I can see like one view that's more like actual Twitch. And then there's like a fake version in Streamlabs that's for like more like super user control. Hi, Carrot Cake. You want to be on camera? This is Carrot. It's kind of hiding. Anonymous Gifter, thank you for the gifted sub to North Pole. I need the Godot twerking emote to lighten the mood. I can confirm you're not grumpy. That's nice. I'm a grump young femme who codes on stream. And an anonymous gift to Code Wonderland. Thank you so much. Yeah. Oh gosh, the twerking Godot's all over the screen. So perfect. All right, I'm gonna go back to this video.
In this setup, we want to make sure our server is keeping guard and watch on what the player is doing. So we're only going to give the client access to change things like the player input. So now that we have the authority set for the input synchronizer, we also have to just do one more thing in the ready function here. We don't want the server instance of this object to be running the process or physics process. So let's go ahead and disable that. So what we're doing...
We don't want the server... Okay. Interesting.
Doing here is we're saying who's the authority. Well, we just set it here, right? So it's to the network ID of whatever client is actually playing the game.
Oh, okay.
So
that's
if that
I do
authority,
it in the process.
Let's say
itself.
the authority ID is 1234 is not equal to the current peer it's on. This is going to give us the current ID or network ID of the peer that this object is running on. If they're not equal, then we need to shut them off because that means it's not running on the local client's computer. So that's what this is going to do. So in reality, what that means is it's probably running on the server somewhere, and we don't want that to happen. We want the physics process and process to only run on the client in this setup. Now you can change this for your game as your game requirements.
It's fast forwarded. Yeah. He's not talking that fast.
Evolve, or maybe you have a different setup than this, but for this demo, that's what we're going to do. So we're pretty close to being able to test. And you remember this player ID? Well, this player ID needs to be able to be synchronized back to the client so that the client has, a context of how to operate and what authority. So let's go ahead and synchronize this player ID. So what we're going to do is underneath this multiplayer object, let's create another multiplayer synchronizer.
Oh.
We're going to actually also synchronize a few other properties in a minute, but first let's just add in the player ID. Because we're exporting this, I think we can hit this add property to sync, select the multiplayer player object.
Yeah, because it's exporting it. I learned that the hard way.
Synchronized. So because this multiplayer player object has server authority by default, when we look at the multiplayer synchronizer here, that replication will be from the server down to the clients. Let's just actually rename it really quick. I'm going to call it player synchronizer. So let's do a quick demo to see where we're at. Click host new game, and you can see we have our host player jumping around just.
I need to re-listen to that part. Sorry.
And just hit open, and now it's going to be synchronized. So because this multiplayer player object has server authority by default, when we look at the multiplayer synchronizer here, that replication will be from the server down to the clients. Let's just...
So the authority determines the direction of the synchronizer, which is why we needed to set our inputs, the authority on our inputs, and then also have the inputs be the synchronizer.
actually rename it really quick. I'm gonna call it player synchronizer. So let's do a quick demo to see where we're at. Click host new game, and you can see we have our host player jumping around just fine. Animations aren't working yet, but we'll get to that in a second. And let's join as player 2. So player 2 drops in and you can see them in the actual host screen, but you can't see player 1. So we still have some issues to work out here. But if we actually jump, it's jumping on both of them because we haven't wired up our jump correctly. But if we click on the client and we move, you can see he's only moving in the top one. So he's not moving on the bottom one. Now, why is that? Well, it's because we're not actually synchronizing the movements of the player back down.
Okay.
Onto the client yet. Now we're synchronizing the inputs because you can see he's actually moving on the server, but we're not actually synchronizing those movements back to the client. So let's look at how to do that. So select your player synchronizer, hit replication, and let's synchronize the position of the player. Scroll down to node 2D position, hit open, and let's hit play again. Host mode, now he's in, and let's join as player 2. Now if I move our mouse inputs, now you can see he's actually moving on both clients. The client that he's on,
yeah, I'm not
host. So what's
here
happening
yet.
is when I move on my client down here, that input is sent to the server, processed and applied to the actual player object on the server, and then synced back to the client. Now if we had multiple clients, you would see him move on all clients. That looks like. So now that we have a network connection between a server and a client peer, and both players spawn in the game, we need to figure out how to synchronize their location. So let's go and build out the multiplayer controller. So open up the existing script that came with the player, and let's just copy everything that's in this physics process function. And let's copy and paste it over into the existing physics process, just to get it over there in the script. And we need to add a couple variables from that script as well. So let's copy over the animated sprites, paste that up here, and we also need to grab the updated speed and jump velocity. Next, let's create two functions, one to handle the animations and another to process the player's movement and apply them to the actual player object. So the first thing we want to do is copy over the animation code from this physics process code that we just copied over. So that's going to be everything down to there. Paste it up here. And then let's grab everything to process the player's movement and move that into apply movement from input and paste it in there. Okay, the first thing I want to do is remove this direction because there's no reference to it locally anymore. So let's re-initialize that at the top here. And now our apply animations will have a reference to it. And with this current setup, right now we are processing the player's input right in our multiplayer controller here. And we want to move those inputs to another location because we're going to give it a different authority. So what do I mean by that? Well, in a multiplayer game, everything is default server authority, meaning you have to be on the server to be able to make changes to things that are networked or synchronized across the other clients. But how can a server press the spacebar button or move the mouse for you? Well, it can't. So we need to create a node that handles the inputs and gives authority to the client to be able to pass those inputs to the server so that the server can take those inputs and apply it to the player object. So before we do that, let's make sure we open up our multiplayer player object. We're going to create a new node called a multiplayer synchronizer. So hit add child node, type in multiplayer synchronizer, and just be sure to move that under the top there. We're going to call this input synchronizer. We're also going to create a script to assign to that to handle the player's inputs. Let's move it to the scripts folder, multiplayer, and let's change the name to multiplayer input. So in order for the server to know which keyboard or mouse inputs the player is pressing, we need to be able to synchronize that back to the server. So we just created a input synchronizer, but let's synchronize the variable to handle those inputs. So the first thing we want to do is capture the input direction, which is which way is the player moving, left or right. And if we go back to the input function that we just copied over, that's going to map to this. So let's go ahead and copy paste that into the input direction, and let's establish it under the ready function here. And let's just set it equal to input direction. So that way when the scene loads, we have an established input direction. And then we need to implement the physics process function. And in there, we're going to calculate the input direction that the player is actively hitting. So that is going to replace this call here. So we can remove that. But first we need to grab a reference to our input synchronizer. So let's access unique name, drag over and hit control, and then we'll say paste in input direction. So that'll replace that. So now we can get the input direction that the player.
Okay, so I think I figured out what I was doing wrong. So what he does here is that he has the decided input value, the input direction, local to the synchronizer, local to the thing that has authority, and then he's just referencing that. But what I'm doing is in the thing I was giving authority, I was telling it to write to a different node where I no longer had authority. So my design of having a basically input agnostic controller for the player won't work, at least the way I did it here. That makes sense? Good. Good. Then we can move on. We might actually fix this yet. Could you imagine? multiple people playing Chicken Chasers. It boggles the mind. Also, we're almost in ads, and I am gonna run and probably like get a different snack, bathroom break, something interesting to drink, such as that. So bear with me. But this is good. I think I know what to do next, so that's really exciting. All right, ads are starting, so I will be RB. DB9, you mean Cartman's voice. So you have dementia because you forgot that Kenny doesn't talk? I can't find a single pair of matching socks. My life is over. I don't mean this in the wrong way, Code Wonderland, but I'm surprised that you're the type of person that cares about matching your socks. I mean that in the nicest way. Like, why waste time matching socks? I feel like it's more variety to not, you know? But at the same time, I am the type to match my socks, so maybe I can't talk. But I also will wear my socks inside out, if that means anything. Because I think it's good for them. They have to feel the same on my feet. I don't care if they look the same. Oh, you mean weight. Yeah, okay. Yeah, if you can't find the matching weighted socks, that's awful. I only buy black socks now. I tried doing that, but I just like having all the colors and stuff. All the pretty socks. Okay, so I figured out how to fix. However, I think we might not want to do it this way anyway. Because the thing about the RPC we talked about might be better for controlling these. Pretty socks are in your wheelhouse. That's good. And I saw that, or RTC, not RPC. I saw that there's something here about it. RPC. It is RPC. So let's watch this and learn and profit. Because if there's a way to just call a function in multiplayer, which it looks like this is what this is, that would be better. Black is the new pretty. Is all I'm saying. Is all you're saying?
And we also need to create another variable that we're going to synchronize called is on floor. And we'll use that in just a second. Let's also replicate these two fields as well. You can just copy, do jump, paste, hit enter, and it shows up. And then we'll do the same with is on floor. So if we scroll down to where we process our jump currently, we still have this input handling here, and we don't want to handle that. Remember, we want to move all our player inputs to the multiplayer input script. So let's grab that, go to the multiplayer input, and down in the process function, let's just add it right there. Next, we need to create an RPC so that we can send a message to the server that the player wants to jump. Okay, so there's a lot to unpack with what we just did, but we created a typical function, and then we added this RPC annotation.
Oh.
With a parameter of call local. So what this does is it takes a normal function like jump and turns it into a remote procedure call. And RPCs allow us to send messages between the client and server respectively. Now you can create some RPCs that only call from the clients to the server and others that only call from the server down to the client. And in this case, because we have a setup where we have a host where he's a client and a server, we need to add this call local annotation here so that it can actually call to itself. And that's why we add this if multiplayer server call is here, because we want to call it from the client. So let's do the call. And that's how you call an RPC. You put the name of the function followed by RPC. And if you had any parameters to pass, you can actually put them right here. And then of course you'd have to declare those parameters here. We also need a reference to the player object.
Okay, so actually this would do it. Are there wheels on your wheelhouse? In your wheelhouse? He's out of wheels? Oh. You took him away because of the dementia. You're gonna hurt yourself. No, you're not. Yourself. Okay, so I think this is exactly like if I do it this way, then I can keep my my design. Tiki, ooh, Tiki.
And down in the jump function, we wrap the set of do jump to true with a call to multiplayer is server. This is going to check to make sure that we are operating on a server because you can't actually set do jump on the client. So when we make this RPC call, in theory, it can be called locally now because we set this call local, but we only really care about that local thing because of the host mode setup. So we want to ignore the local call of it when a non-host setup, so like the other client that's connected, they would actually hit the jump locally on their client and we don't really care to do anything with the jump.
Okay, this was informative. Coda doing a flyby? Yeah, he's choring today and I'm okay with it. I will allow it. In fact, I think it's nice that he wants to do chores. Okay, let's... I think I changed this and I want to change it back. For the input super jump, we're just going to try super jump instead. And I'm going to get rid of all this. And I'm going to remove it from here. As an example. Chunk. Super jump. If server. I already forgot. If something my parent dot this. Is there a redeem for Coda in a maid's outfit? Asking for a friend. They're talking about you. And they're not being very kind. You should kind of make an angry face into the camera. Yeah, just like that. Oh no, that's a sad face. You're not quite in the camera. Oh. Alright. Please be nice to him. Okay. Okay, wait. Oh my god. The sunscreen. Okay, you should go. And now he's stuck down there. Okay. Oh. It's just all sunscreen. Chorn is my wife's love language. I encourage the men in my life to do chores for me. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, the sunscreen hit my throat. That was intense. If multiplayer dot is server. Okay. So if I do this, then I don't need to at RPC local. If I do this, then I don't have to add it to a sync. Is that the case? Is that the dealio? The deal for real? As we say. RPC dot. Oh. What? Super jump dot RPC? Is that what he did? Yeah. Dot RPC. Okay. That's cool. Times I was a silly goose 29. Let's see if this just works for jump. Smiling at her own jokes again. Who wouldn't? I'm hilarious. I am Just a Dev. Welcome in, Just a Dev. Happy Sunday. Thank you for following. Who wouldn't laugh at my jokes? I'm hilarious. It's literally like you're asking too much. You know what I'm saying? Boing. I wish I had sound right now. Hey, we super jump. Oh my lord. I gotta get rid of those print statements. It's so much. I wish I hadn't said something so dumb when that happened, because now we can't clip it. But we just super jumped. Oh, now the game's over. Like, we did it. Asks too much would be a good Native American name for me. That's hilarious. We did it, gang. You can all go home now. But don't go. Yay. Bear like lion, welcome in. We did it. Okay, so now I just have to do it for everything else. And I guess I don't need the synchronizer if I'm gonna do it this way. Doogie Live, thank you for following. Welcome in. I'm already at home. That's good. Get comfy. Stay a while. There's no I in team. That's true. Celebrate the wins. I mean, smoke them if you got them, gang. We did it. Love watching other people learn multiplayer. Oh, that's... Why? No, that's nice. Oh my gosh. Okay, so now we can just do that for everything. We can say fun sets rotate Y. And then we'll say this. And I'm assuming I can send in this. At RPC. All local. So then, yeah, let's try that. Set rotate Y dot RPC this feels good. I'm proud I tuned in time to witness this life-changing accomplishment. Thank you. You did. I like how easy it is to do nowadays. Just a couple of lines and done. BB9, why would you say it like that? This was hard for me. Huge change from Godot 3. MP sync spawners are such a massive help. I literally am just like taking them out at this point though. Because yeah, I don't know. Set rock. Set input dir. I realize now I didn't check the if multiplayer is server. My player to input dir. New dir. Why did I set this like a function? Wish I hadn't napped through half the stream. I've got a multiplayer game I want to do. Oops. Now you'll never know. Except, like, I can just tell you if you have questions. Basically, the thing I realized that was holding me back was I had my input setting of, like, my input node was setting a value on a parent rigid body 3D. And I had authority on the client for the input manager, but not for the rigid body, which was intentional. But in that case, I can't have the thing I have authority on writing to something that I don't directly. So the way that it was happening in the example was the thing that I don't have authority on was reading from the thing I do, but you can't go the other way with it. But what I'm trying instead now is RPC calls. Which basically are just functions that you, like, basically you initialize in the same script on the client side, the call, and then on the host side, you read back the call. And that's made all the difference. It's gonna be a multiplayer life space sim. I could. Oh, this one too. Rotate Y input. All right. This dot RPC. This. Whew. All right. There should be no equals to that are in the final set. Okay. And then the other thing is that we'll now remove these because we're not syncing them anymore. We're just looking at the final thing. It's not rocket surgery. Yeah. Yeah, I probably could. But like the game design has to make sense for it. I really think Chicken Chasers just makes sense for multiplayer. I'm gonna check first and make sure I didn't just break a bunch of inputs. Oh god, the print statements. All right. I wonder what happens if I run into him. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh, controls are hard. Oh, this game is hard. Oh god, it's such a small island. No, no, there's no catching me. Oh god. There's there's no respawn if you fall. You just fall forever. So I should probably add that, but let's commit what I have here. And then yeah, we'll add the we'll add the other stuff. Oh, I feel tired now from like relief, I guess. It's like I just realized I've been holding my breath this whole time. Whew. Game manager, I don't think I changed anything about you. Why do you do this to me? Why have you forsaken me? Added multiplayer controls. Yay. Yay. Skill gap between those two players. I mean, they're both me. Add MMR? What's MMR? A post-life changing event map is calling you. Yeah, I feel like my head just like is like shutting down a little bit. I'll be okay though. If I like pass out on stream though, please someone get Coda's attention. I'm probably dead at that point. I don't think I'm gonna pass out. I'm just kidding. And relax. You're right. Let's relax for a minute. We did cool stuff. And we will do more cool stuff in good time. I'm so grateful that I didn't break anything when I was setting this up. So that now if I wanted to, I could just bring this into the main branch and it wouldn't hurt the game. I could just hide the button and it'd be like nothing was changed. We've seen several food comas hit live. We have numbers we can call. Oh no. Code, I got multiplayer controls working. I invented multiplayer games. Shut up. It was good. It was a big deal. No, you don't have to shut up. So yeah, we don't have a lot of safety checks. So that's a little problem. Flagel, thank you. Thank you so much. We're doing it. Yeah, I think the way I had this actually makes it easier for multiplayer. So that's good. So what else? We need a area. Oh gosh, the sun. The lights. Let's make it harder to die really quick. There. Now, like, There's more places to be before instant death. Although this one's kind of far away. I could probably also just like make a ground plane, but I'm not gonna do that. Respawn zone. This is gonna be at -20. So you're gonna fall for a little bit before you get it. Multiplayer respawn zone. Because this behaves differently than the respawn zone I have had. Okay. So what it's gonna say is if body is player, body dot rotation, global rotation equals vector 3.0 body dot global position equals vector 3.0. So there's other things we need to figure out how to do yet. Like, how do we display different UI to different players in the same game? I don't know. But this is a good starting point. Do I want this to be at 0? Alright, anything else that falls down there will get queue freed. We only offer such teleportation luxuries. The player. Oh. I keep looking at the wrong screen. And that makes it really hard to control. I'm just trying to see if I can knock the other player off. Oh god, I'm getting... Alright. It's quite hard to knock. Thank you for flying with Q Airways. Q Free Airways. Oh, there we go. Hey, we knocked him down. Pogo PvP racing game is genius. Thank you. Ooh, the stutter. I mean, we are particle affecting on multiple screens right now. Oh, gosh. I probably shouldn't have a field of view near cutoff because it looks really strange with the player. Ah! There's no way to control this. I mean, that's not true, but it's hard. Bye. Oh, there he goes. Alright, good. So the idea is, yeah, like, oh, I'll try to get over here for reasons. And then if we fall off, then we're like back at the starting point. We're like, shoot. Right, if I quit... Oh, I can just play by myself. E. Go back to main menu. E. It's like that level of silliness that anyone can play and have fun, and the sweaty people will try and master. Yeah, the sweaty people. I love that description. Field of view near cutoff is super important. More important to see the player that you control. Yeah, I mean, I just don't like the, like, I have a spring bone or a spring arm, so like if something's behind your player, you'll like sit the camera in front of it. I just don't like the like slicing the other players. It's kind of creepy. Like, I'd rather all or nothing them. Pogo IRL are hard to use. This is accurate. See? That's what I'm saying. Like, if it were easy, well, that wouldn't make sense. The theme multiplayer arena. No. You don't need a special theme. Just use the theme. Give you a theme. So, okay. Added respawn area or if player falls off in multiplayer. All right, when we were looking at the multiplayer manager, one thing that I was like, that's not great. It doesn't check when you do join if there's already a player too. Sue Kellos, welcome in. Happy Sunday Funday to you too. We're doing multiplayer because, well, I would say something self-degrading like I was earlier, but now it's kind of working, so I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. Player 2 joining. eNet multiplayer peer.new. Multiplayer for chicken chasers. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Snip snap. Actually, I think it's like snip snap, snip snap. But yeah, I get you. Now it's a good thing because it works. Create client. Like, what happens, I guess, if this isn't already here? What is the current playlist? This is called Spanish by I Need Music. So it's just like, it's just music for games that I purchased rights to use for whatever. Okay, so if we join and there's no host, then we are in the nothing. But if I then host, we're still in nothing. So we can't do that first. So how do we check? Create client that connects to a server at address using a specified port. The given address needs to either be fully quantified domain or an IP address in IPv4. The port is a port the server is listening on. The channel count parameter. The in bandwidth and out bandwidth parameters can be used to limit the incoming and outgoing bandwidth to the given number of bytes per second. default of 0 means unlimited bandwidth. Okay. Returns okay if a client was created. Error already in use if the instance already has an open connection. Or can't create if the client could not be created. Local port specified. So can't create. Why would it? Can't open. I want to know. I want to know how we can check that this is actually connected to a live host. And I would think this is it. Oh, Sakelos. Sorry, I missed your question. Like a leaderboard, or actually having multiple players all ambushing the chickens. The second one. We already have a leaderboard for the story, the campaign mode. I'm experimenting with adding a second play mode that's multiplayer, and it's like a race, first person to get so many coins in like an endless runner kind of environment. But now we have this. We need to be smarter about it. So let's... Yeah, it sounds crazy. I honestly, like, when I was thinking about it, I was like, holy shit, I need to make this because I can't think of anything better. Esports ready? Probably not. I hope people don't do it like that because I don't want to be responsible for like the level of precision. It's still casual, but like it's gonna be ridiculous. I'm just gonna take a look at the Steam's instructions for multiplayer and what the options are. Game servers, matchmaking and lobbies. What is available? That's a good question. That's kind of what I wanted. Steam started as a multiplayer gaming platform with the release of Counter-Strike 1.6 and a huge focus. Steam provides many different features and APIs to improve the multiplayer experience for developers and customers alike. Sure. You can easily allow players to find and play with each other using the Steam matchmaking APIs or use the Steam Game Servers API to provide persistent, dedicated servers that your players can create communities around. Oh, interesting. Agnostic co-op. Antagonistic co-op mode. Let me bounce on my friend and send them flying off the map. Portal 2 vibe. Yeah. What if there's a mode with one pogo person, 8 chicken players? You know, you're not the first person to suggest it. It's interesting, but it's a lot more work for me because the chickens currently don't have that kind of control built in, and setting it up would be like a lot more changing how the chickens move than like the pogo player that's already set up to take inputs. It's not impossible, but it's definitely an additional step of control. So it's something to think about. Chicken Chasers 2 then. Chicken Chasers or Chickens Chasing. That would be a really confusing name. Dead by Daylight Chicken Chasers Edition. No. Does your game already have networking? If your game is peer-to-peer, then all you need to do is integrate Steam matchmaking lobbies with your networking to provide a great experience for the Steam users. Depending on the type of game, one or the other will likely make your game more enjoyable for users. If your game is highly competitive like an esport, then we recommend that you use Steam game servers. If your game has smaller party sizes, you'll likely want to use Steam matchmaking lobbies and Steam peer-to-peer networking. Yeah, I don't think we want an esport. Chicken Chasers 2? Chicken Chasist? No. See, originally, Chicken Chasers 2 was going to be Chicken Chasers Together, and that was going to be the multiplayer game. That was like a grand plan. But I might just do it now. So then it's like, we'll just do it now. I don't know. I would be interested in setting it up with servers so that we don't have to. I mean, matchmaking would be fine. If we could have strangers matchmake, that would be good. Because like esport like servers, the idea is like it's harder to cheat, right? Because like matchmaking, whoever's hosting could cheat a lot easier, at least. Do you want voice chat? I don't think we do. I think that's too much. It does not network the recorded audio by itself, so you still need to send this data, or other using something like Steam peer-to-peer networking. Oh, sorry. Gosh, it's been a long day. I felt that like in my soul just now. We're still going, but wowza. Right before the stream started, so like almost 6 hours ago, like, yeah, I laid down and I almost didn't stream today because I was like, oh, laying down feels so good. I just want to lay down. But then I was like, no, I really want to work on this. I think it's gonna be cool if it works. Hey, Bucky, welcome in. So okay, Steam matchmaking in lobbies or peer-to-peer sounds like what we would consider the backbone for getting players playing together. The lobby system is most common when you have players get together before actually starting the game session. Matchmaking lobbies do not provide networking features. You'll want to use something like Steam peer-to-peer networking or Steam game servers, or the networking that your engine provides alongside. You can read more about the Steam matchmaking lobbies documentation. Okay, so that's different. That's just saying they can like arrange for friends. Have the chickens been chased? Yes. Lying down is underrated. It really is. I feel like sleep is just so good. On Friday after work, I got home really early because I like got to work really early that morning, and like we get like a half or like an hour of health hour every week, and I save mine until like the end of the day Friday, so I got to leave an extra hour early. So I got home super early and I took a shower and I laid down and I woke up and it was like 10 p.m. So I slept for like 5 hours. And then I just woke up and I just like ate a bit. And then I just went back to bed and I slept for the whole night. And then I slept in on Saturday. So I've just been like needing it lately, I guess. Ani, welcome. I'd love to sample sleep someday, just once. It's frustrating because I would like to just not need to, but since I need to, it's good. It's good because I need it. Steam networking documentation. Why is it here? Oh gosh. Oh my god. I'm dying. Okay. It doesn't help that this is super dry. Like reading. A lobby is an entity that lives on the Steam backend servers that is a lot like a chat room. Users can create a new lobby, associate data with the lobby, search for lobbies based on that data, join lobbies. A single lobby can have up to 250 users in it, although typically most games have at most 2 to 16 players. Skill-based matchmaking is built on top of the system. Steam peer-to-peer matchmaking API is a set of functions that enable users to find other users to play a game with. So if I had to imagine, you get dropped here And this is the lobby. In fact, we'd probably add like this. And then go down. So there'd just be like quite a bit of safety in that. That looks cool. Do you have moving platforms? I don't think I do. I have no. I have cars that move and you can jump on them, but that's not like the same as like an elevator kind of moving platform. And then I have things that you can jump on that just apply like a force like gravity. Yeah, so the conveyors aren't a moving platform. They're a static platform that applies a force to the character in the form of artificial gravity that like goes left or goes right, whatever. I love it when my favorite people are together. Oh, that's so sweet. But yeah, nothing like platformery. We have like platformer elements, but not like straight up. Not yet, anyway. This looks like it would be that. I was just trying to make a way for like people to be able to jump around and like not die immediately, like have a little more room. But I'm not in love with this. It's just playing. But yeah, I'm picturing this as the lobby and everyone gets spawned here. And maybe even like everyone gets spawned on one of these. And then there'll be like a countdown. And then like the first, maybe like all of these will fall. And then once everyone's on here, the first island to the way comes up with chickens on it, and that's like the start of the level. So they're all just like goofing around in here, and they can respawn as much until the level starts or the game starts. That's what I'm picturing as like a lobby, like a physical lobby. User selects in the game that they want to play multiplayer, what kind of multiplayer they want. Perfect. The game searches for lobbies that have similar set of rules using the lobby search API. If the lobby is found, then the game joins that lobby. If no lobby is found, then it creates a new lobby. Users stay in a lobby until there are enough players ready to launch the game. Data is communicated between the lobby members of which character they want to play, or other per user settings. If there are some rules that need to be enforced in the lobby, there is one and only one lobby owner who you can use to arbitrate that. There may or may not be a user interface associated with the lobby. There is the lobby data communication functions. Can we send chat messages between lobby members? Okay. This is not quite the same thing. Really, I'm just picturing you go straight to the game. I mean it truly. Waking up to a group where I can genuinely think to myself, wow, I like these people, is a balm for the soul. Oh, that's so sweet. That is so sweet. Yeah, I definitely feel like you all are my people, and like like the real world is my enemy. Not that. That's a little extreme. But like just like the internet just makes it possible to connect with people around the world that actually have things in common with me that like is just such a rare find in real life. And there's just like There's like hundreds of us that all like the same stuff and just want to talk about it. And it's so nice. That's so nice. I just realized I'm so zoomed out on this too. Oh. I'm going to bring that back just for better centering. Your anti-establishment era has begun. Yes. To have your game search for lobby, you need to call request lobby list. Okay. This is so fun. A user will automatically have the latest lobby data. Okay. So I think your outfit in the multiplayer is just going to be based on... Well, I don't know, actually. Maybe everyone wears the same outfit with the way I have it programmed. That might be something we have to figure out separate. The internet lets the village idiots unite. One of us. One of us. Good. Good. It works both ways. Depends on your faction. Chaotic good or chaotic evil. What? Like meeting people that have something in common with you if you're evil or what? I don't want to make dedicated servers. We're gonna do peer-to-peer. We don't do politics here. Unless it's my opinion, we don't talk about politics here. Yeah, that's a good point though. Echo chambers can definitely be a bad thing. And not just like a cute thing like when we do it. Okay, let's look at the Godot docs. The Godot Steam docs specifically. Where did you go? Did I not ever save this? I guess I've just been typing it out. Godot Steam. They say exactly the same thing. Don't say that. No, it's cute when we do it. Game server. Matchmaking. Parties. Should we have a party? If we get this working, I'm straight up gonna cry. Like, this is so crazy. Matchmaking. Adds the game server to the local favorites list. Okay, no. Add request lobby list distance filter. Creates a new matchmaking lobby. Get all lobby data. My favorite games. Get lobby data. Get lobby game server. Gets the details of a game server set in a lobby. It is cute when we do it. They say exactly that as well. No, they don't. They wouldn't be so charming as me. They wouldn't say that. Right. Okay, so this would be the IP port or Steam ID of the game server. Okay. Invite user to lobby, join lobby. You are charming, that is true. Many people are talking about it. Thank you, Echo Chamber. Thank you. You know, many people say I have the best charm. Set lobby joinable. Oh! Tough. Oh wait, we're being raided. Oh my gosh. Welcome in, raiders. I knew it sounded like the louder chicken noise. Welcome in. Happy Sunday. We're doing Sunday Funday. Tough Walt, welcome in. Or yeah, Tough Walt. Thank you for following. Welcome. Kuva Man, how was your stream? What did you get up to? BB9. For those that don't know me, and I'm just gonna go ahead and snooze ads because they were coming up, but let's hang out for a bit, readers. Kuva Man, how was your stream? Silly Squirrel, welcome in. Prepare to not repel borders. For those that don't know me, wait, what's going on? Oh gosh, my chat got all messed up. Hold on. I was working on my game. Awesome. Do you have anything you can share about it? Improving the tutorial. Ooh, that's good. Tutorials are like, I mean, they're just so important, but also so hard to do well. And like, you kind of can't know what you need without getting feedback. So that's a really good thing to do on stream. For those that don't know me, I'm I Heart Funny Boys. I'm a game dev working Godot. I'll do exclamation mark. I Heart Funny Boys. Oh, I'm a game dev working. I'm hearing myself. What just happened? Oh, I'm hearing myself. What just happened? Oh. Exclamation mark game is my game Chicken Chasers. Ooh. You can share a link, but won't because it's rude. Spike Spaz. Thank you. It's on Steam called Linksider. We have a demo available. Oh, I think you were talking about this with Greenoid, right? Yeah, let's take a look. Linksider is a puzzle platformer where you can attach different side effects to the sides of your character. Utilize these effects creatively, and you may discover surprising interactions between them to help you solve various puzzles. That sounds awesome. Oh. Ooh. That looks awesome. Holy shit. That is one of the best trailers I've ever seen. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. Can we just... No. Go back to the trailer. Okay, so the sound is great. It immediately, it's like, yeah, it's a puzzle, but it shows you enough to get you thinking, what else can I do with this? And that is like exactly what it should do. That is awesome. Looks really fun, and soundtrack. Karis being a hungry McTimerson's. Coda, can you wait till ads? We have ads in like 10 minutes. Yeah, this looks really good. Brainerd helped me a bit with music on the original jam version. Yeah, Brainerd loves making music for jams. Sakoban on steroids? Is it? I don't remember how, like, what defines a Sakoban. But yeah, like sliding around to fit the space. I think that is... Someone is very popular. Hey, Lenny, welcome in. We just got raided. I'm the belle of the ball over here. Yeah, this looks amazing. We have boxes to push. Wait, so, and you have a demo. When is it actually... Do you have a plan for release at this point? I'm a huge fan of Brainoid's music. Yeah, me too. Nigel, welcome in. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the party. Nothing to do with the raid. You are him? Huh? Lenny, Raiders. We have multiplayer in Chicken Chasers. That's my news. Do you want to see it? Yeah, I think that's what Lenny meant. That's how I'm taking it. I'll show you all, because I know you're dying to see it. The plan is getting wishlist before release, so it depends on how good we are with marketing. That is fair. That is fair. It makes sense to wait to release until you're like at a good place with wishlist. Have you done a Next Fest yet? You're dying to see it? Okay. So you have to start with a host. And I have to alt-tab because it's all on one device right now. So I can move around. And if I wanted to, I could alt-tab and be the other player now. And if you fall off, you just get respawned back to the start. And you can bump into each other because it's multiplayer and push each other around. So you can imagine a situation where you might want to do that to someone. And now I'm looking at how to connect it with Steam so people can start trying it out and see if I got something here. Next Fest is... Oh, where'd it go? Next Fest is best to be right before release, I heard. Oh, definitely. I just wasn't sure if you'd already done it. So it sounds like maybe the October one would be the earliest. Or, because like sign up for the one in June already happened. But like you already have a demo, which is great. Because that means like when you're ready for Next Fest, you'll just roll right into it. That's really awesome. It's a meme from Sports Ball. I'm him. Isn't the best, or what do they mean? You don't even know. Lenny. So yeah, we're reading through the docs right now on how to connect multiplayer. And I was just looking. I want to do this in a really simple bastard way just to get it working. So like, if I can just say join the first available lobby and just join with strangers, that's what I want to do right now. And then you all can jump in with me. I've given up making Heart understand anything. Wow. Okay. Joins an existing lobby. Okay, so can we get all the lobbies? Get lobby owner, get lobby member limit. Okay, add request lobby. Filter to only return lobbies with a specific number of open slots available. Nap time for Ani. 3 hours until my wake up alarm, and I intend to sleep through it. Oh my gosh. Yeah, get to sleep. Get to sleep. I have no idea what I'm doing here. I think there is a guide for this one. I know it was like super limited for multiplayer. Auto matchmaking. Okay, let's set up some variables to fill in later. Lobby data, lobby ID, lobby members, Your Steam ID and username may actually be in different GD script, especially if you use global.gd the way I do. The most important would be the lobby ID, which obviously houses lobby's ID and lobby members. Buntology, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Which will be an array of dictionaries. Yes, the ready function. Next, we'll want to set up the signal connections for Steamworks and command line checks. So, join requested connect. We'll get into each of these below. You notice we added a check for command line arguments. Okay, so the way I did this before is to just copy the code. So we're gonna do that. We're just gonna add a node. Steam multiplayer. Attach a script. Okay. So yeah, it's just yelling because I didn't declare these functions yet. First, create lobby. I'm not normally a code thief. This is just to get me started. And ads are going to start in a couple seconds, just as a heads up. I really wish they just put this all together. Joining lobbies. Ooh. Copy, copy, copy. No, I've gone through all this before, so I'm confident they don't. Just to annoy me. But indents are fucked. Looks like they're using spaces instead of tabs, so I'm gonna have to go through and fix it. Did I just get this one? Lobby join request. Bit done. Yeah, it really is. I don't know if I need like half of it. Like I'm supposed to be reading through it, right? I just would rather get it all down first. I don't really need this, I don't think. Yeah. There's no like, here's all the code. My Neon One, thank you for following. Welcome in. And happy Sunday. Godot, that's so true. Well said. Welcome. We're gonna be good coders. I just wanted to grab this all and have it in the thing first. So, was this not brought in? On lobby data update. Oh, Coda, ad started. I'm so sorry. They're almost done. You should go now. We'll take a quick break. I'll be RB. Sorry, that was a little sudden. We have to feed the dogs really quick. Okay, so I can talk while she's eating, but it does sound kind of awful, so I might just mute myself till she's done. All right, I guess we're all good. Okay, so I brought in all this code and it's saying some of the signals aren't connected. So now I'm looking back through to see if there's anything I missed. Specifically the function on lobby data update, on lobby invite, or on lobby message. Lobby message. This might be chat update. Oh no, that's here. That was Carrot kind of sneezing, kind of something else. I think maybe some of these functions are not used in the Godot 4 version. We'll just take them out for now. Okay, so let's look through join requested, on lobby join requested. When my dog sneezes, he bends the air like the avatar. She did it with such like throat that it was like, it just sounded awful. Like how what I just did sounded awful. Check command line. I don't think we're gonna do that. I think this can all get out. Let's hide this. Create lobby. If lobby is 0, create lobby public. Lobby members. Now she's under my desk. That's great. Oh. Okay, I see. This is important if the player is accepting a Steam invite or right-clicks a friend's name, then selects join game or join lobby and doesn't have the game open. Doing either action will launch the game with the additional command connect lobby. Sadly, Godot doesn't really understand this command argument, so our check command line function has to be written to work with these constraints. Okay, so I actually do need this. So let's just tighten this up then. Lou, the last airbender. Hey, forgetful programmer. Happy Sunday Funday to you too. I hope you're having a good one. We're just figuring out a little multiplayer. Okay, create lobby. On lobby created. So this would be called after this, probably. Set up our lobby creation functions. You'll want to connect this function to a button somewhere in your game. Create lobby. In this example, we've created a lobby using our variables in enum. Yeah, this is the callback then. Get lobby list. So I think what we want to do for this design on lobby list press. Now that we can create lobbies, let's query employee list of lobbies. Okay, so why is this underscored then? Add request, lobby list, distance filter, request lobby list. Okay. Okay, I see, because they're connected to buttons. It's interesting that this one's not. Okay. Anyway. Allows you to look for specific words in the lobby metadata. Add numerical comparison filters. Give results closest to the specified value you give. Okay. Only returns lobbies with a specified amount of open slots available. Lobby member max, I think we set to 4 for now exactly, or at least I'm gonna eat a little bit of this bar that I brought from the kitchen too. It's a Choco Crunch Crunchy Nut Protein Bar. I have never had it before. I'm on a protein bar kick lately because it's like eating candy, but it's like a meal, which is convenient. Although this one cannot be opened. Jesus Christ. Sorry, that's like the loudest wrapper in the world. Oh my god, it's so tiny. It's so small. It's like... Oh, it's good though. Okay. It is good, yeah. Oh, wow. That's average. Maxulis, welcome in. I don't think that's what she said. Okay, so lobby members max for creating lobbies. We can set like slots available so it doesn't return ones that are empty. I just want to see if the slots available. Yeah. Does it have to be exact or is it like less than? It's got to be exact. It is good. Yes. That's what he said. Yeah. It's good. Um, okay. You can then call request lobby list. Once you pulls your lobby list, it will fire callback on lobby match list. And loop through the lobbies however you want. Make a button for each lobby. But twice as big would be twice as good. That's what she... ... Yeah, that is what she... No, you're I'm sure you're adequate. What a weird thing to say. I'm sorry. Okay. Gramps lobby. I'll keep that as an example. I'm not gonna set that. Set lobby joinable true. Okay, for this lobby in these lobbies. I heard it says I'm adequate. Oh. Okay, there's limits to that. Wouldn't know from experience. Definitely not adequate. Oh. Spike Spaz, welcome back. Just what one wants to hear. It's okay, you're adequate. I mean... You'd buy that for $1? It's not worth the shirt it's printed on. Do I need these things? No. Fine. We can have the lobby name. I Hearts Super Secret Test. You know what? Let's set the lobby size to enormous. No, because then we're gonna like be really unhappy if it just doesn't work. Okay, we're not gonna make a button. That's just... No. Okay, so then we just want to say if lobby num members is greater than or equal to max. Coda, what's that smell? Hold on. Okay, sorry. It just smelled like something was burning, and I had to run and check. I think the cleaning solution that I was smelling earlier in the oven, and now the oven's getting heated up. It smelled like a battery was burning. I mean, it still does, but now we've opened a window, so that's better. I'm more than enough. I'm inadequate. Is that like a Barbie movie reference? I haven't actually seen that. Not being unhappy, crying. What? What's wrong? It's Funday. Did you back everything up? Not everything, but pizza or poop. Why would I run like that for pizza? I'd just snap my fingers and it would come to me. It really smells awful though. That's super concerning. It's her coding skills. Yeah, that's it. Okay, if lobby num members is greater than continue. Really, I should just say if it's less than. And then we'll do the thing. Reagan World, thank you for following. Welcome in. Then let's create a lobby and join our own lobby. Sorry, I'm just like really paranoid now. You said you wouldn't be happy if it didn't work? Wait. Huh? When did I say that? When about what? This must have been at least minutes ago. Sorry, I forgot how clicking fingers works for queens. My bad. That's right. That's right. So if I create a lobby, am I automatically joined into it? These are the questions. Once this callback fires, you'll have your lobby ID passed to our lobby ID for later use. And it says lobby should be set to joinable by default. So it makes a lobby ID and then it's my lobby ID. I assume. Oh, that's why I asked, did you back everything up? You're adding multiplayer without a backup? I mean, it's all on Git and it's on a separate branch. So it's very safe. Although so far, nothing I've done has in any way prevented the main game from working. So as of now, I could remerge it and it wouldn't hurt anything. Which is good. I want an answer to this question though, which is if I make a lobby, am I added to it? If you find a good lobby, you can use this and wait for lobby enter call result. Okay. I guess once I've created a lobby, wouldn't I go multiplayer manager dot become host with the data? So steam dot get lobby lobby data this lobby ID Game server IP. Get lobby game server. Is that what I need? I would hope you aren't added by default. You may want the lobby to be managed separately without impacting that host's own game instance. It's a guess. Yeah, I don't know. We'll try it both ways. Get the details of a game server set in a lobby. Like, that's what I want. Get lobby game server lobby ID. My game server. Or do I already do this somewhere else? I might already do this somewhere else. Make peer-to-peer handshake. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely the oven I'm smelling. So join lobby. This lobby? That. No, I guess maybe that's ints. Turn. Sources behind us. Okay. So this logic, it's going to go through the list of available lobbies. And if there is none that have less than the max number of members, then we're going to create one. And if we create one, when it's created, we're just going to call join. Lobby ID. It seems like it's already handled, but we're still gonna just call it because I'm not sure. On lobby joined. I don't know why it's doing these things. We're just gonna take it out for now. And we're just gonna say game server is this. My game server dot. Yeah, I guess I don't know. Get lobby game server. Hey, Brain Zap. Hello. Welcome. Thank you. Welcome to you too. You like the healthy bread thingies? Yeah, I did too. I didn't toast mine though, which I kind of regret. Baked pepperoni, ham and cheese sandwiches. That sounds good. Okay, so if we get game lobby server, it's the details of the game server set in the lobby, either the IP port or the Steam ID. Returns a dictionary. Okay. So var IP is my game server IP. Our ports is my game server port. IP port. And then we'll change this to taking those things. IP equals server IP, port equals server port. Oh, would you not have audio? Oh, I see. Because the icon, I didn't see that before. Server IP. CB9, you're on top of things. Thank you. So we'll say IP instead of server IP. Do we actually need port? What is... Okay, so we basically have to do it different. I'm gonna just assume when we create one, we aren't... We are already added to it because we're hosting, but we'll see. Okay. Yeah, we're not doing this. Do I even need to send requests to leave the lobby? Just trying to be adequate. Good. Okay, we're getting somewhere. This is interesting. So an open lobby list pressed is going to be called basically by the join in the start menu. Maybe I should make this a global. G-Man, thank you for following. Welcome in. Looks like smiling and chewing is hard. It is. My life is hard, and I work hard because of it, but I'm just such a trooper that it all comes together. All right, we don't need this game multiplayer node because we're gonna do it internally. All right, and we're gonna get rid of, well, we're gonna hide this button. And instead what we're gonna do here is we're going to call Steam multiplayer dot join lobby. Oh, no. It's so weird that I have to do it this way. Let's just... Can we just... Funk. Try join lobby. Open lobby list pressed. That's all it's gonna be for now. Hello, G-Man. Welcome in. You're killing it though. Life is hard. But you are harder. Oh, you're so sweet. Shucks. Alright, I think this is gonna break. Technically, these are both in Steam. Okay. This is why we try things. Oh my gosh, let me be. Yeah, I did notice I don't need port. Okay, connect's already used. Is connected. I was gonna ask what Chicken Chasers is, but I'm seeing it right now. Also, Godot is awesome. Yay! Yeah, it is awesome. I'm a big fan. Yeah, so Chicken Chasers, best I can describe it, is a casual action rage game where you ride a pogo stick and you chase chickens to collect coins off their backs. And right now I'm just experimenting with if I can add multiplayer to the game, because I think it would add a lot if I did. I think it would be super fun. But it wasn't in the original scope of the project, so I'm a little scared to even try it, but we're here trying it. Because it's Sunday Funday, and on Sundays I do what I want. And I already have the game on Steam, so connecting with Steam multiplayer is pretty straightforward, hopefully. So when I try to join lobby list pressed, match list. If I get through and I find a lobby with less... Oh. I did that wrong. That's part of it. So we go through the lobbies, and if none of them satisfy being less members, then we create our own lobby. Blackjack. We join the lobby, then we connect Steam multiplayer stuff. We create a lobby, which I don't think we did last time. I think my logic was wrong, so it just didn't do anything. Go here. Lobby ID is 0. I don't know that I want this check. I'll add an else print. Failed to create a lobby. Bad face. Oop. Okay. We already have a bunch of stuff for fails to join. It's just fails to create. So we don't have any handling for failing to join or anything. We just do print statements, but I think it's already like better. Lobby name is declared whenever used. I'm not gonna worry about such things. Okay. So where were we? We got to the point where we successfully created a lobby. We got my game server. Which is empty. Okay. Oh my gosh. Thank you for following Daniello and Ramcho. Welcome in. Happy Sunday. A twofer. I didn't expect that. Okay, so I thought my game server was going to be a dictionary of more information than just a bool called ret. I need more. Lobby game server. True if the lobby is valid. So if ret is false, which it was, then there is no valid game server set. So is this something I would set? Set lobby game server. Sets the game server associated with the lobby. This can only be set by the owner of the lobby. Either the IP port or the Steam ID of the game server must be valid, depending on how you want the clients to be able to connect. Okay, interesting. Okay. It doesn't say anything about actually connecting. Yeah, no. Okay. I guess we're on our own, boys. Funny boys. So if we created it, we need to set it. Lobby ID, server IP, server port. Can we just make up anything, or does it actually? I have no idea if this is going to work, or if I need to like randomize it. If anyone knows more than me, please say something. Steam ID game server. Let's see. See what happens. Nervous but excited. I would think we have to make a unique one each time, but I don't know anything about this. Invalid type and function create server. Cannot convert from string to int. Was I not sending? This should be a string. Strong string. Oh, it wants port. Oops. I need to check on that, if that's... actually what the connection should have been. Gosh, what a mess. Multiplayer manager. Server port. It was port. IP import. Okay. So yeah, I just connected the wrong one. So maybe I need to get my own IP for whoever's playing. Oh, I didn't change the connection on this side. Oops. So server port. This is good. I feel good. Nervous? Hey. Oh, hang on. Here. Sorry about that. I thought Carrot had a tick on her head, but on closer inspection, it looks like a pimple, but I'm gonna have to look again closer after stream. All right, I'm getting a bunch of errors. On session 2. Oh, I see. The multiplayer instance isn't currently active. What? Pogo input manager. Is this session 2? Indeed, inputs aren't working. Carrot is my dog. She just came over and she had like a bump on her head, and she's been playing outside a lot lately, but she's my boss. That's so true. It looked like a pimple, But I'll have to check again when I have better ability to hold her down and like move her hair out of the way. Okay, the multiplayer instance isn't currently active. The multiplayer instance isn't currently active. Huh. When the server quits, it deletes all player objects and goes back to the main menu. But when is network master is called blah blah blah. Why is it quitting? This must be old. Oh yeah. Multiplayer instance isn't currently active. Further calls the network and produce errors. Yeah. Okay. So what happens when we push the button to join? It calls Steam multiplayer try join lobby. And then it just unpauses the game. And then on the other hand, try join lobby gets the lobby list and then goes through the lobby list and either joins the lobby or creates a lobby, which is what happened here. It created a lobby that was public, and then once that was actually created, we hosted it. So maybe we also need to join it. Join lobby. Can't believe we're already at ads again. Jeez. I've just been like chugging along here. It's 6 p.m. already. Should I don't want to read out soon because I want this tested by people, and I know it's gonna be a lot harder to happen when I'm like alone doing this. Steam join lobby, lobby ID, await Steam dot lobby joined, and then we become the host. Stream as long as you like to make. You're so sweet. Thank you. All right. Let's commit to 1 more hour, but let's try and get this done. Yeah. I guess worst case scenario, we can always keep working on it during the week and maybe next weekend. But it'd be cooler if I could get it working now. All right, if I pause it, was that what the problem was? Oh. Oh. Okay. Update the lobby list. Okay, I need to like look at this sooner in the flow. Colin's sick. Mondays and Tuesdays, I work from home. And it would be a really easy time. It says player 2 joining. And my inputs don't work. That's not good. That's what I was suspicious of. It says player 2 joining. So is this messing it up? Great progress. Nice job. Thank you, Captain Dams. Welcome in. Yeah, I'm not going to risk my stuff just because I'm impatient to see this working. No, I'm just thinking Monday and Tuesday I work from home, and without my commute, I have a lot more time in the evenings to work on game dev. Player 2 joining. And the inputs don't work. Why are you thinking you're player 2? Do I need to become host before I do this other stuff? Perhaps. Let's yeah, let's do it that way, I guess. So maybe I'll stream during the week this week on Monday or Tuesday, or maybe, you know, I'll just have closer to good progress, and then by Friday or Saturday we'll have something interesting. Yeah, player 2 joining and I lose control. Allow Steam to be really backup true. Yeah, maybe I'm doing this wrong. Because I was thinking I would just then get the IP and port to 2 more streams per week from now onwards is great news. What? Maybe someday. Oh, we're in ads. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I don't really need to go now, but I'm just gonna go now so I don't have to go in the middle. So, no. BRB. Okay. All right, we're back. I have kettle going. I have some tea that's not caffeinated, but also not sleep assistant. Gather, thank you for following. Welcome in. Sorry I missed you during the ads. I hope you're having a good Sunday. All right, so I had a thought. So I don't really know what's happening. So I'm calling this become host. Or I was calling it here. And what become host does this might not be necessary. This part also might not be necessary. I don't know how become host really works. But I was thinking this might already be set up. Create server. So what if we just went straight to add player to the game? Thank you so much. Do I need multiplayer peer set? Or maybe it's just get here. No. Like, is this used elsewhere? It's just set here. So we're already connected. I think this is not necessary. And we just need to set host mode enabled. Potentially. It looks like that's not even referenced anywhere. So what is this for? I guess for a different type of game that doesn't connect to Steam like what I'm doing. So fair enough. So let's add player to game instead. What if we just, for the sake of simplicity, no, that's silly. We're calling add player to game with peer connected. ID is the peer ID of the new peer. Clients get notified when other clients connect to the same server. On connecting to a server, a client also receives a signal from the server with ID being 1. Okay. So when we connect via Steam, are we getting a peer ID? Joining lobby. Steam. Okay, but I don't actually want to do this now. I just want to add a player. But I don't know what the client ID is. I don't know what the peer ID is. So let's look. I set allow P2P packet relay to true at this point. This allows, as the note mentions, peer-to-peer connections to fallback to being relayed through Steam if needed. This usually happens if you have NAT or firewall issues. Okay, we probably do want to allow that. But what I'm interested in is when you join the lobby, do we have a peer ID? All right. Oh my gosh. Just jumped me all the way back. On lobby joined, response is success. Make peer-to-peer handshake. We won't get into what this means just yet, but I wanted to show the code for the handshake function here since it's referenced more in the networking tutorials. Be anything and disregard it for the most part. It's just a test or peer-to-peer session. Okay, networking, I guess. Okay, why would I have to handle this in Godot? Networking messages. Is my Steam ID my peer ID in this case? I just want to see what it would be. Let's just try it, I guess. Or does it even matter? I don't know. Can I just print? I think I can. Never mind. I'm just gonna print it. Print. Input manager was referencing this a bunch. Multiplayer authority. Multiplayer dot get peers. I guess we'll try it. I don't know what's gonna actually happen. Probably nothing. Alright, I just printed out an empty array. That's helpful. Print. My peers. My peer ID. We'll see if I can grab my own. Multiplayer dot get unique ID. And we'll see. Maybe that's all the creator side needs. Okay, my peer ID is 1. That makes sense. Because I'm the host, so that's the same. So then we'd be like multiplayer manager dot add player to game 1. And then for this one, I don't want to put that there. All right, let's see. I know I say that like 100 times when I'm deving. We'll just see. Non-existent function, add child and base nil. Ah. Add host. Add player to game. Meowletary, hey, evening. Multi-pogo drifting, yes. It's going surprisingly well. It's not like perfect and instant, but I'm feeling really good about it, which is nice. It's nice to feel nice. I was about to type, did chat break? Oh, just lurking. Just resting our fingers. That sounds weird. Twitch called me, fix it. I don't usually do this, but I said I fix. Oh, that's nice. Lazy Sunday, Funday afternoon. I think people are all like just kind of idling until they are called into action to help test this bad boy. But one thing at a time. Oh, 2 were made. But I do control this one. I don't know who that is. But, okay. So, if I join now. No. Okay. So the host wasn't the one making it. Brisk Chopper, thank you for following. Welcome in. Happy Sunday. It does a double, I think, on the screen thing, but I'm fine with that. Hey, Ock. What did chat break? Wind is the only thing that springs to mind. We breaking wind over here? So if I call add host instead of add, then it made 2 of them. So what if I... Hydrate. Thank you, Brisk Chopper. Stinky chat. Let's try this. Chat breaks the norm, achieves the improbable, surpasses the impossible. Mostly farting. Feels seen. It's nice. Oh, I want to... Okay, so if we created a host, we don't do this, but let's do it. Let's do it up here. And then on this one, when we join, let's not do this. Let's see if this does it itself. All right, there's just one me. And I'm the best me I can be. Ah, I'm so nervous. Okay, so this one's also the host. Attempting to join to lobby 0. Okay. Market your game, friend. Oh gosh. All right. Ah, shoot. We just broke it too. Sell your chicken game. Okay. I want to do it. Let me just get this back to where we can open both. And then I will. Because it'll look a lot more impressive. I should have probably like clipped it. Thank you. That's a good idea for Redeem. So my peer ID is 1 again. It thinks it's the host. It thinks it's hosting. Attempting to join lobby 0 is a print. Attempting to join lobby blank. Join lobby. My peers is none. Interesting. Devil Blanket, thank you for following. What an interesting name. Someone who knows how to clip it. Wait, what? Did I already forgot if I did something. My peers is blank. When you marker, give it to all the streamers. Oh. When I mark it, it'll show Mezu. Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, I might do a super long stream today just because I would love to get this working before I go to bed tonight. So there'll be ample time, I think. Lobby name. Yeah, we don't use this. We can just take it out. That'll clear out our warnings. Nice. Oh, wait. Actually, maybe we should just print it. Lobby name. Thank you for the giant emote, BB9. I'm glad you're here for it. It's interesting. I have no peers. I've joined the lobby, but maybe that's not the same thing as joining the game on Steam's side. So it printed it twice. I heard super secret test. That's correct. That's what I wanted it to say. I don't know why it prints this twice. I don't know what is happening in my tum-tum, but it makes my rib feel like I have rug burn. Weird fart moment. Oh, I'm sorry. Poor little tum-tum. That sounds actually super unpleasant. I am sorry. Contractions maybe? Oh. Perhaps. So interesting. We joined the lobby 0, but we have no peers. And we think our own peer ID is 1. And hey, Kobe, welcome in. We're doing multiplayer. I'll let you know if I have a boy to continue the royal line. That sounds good. If it's a boy, will he also be enlisted into the military? Sorry, it was terrible. Multiplayer, that's so cool, OMG, right? Unfortunately, like, it was working, and then I tried to integrate it with Steam, and now it's not, so I'm trying to figure out where I went wrong. Maybe I should look for more videos on how to do it, instead of just dicking around as I've been. Because we did lobbies, multiplayer peer. I don't know what to do if it turns out to be puppies. That would be, oh, let me go to dark theme. Sorry about that. That would bring up some questions. Alongside extremely low level controls, we don't care about that. Valve Steam API. Oh my gosh, okay. Okay. Why don't they just know where I'm at to start me there? To use Steam multiplayer peer, 3 things are necessary. First, getting the business Steam, of course. Okay. Okay. Sure. Once it's installed, additional package Steam multiplayer peer, yes. One interesting forcing caveat, Steam does not use sockets on the surface. It uses serial numbers for members and socket calculations internally. So in order to test your program over Steam, you need to have at least 2 unrestricted accounts. It's certainly possible to simply buy something cheap on the platform. New members temporarily limited. Okay. Okay. Steam hides personal data, including IP address, behind a useful lobby system. Each game has its own serial number and associated lobby list. Most of this is not directly exposed to Godot. Okay, Alright, I'll zoom in. Using Steam's lobby interface, very easy to create a group of players and synchronize with the network. When you register a slot for releasing game on Steam, you'll receive the game ID. Autoload script, you need to call Steam init. Yeah. I know this is like literally so helpful if I was just getting started, but I'm like farther along, and so I'm like, hurry up. So you have to purposely fail at making multiplayer? What? You'd still have puppies. That is a win-win-win. That's true. Okay, I'll let you know if I need testing. I hope I will. Chat is currently farting puppies. Yes. Sounds like heaven. Covino is going to be in shambles if you have multiplayer first. He wasn't here earlier and seemed supportive. So we'll see. I think for sure I'll have to set up some extra anti-cheat if he's going to be playing the game though. On each frame, you'll want to run call. Okay, I already do this. Yes, yes, yes. Create a lobby in a way of providing network game over Steam. Oh, thanks for the giant Covino. I almost said giant me, but that's not me. I have a working multiplayer prototype that I'm doing nothing with because I'm always too busy to maintain the necessary headspace. That's fair. It definitely seems like Steam just... Now there's a giant me. Thank you. It seems like there's just some weirdness when it comes to Steam because it's not a one-to-one with how Godot does it. But I'm glad I'm learning it. Create lobby. Yes. Only available with Godot Steam installed. Create lobby function takes a lobby type parameter. Yes. Okay. Once create lobby is called, we get our first callback. This is lobby created. We connect this to a function to handle the result. There's also a new lobby ID, another Steam-based serial. The identifier for the lobby you just created. Not a bad idea to set up basic elements of your lobby here with set lobby data. This allows associated elements of dictionary lobby ID, which can be used for pre-game communication. Lobby is not the same as the actual game. Okay, this is what I'm trying to figure out. Just means of getting there. Players still fundamentally socket bearers, even if the socket itself is hidden from us. We create what I might call a Steam socket. We begin with Steam player peer.new. I did not guess that. Oh my god, I never would have gotten there. I'm so glad I looked this up. Peer, multiplayer peer, Steam, multiplayer peer.new. This creates a peer which internally passes all data to the Steam client, allows it to handle networking. We aren't done yet though. We also need to create the server, which is done with the method create host. Oh, my throat hurts. But oh my god. If you're not paying for hosting on Steam, you're probably trying to set up a middleman tunnel on their test server, just a guess. Steam hosting is all included. And it's balance in the universe is restored. I feel like it's my duty to use this since it's available. Because otherwise oh no. Otherwise it's like I'm paying Steam for stuff that I'm not using. Peer create host. Multiplayer peer. Yeah, it's already on Steam. Multiplayer peer is peer. So what's wrong with this? Steam multiplayer peer. Why don't I have that? If I take out this part. Can't type. Maybe I have the wrong version of Steam. Godot. It does have an open playtest if anyone wants to try it. That's so true. Thank you, DV9. And I just updated it last night with some new visuals. But I have more that I want to post in the near future. Am I in documentation? Yes. Multiplayer peer. Only available on the Godot Steam multiplayer peer repo. Yes, I do have Steam plugin. I already have it set up with leaderboard. I'm just trying to add multiplayer now. So I think I need yeah, it doesn't know what this is. So let's comment these out for now so that it's not like freaking out. And let's save what we have. Yeah. Not perfect, but started converting multiplayer to Steam connection. Okay, and then I'm going to close these out and so have you just been reading docs and watching tutorials for this? Yes. And chat did help a bit early on. In my experience, videos are almost always out of date for Godot multiplayer. It changes too much. Yeah, the one I was looking at was out of date, but it was close enough that I was able to find what I needed. But yeah, it doesn't have everything. Like it's so specific, you know what I need? Steam multiplayer peer. Let me double check that this is the right thing. Right. Show Steam multiplayer peer. So I think this is what I already had. But it's concerning to me that the one that says multiplayer peer is by a different creator and different icon. I don't like that. Might rewatch the stream in the future so I can learn. I mean, it's been a lot of grinding, basically. Godot Steam. Mixing code bases is so hot right now. God, I hope not. Why wouldn't you make this one into a plugin as well, sir? Precompiled versions here. So I have 4.4. So I would want this one. I have to sneeze again. I just realized again was like referring to yesterday when I sneezed. Y'all remember when I sneezed? Okay. Interesting. This is like a little different. And how it's organized. All right, if I reload project, let's see. Hey. Nice. That's what I needed. Okay. We're doing it. Hmm? Oh, is this the base multiplayer? Silly. Okay. Steam multiplayer dot. Oh, this is self-corrected. Oh, oops. Silly goose alert. Multiplayer peer extension. Take me there. Okay. I think this is the Belton. Maybe not though. I mean, that's what this is called. Great default interface. But I was just looking at it. My computer's making noises like it's gonna. you have any recommendations on a pogo stick brand? I want one that is smooth. Oh, I mean, a true pro would use any. It's not about the brand, it's how you use it. I don't know what I just did. Okay. Create default interface. Just here. Okay. Maybe this. Maybe. Here.create host. Oh. Okay, let's go back. Your game will work with controller? Yes, it already does. They were $40? Gonna destroy an Xbox controller mounted to the pogo stick. That would work. This creates a peer which internally passes all data to the Steam client, allows it to handle networking. Okay, host. You'll note the lack of Steam ID here. This is because the Steam client is managing that and is associating all actions with the ID of the person logged in. It does not require and likely would not allow the ID of the user creating the host. The client, however, is a different story, as the Steam ID of the host is not known yet. Steam multiplayer peers create client function is very similar to create host. That said, again, it knows the Steam ID of the player connecting, however, it will need the Steam ID of the player we are connecting to. So let's walk back a little to the callbacks again. Lobby joined is much like lobby created. It takes 4 parameters instead of 2 though. The first is the lobby ID number, an integer for permissions. Third is whether the lobby is locked, and we have a response code to determine if we were successful. We once bought an ex-colleague a unicycle as a leaving present. I've never seen a present make someone so happy. He had mentioned he'd wanted one years before leaving. Oh, that's so sweet. That's really nice. Check your final parameter, the status, of course. Once you have that ID, you will have what you need to tie your program together. For the Steam network, the peer ID of the player that created the lobby is our server, so we can fire peer create client for Steam. Okay. So this we need to do also when we're joining. Oh, but not the host thing. Here.create host. was the type? I wrote create host again instead of create client. Oh. I think I finished your playtest. 3 worlds, yeah? Rotating with the mouse rather than AD feels a little natural based on my prior experience. The camera also rotates with a drunk delay, which is unusual. The game isn't very challenging to me, but it does behave in a way that delays my success, seemingly at random. The assets are nice, but the 130 frame rate doesn't seem very optimized. 130 frame rate? Full review. 130 frame rate. I don't understand. Shouldn't it be 60 FPS? Yes and yes, Lenny. We almost have it. I can't stop now. Why aren't these showing up? Lobby ID 0. The bank I work at. Who the wait. What? Yeah, frame rate is stopped at 60. I tried to turn VSync off since it adds input delay on my computer. I'd expect something like 300 FPS. No, it's capped. It's capped at 60. Ooh, the bank I work at, we're not allowed to work from home. Ooh, sorry. Lenny, why is their bank open on a Sunday? Kiss your video card goodbye. What does that mean? Marvel Wraith, welcome. I think I saw you earlier. People got all the FPSs and a monitor that's 60 hertz. GPU is warm and smell bacon. I don't really understand what you're saying, Yalitary. Like, is the frame rate too low or too high? Because, like, it's supposed to be 60 and you're saying it's 130, which means you're getting more than you should. And then you're saying it's burning up your computer? Yeah, Marvel Wraith, didn't you come in earlier? Was that yesterday? You snuck in and I didn't get to say hi before. We're not open, but the programmers and analysts are not allowed to work from home. Some were asking for it. Oh, I see. Says you said it in a singleton. What? Oh, maybe it was yesterday. They're blending together. They are. Will work just as reliably as eNet using Steam itself to keep your connection going clean. Okay. I don't think this is going to work because these functions didn't actually show up. I'm wondering if I'm just not using the right thing. Because is this... If I just do .multiplayer, is that what this was? No. Peanut multiplayer peer. I changed something in my GPU settings and now I don't see the frame rate anymore and I can't recreate my results. What? I don't understand. Somewhere in the engine settings. Oh, it says project settings. Yeah, no, like I set the frame rate so that it would be limited because it messes up and jitters if you let it go higher and it can't consistently do it. Oh, we're in ads. I totally missed that. Jesus, I've been working on this for another hour and I'm still not feeling closer to done. Multiplayer peer. Offline multiplayer peer. I knew it. I knew this would happen. That's self. We don't want to call self. If you limited it to 130, it's working. I expect 300 FPS, so 130 is slow. So if I'm thinking, you think 130 FPS is low? That's wild. That's okay. I'm sorry you couldn't play my game at a ridiculously fast speed. Yeah, but Meowletary is saying 130 is low and they expected 300. Oh, LED monitors are 240. Still not 300. But 60 is standard. Like, you don't need more FPS on a low quality game than that. I don't know. Maybe I'm just out of touch. But to me, that's asking quite a bit. Is there a reason you're capping the FPS at all? Yes. Yes, there is. No, I won't elaborate. No, it's because there's jittering like we saw on my monitor before I limited the FPS on my monitor so that it would be consistently 60. If you have a monitor that can do higher, it jitters like crazy. So I just capped it. When you let your game run unlimited, some setups get hot and spin the fans loudly for no perceivable advantage. Common with remasters. Oof. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, I don't see any value in making it just be like as fast as possible when like it's just, it adds nothing to the game. This really just doesn't seem to be working. There are add-on additional tutorials with more in the works. Okay. League of Legends has a Bellatra-like in their main menu. Recently, it was unlimited for some reason. People complained about the fan noise. It's funny. Game is like initialized. It's just not like, do I have to choose it? You'd think both would show up. What are you making? Multiplayer peer nodes. Godot Steam multiplayer peer version allows you to use Godot for its multiplayer nodes like synchronizers and spawners with Steam's networking classes. Still using single player games with the extra overhead. You can also use ExpressoBit Steam multiplayer peer GD extension. It is a completely separate project and uses Steam's networking socket classes. Like, that is what I want, the multiplayer peer. That's what I got. I guess I downloaded the source code. Oh, I downloaded the wrong thing. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, I don't need the source code. I need the other stuff. Hydrate, thank you. Pax Flora, welcome in. What are you building? We're working on connecting Chicken Chasers multiplayer to Steam's multiplayer backend. There seems to be this Reddit thread going over it all with the tutorials linked. Wait, going over what? What are you talking about? Code Maddox or... If you have 120 FPS on a 60 Hz monitor, you have 200% chance of getting well-timed lower delay frame rates. I don't really get your point. But I am happy to report that it wasn't working because I did something wrong, and now I can fix it. I don't want the template. Oh, it's big folders. Steam integration for peer. Yes. You're saying that's what there's a thread about? I don't need help. Like, I guess, sorry if I'm coming off as irritated. I am a little irritated, but it's not because I don't want help. It's not because I don't appreciate people offering help. It's just that, like, it just takes time. And just like with like 2 weeks ago, I was working on something, and it's just like, I don't want to immediately just like drop what I'm doing and start working on something completely different because it took me more than a second to set this up. You know what I mean? Like, this stuff takes time. And if I don't stick to what I'm doing to actually finish it, then I'm just gonna still not have anything at the end of this. Okay, we got Linux, 2 Windows, and Mac. I don't really need the Mac anyway. No, I made a mistake and I imported the source code instead of the actual like plugins. So nothing was working. But now I fixed it. And now it should just work. If it doesn't, then we'll figure out what I need to change. There it is. Multiplayer peer is let's look back at the code because I don't think this was actually correct. This was just me trying to force it to work. Steam multiplayer peer.new. I should probably reload. How dare you be human and make mistakes? I know, you're joking. I don't think there's an SDK/API for Godot. I think Spacetime does support Godot, but it would just be the same thing, but with a different API than I've been working with for the last 8 hours that I would then have to start learning. So like, I don't need to, you know, hot potato this and make my life harder. Steam peer, stream peer. No. What was it called? Steam multiplayer peer.new. No. Then let's check the project settings and see if this is a plugin. No. Is there a GD extension, or how is this supposed to work? Yeah, I think it's more for like if I was making an MMO, but like I'm already paying Steam to host. So I'm going to use the Steam host. And I'm going to, I don't know. I'll figure it out. Steam multiplayer peer. Why aren't you showing up? Hey, furry combat wombat, welcome in. The chicken chaser. I am just the chicken chaser wrangler? I don't know. And you all are my chicken chasers. I guess I would have two routes, GD extension or precompiled G dot. What? I mean, these are precompiled. And it might be that I just didn't what the hell? Sorry, I'm like working in my downloads folder, so I'm just doing it off screen. There we go. I was trying to unzip. Combat Wombat sounds like a cool main character for a game. I feel like, I don't know. Oh, here's a bunch of stuff. Ah, what the hell? That's so frustrating. Okay. There was like a folder called templates. So I thought it was like not what I needed. But it looks to be what I needed. Trying to get caught up on free hosts. Unfortunately not Steam. But I don't have any time today. Enjoy being a cool multiplayer dev while I read about mitochondria. If anyone wants to recommend a host, I'm all ears. Firing cubic poops at enemies. I don't know why. I read Wombat and I thought of Weasel. And then I was like picturing like a skinny wriggly snake rat thing. But yeah, Wombat would be awesome. Steam. Oh my god, this is so irritating. Why can't you be normal? Yeah, wombats are like one of my favorite animals. I was tripping. Why Node.js got popular? I don't know what that's in reference to. Absconditis, welcome in. Happy Sunday. Wombats made Node.js popular. Noted. There's so much here to annoy me. Like, why wouldn't this be on the Godot App Store? The mascot for NPM is a wombat. Oh, it literally is. That's funny. I didn't think you were gonna agree with that. This is the other one that was suggested, espresso bits. Sure. Oops. I closed the wrong thing. It's fine though. All right, I guess this was it. This is what was being referenced in the guide. And I bet it said it somewhere. Is this... Identity remote? Huh. One thing I know about NPM is it never works when I try it. That's funny. ID is Steam Git Lobby owner. Create client ID 0. Okay. I have no idea how this is going to work. So for now, it's going to be nothing happens. Okay. So then if I become host, or add a host, oops. Let's see if that changes anything. If that calls what I was listening for. I love that disclaimer. It's so funny. All right, we're not getting inputs. So, okay, add host. Sets this, connects these. And if it doesn't have a dedicated server, it adds the player to the game. So this, I think, is happening. Peer connected is not happening. Input might not be going through, but it still works in a way. I mean, the local input works. It's the character controller input that's not working. Which is what gets sent. And in this case, it's like self-corrupting. They both thought their peer ID was 1 and that they had no peers after they were connected. Oh wait, no. I should have done this before. Or after I did it before instead. So it's gonna break when I go to multiplayer the first time. Like, just debug break. Yeah. So that's how our first character is made. Number 1 without peers. Sounds like a queen. Sounds like me. Update the lobby list. Oh. This is called twice. My peer ID is something unique. Okay. If it'll give it to me, we can be real bastards about it. I'm gonna take this out. Oh!
Sorry.
Carrot's looking out for us, you know, she would hate it if there was a loud noise. Thanks for filling in the blanks. Wait. Oh. Yeah, of course. I'm very generous like that. I'm gonna not connect these. And I'm gonna call this explicitly add player to game. Because it looks like the peer ID is getting corrected. Multiplayer manager. Add player to game. Unique ID. Dogs attack. Show them no mercy. Carrot the destroyer. Oh my gosh. She fancies herself as that, yeah. So this might also fail because it's going through Steam. Okay. I have no control of the input. Yeah, okay. So these are just not connected. That's so irritating. Twinsies. It's frustrating not knowing when something is even supposed to work. Yeah, I mean, there was like this thing about you need to have like unique accounts to do this. But I thought like even the host is broken right now. So create host. I didn't set this. This isn't used. These aren't used. This isn't used. Oops. Good fall. Howdoken. Welcome. Was having two players in the left-hand instance before the right-hand instance joined a clue to something? That was not expected. That is a clue. It's just interesting because calling add player to game was explicit and it's not called anywhere else. Like that's not commented out. Like it's called once for creating a lobby, once for joining, and then every other line that tries to reference it is commented out. It's also strange that all the errors are on this side. I thought I was running on session 1. But maybe session 1 was not what was on top. Yeah, it makes it seem like the join also happens. Like, are we calling it here as well? I don't know which of these is session 1 and which one's session 2. Yeah, it is. So, all right, let's not add a player to the game when we create a lobby if we're also gonna do it when we join a lobby. I didn't miss his voice? What? What? I don't need this breakpoint anymore. Yeah, and we're getting a ton of errors. And that was session 1 now. Via multiplayer peer, which is not connected. Well, why isn't it connected? Oh. Oh, fire up the silly goose alarm. Oh my goodness gracious. I'm so embarrassed right now. Okay, at least one thing is my fault. We can say that much. Thank you. There's a Mrs. Boys higher up. Huh? A Miss Boys. Wait. Yeah. Silly Goose counter has been updated. My shame is immeasurable. Okay, I'll just explain because it helps me too. When I add host, I need to connect on the host for this signal to add the player to the game, because if I just call add player to the game by the client, then the host isn't the one controlling it anymore. Know what I mean? Silly goose is all around. So this needs to work through here. And if it doesn't, I need to figure that out. Multiplayer peer connected. That's something we're doing. Because now we set up with the multiplayer connection. So let's try. And just, we'll see. Nobody saw anything. All 61 of us were looking away at that moment. There's actually 63 people in here because of YouTube. But thank you. So, you gonna something or? Oop. The music got quiet right when that happened. All right, so add host isn't happening soon enough before we add the peer. In fact, it's happening after we add the peer. Oh my gosh. Please don't leave YouTube. Don't listen to DB9. They know not what they say. I think I know what's happening. I think I know. So I'll say it. But then if I'm wrong, you all can't laugh at me. Deal? So when we call multiplayer manager, after the fact, when we enter this again to join our own lobby, we don't want this. It's like we have the host and then we're resetting it to be a client, I think is what's happening. And so we need to have a check for if we own the lobby before we set to clear ourselves. So can I just say, like, what would permissions be? Mezu, welcome in. Look at that Gadumpy. I want to know what the return is for permissions. What would that look like? Hey, welcome. We're trying to hook up chicken chasers to multiplayer, peer-to-peer, because it's possible. But now I'm trying to do it with Steam, and that's like a different can of snakes. Okay, it's elsewhere in this. I saw it. Lobby. No matchmaking. Good luck with multiplayer. Thank you. I heart chicken players. I do. I'm here to lurk while I'm dead, and wow, no worries. Lobby. So when we connect, I want to know what the permissions thing is, because that might just be already telling us. I'll not be joined. Where's my documentation? Thank you for the giant Gadumpy. There's so much I still need to figure out. I shouldn't be working on this. And yet. Okay, so the callback. Lobby joined. Unused always 0. Oh. Lobby type. Maybe I could set like the owner as metadata. Get all lobby data. Get lobby data. Okay, maybe I'll just locally check if multiplayer peer is would it be is host? If multiplayer that is I feel like I saw this function somewhere. Is host. Oh, that's for eNet. Maybe I'll just set it here. Var is host is false. And then if we create our lobby ourselves, then we'll say is host is true. Sure. If not, is host. Let's just say if is host return. All right, let's see. Can you change the music to something with less percussion? Yeah. Yeah, let's do something a little sleepier at this point in the day. Just tuned in, but if you're using the high-level networking API, I believe you can use multiplayer.isServer. Oh, perhaps. Also, welcome in, Camel Pie. Or Paj, depending on where you're from. Yeah, it would be nice if we could check it that way. Multiplayer. Platter. Player. Is server. That's what it was. Okay. Yes. Thank you. That's exactly what I was looking for. Let's take out the excess. I'm very excited to delete all this extra code that I'm just not ready to get rid of because it's might be load bearing comments, you know. Oh, I forgot part of what I was doing. Okay, multiplayer manager, add host, add player to game. Oh, do that. So the idea is we're going to instance our character. And yes, we have input control again. Alt tab. I'm not sure if this will work again because same attempting to join lobby 0. So it looks like we did not successfully join the lobby, which makes me think I think there is an issue with it being on the same Steam account. But let's make sure that that's what's happening. Attempting to join lobby blank. Join lobby this ID. This never happens. Probably because my Steam account is already busy. Oh, right. There's nothing. Okay. So this is kind of like gross and janky, but also like I think it's fine because this is like a playtest build anyways. I'm going to build this and I'm going to set the limit of people that can join to 10. I would be surprised if 10 people try to join this, but just in case. Actually, no, let's keep it 4. Because I don't have to change anything else. It'll just work. Yeah, so I'll export it. I'm gonna go off screen to upload to Steam once this is exported. And then hopefully someone can jump in and test with me, or I can test with myself on my other account. And just to be clear, there's no game yet. It's literally just it's literally just seeing if we can connect. In fact, I probably should test with myself just to make sure that like I can see all sides of it. All right, we're gonna go to just me because I'm about to open Steam. Godot, we could even change it to the guitar if you want. Just let me know. What's that, Ock? What does that mean? What do you need? I'm chilling. My brain just needed a break from the heavy bass drum. That's fair. That's fair. All right, let's set this to latest. Multiplayer test. All right, it's gonna text me. Multiplayer test. Oh. Not yet functional. This is to test peer-to-peer connection only. Proper game should still work though. We're already coming up on ads again. Lord. All right, it looks like it worked. So I'm going to just toggle away from the screen. We'll go live and we'll change account. Or not. We'll go back in. I'm gonna get my laptop out too. I think it would be helpful. Helpful to see. I don't even know if my laptop is charged right now. I probably should have added logging so I could have seen what happens. Oh well. All right, my input's working. If someone else has joined, just say so in the chat so I know if it's just not working. But I'm gonna open it on my computer here now too. All right, I joined on my own computer and nothing is happening. It's still the gray screen. My character wasn't instanced. That's disappointing. From a debugging standpoint, that's really hard to deal with, but I think I have an idea now. Because now I can play as the guest. So I'm going to open my own lobby. And then I'll run it in the debugger and we'll see. Oh, I just can't. Okay. Anyone else that's like got it open right now, please close it because you're locking me out. Because I think I just keep entering to a lobby where it's occupied. Oh, hi, Carrot. I see you. I see you there. Yeah. Oops, not me, honest. Okay. That's fine. As long as it wasn't you, that's fine. It'll be cool when it works. Under no circumstance should you jump on chickens in real life. But maybe dumb little dogs named Carrot Cake, who smell and are very rude. Sour Patch Adult, thank you for following. Welcome in. It's multiplayer time, Cody. Welcome. Coda, can you please let Carrot outside? Because she's going crazy right now. And I would really like to do this. F11. Lobby name is iHeart Super Secret Test. Nice. Lobby number members is 1. Just me. I'll join the lobby. Join lobby. And I'll return. I already joined. Multiplayer.is server. What are you doing? Don't return. You're not the server. All right, well, that was informative. Self-realized networking design. Skill-based matchmaking would go crazy. Yeah, I feel like it's got a pull that it's hard to deny. So we're gonna... Right now, I'm just setting it up for like global, but random, just like whoever's available next. var host. I'm just gonna try doing it this way again. If is host, return. All right. Hello, Loki Trickster. Welcome in. Happy Sunday. The disclaimer makes me giggle every time. Like, just like quietly to myself, of course. On lobby match lists. Yes, we got past this point. Yes. Proceed. Oh no, it didn't work. But it trapped my thing. So let's get here again. I want to see. Some people say dogs laugh silently by panting quickly. Godot has some peer-to-peer lobbying built in. The lobbying part is Steam, but Godot does have peer-to-peer multiplayer. All right. You can be closed. Lobby members 0. me. That's the host. That's me, the player. So we should be in. But the multiplayer manager's add player to game isn't getting called. I guess I should have kept this connected too. But yeah, this isn't multiplayer peer connected isn't triggering, even though here I'm pretty sure I'm setting peer. Multiplayer peer. Client peer, create client. What's the 0 for? Like, we get this and it updates. No, but what changed only affects the client, not the host. Every once in a while I think about it, like, what? Need something to send the handshake from the peer? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Well, okay, so like, the thing is though, when I set up the host, which is already done, we called this function, which we needed to call in order to be able to add the player, and we did do that. Like on my laptop, I'm in, like I'm playing right now. And then it didn't do the peer disconnected, but it did peer connected is a callback to add player to game. And so when I then later on a different machine do multiplayer connect, I thought it would impact because they're in the same lobby. But maybe they don't. I thought. Create client. Maybe the callback's different? I mean, it's an extension of multiplayer peer, which is, I think, where the signal comes from. Peer connected. I did when a remote peer connects. I would love to see some documentation on this specifically. Maybe it is in here though. Maybe I should be pitying this fool, not reading the docs. All right, it's literally pointing back to this, which we were just reading. Is there a callback to get all the junk happening on the host? Like, the host is what set up the listener for the multiplayer server. The multiplayer, this, whatever this is. And when it was local machines and they were just on the same IP address and port, that was enough. Like that the client and the host or the server were on the same port and IP. It just worked. But now they're in the same lobby. And it's not working. Oh, sorry. I had to switch to not Dark Reader for a minute. Alright, let's jump back up. The provided subclasses of multiplayer peer are at the moment using eNet, WebSocket, WebRTC. Once we have our peers, we must be able to keep track of authorization to change a property on the network. Yes. Okay. Yes. Oh, the Steam part. Yes. Okay, now let's just explain RPC. Okay. Let's start with the basis of our eNet interface, which is usually the first thing people learn. In most cases, I create the peer before I set the multiplayer system to use it, so we begin with that. From this point forward, peer is a fresh eNet interface, and then we decide which state the peer should be in. Only have a single server. Who could also be the host. We do need at least one server. Call this create server. Good. This is like how I had it. And then the multiplayer peer thing is for Steam. They're talking about why it's different. Right. Yeah, we are running callbacks. That's already good because we wouldn't be doing on the leaderboard if we didn't. It'd be cool to see if the new peer is sending anything to the host at all. Yeah. Once create lobby is called, we're good with that. We get our first callback. Lobby created. Lobby is not the same as the actual game. It just means that getting there. Players are still fundamentally socket bearers. We create what's called a Steam socket. We begin with, you guessed it, peer. Steam multiplayer peer.new. Creates a peer which internally passes all data to the Steam client, allows it to handle networking. We then need to create the server, which in Steam multiplayer peers case is done with the method create host. Options array. So it's not quite the same because this like was not here. And then we set the singular multiplayer peer to the one you just created. Multiplayer.multiplayer peer is peer. Dev guy 777, thank you for following and welcome in. Happy Sunday. Okay, Steam multiplayer players create client functions very similar to create host. It knows the Steam ID of the player connecting. It will need the Steam ID of the player we are connecting to. So let's walk back to the thing. Steam lobby joined. The lobby ID number, an integer for permissions. Whether it's locked. Hi, Nojul. Welcome in. Multiplayer, nice. Yeah, we're trying. Happy Sunday, everyone. I'm hoping to get this done before the end of the day when I have to go to bed. Check your final parameter, the status. Yes. You are connected in the lobby, can continue. Get the player ID of the lobby owner. I didn't do this. Get the player ID of the lobby owner. Get lobby owner. And then create the client from that. Oh, I see. So I was not referencing the correct ID when I was making the peer with the client side. This lobby ID. I was using the lobby ID, not the host ID. So let's see if that works a little better. If it does, I'm gonna cry. Is lobby joined a client-side callback? I'm not sure. I can check. Okay. Yeah. That was it. Oh. Oh. I paused the host and it went insane. Okay. My laptop is boiling hot. It's actually head physics, not hat physics, but I want to add hat physics as well. Because I thought it'd be funny if the hats had more of a flop to them. So... I'm gonna do another build. And... Oh, don't do that. Let's get some people in it and do dumb things. Don't be surprised if it jitters like crazy. It means the host paused the game. And so how can we play? Exclamation mark game to get the link to the Steam page. I'm gonna upload a new build right now, which is why I'm at just me. So I can go to the Steam backend without getting in trouble. So, there's a playtest. It's open, so it'll instantly give you approval if you request it. Oh, it's already in the right place. Unlock the player numbers, so it's a stress test too. I just don't remember where all I set it. That's why I don't want to do that yet. I think it working at all is a stress test right now. I hope it's any fun. We'll see. I mean, this isn't really the game yet. Like, remember, oh. Upload failed for some reason. This isn't the game. This is just testing if it connects. And then if it does, Funday stress relief test. Funday, I might cry right now, Tess. Sorry, my Steam thing is struggling. I'm trying to get the latest build so you can actually play it without it breaking. Oh, I didn't update the build number. Shit. Hold on. I'm gonna do that first, because if the build number is still 9, that's gonna be very confusing when I have a broken one that's called 9. So yeah, sorry, give me another couple minutes. It took a while to connect also. You did game engine development? Hi Chandu, welcome in. Yeah, in my day job, I work on a game engine for Ubisoft. But just like a very small part of it, right? Because it's like a big team. It is a big team. It's hundreds of people. So, yeah, CPP. Exactly. All right, let's go back to just me so I can do a Steam backend. See chickens on my screen. Well, wait. I didn't upload place build. You're going to get the wrong one. Are you going to do a Splatoon thing where red team or blue color chickens by poking them? Team with mo chickens at the end win? That was not the plan. That's like very specific play test for, let's say, multiplayer test V2. Alright. 10 more minutes. It takes so long to update the build. Multiplayer V2. And it always has to text me for 2-factor, so it takes an extra minute for that. Which books do you like that helped you become an engine dev? I can send you a link to one that I think is really good, but in general, I just, like, I started, I got a job, and then I've just been, like, learning as I go. But I also went to university and learned C++ there. But I think this book is really great. All right. So Dev Guy, thanks for the sub. All right, let's go live. Yeah, of course. I'm happy to help. I think that resource is really good, so I highly recommend it. It should be on version 0.10m, and if it's not, then it failed. It is. Excellent. So multiplayer, it's so janky. It will be 4 people max. Oh. and everyone will wear the same outfit, whichever outfit they started in. Because the logic for it is Windows always in front? When it's full screen, I can alt tab to... Oh, yeah, sorry, I did that for a test. I didn't undo it. That's my bad. Just hit play now. Yeah. I just launched it once I had it in my library. Yeah, you request the test and then, or the playtest access, and then... Are people unable to join, or is no one trying? I can pull it up on my laptop again. Oh, you should close Steam, or like just change account and then just log back in, and then it will re-download. Or you can uninstall it. That works too. Using the Steam multiplayer stuff? I am. Okay, you're not in the right one, Kobe. So, yeah, you have to either uninstall it or leave Steam and re-enter Steam so that it will give you the update. I'm glad I updated the build number display, because this would have been super confusing otherwise. I mean, I got it on mine, and I'm not on my developer account right now. Uninstall, reinstall is fast. There you go. Build numbers are vital. Yeah, I never used them until I started sharing like this, and now I'm like, I have to. Just reinstalled. Oh my gosh, it's a second person. Hello. Oh. All right, so I think we can like violently push each other off, but excellent. We can, oh, we all get notified when someone falls. That's hilarious. It looks like it didn't affect our controls, but I need to fix that. Oh, we're so cool. We're flying. There's so much to do, of course, like fixing outfits and like stuff, but this is so cool. Oh my gosh. Someone keeps falling. Now what? I don't want to do any more tonight. If it works, I'm happy. I'm playing with myself. What? There's only 3 in here. That's not right. Someone else jump in and play with DB9. Oh my gosh. This is so cool. Now this, but with chickens. That's the next thing we're gonna have to figure out. We all fell off? Oh, there are 4 of us. When did that happen? It's impossible to tell. Yeah, the field of view near it's like cutting through this guy. The different heights of the islands don't work well with that. Oh. Congrats on multiplayer. We just heard about it over on Covino's stream. What? Is Covino talking about this on his stream? Is he seeing this? Covino, you seeing this? I jumped into the void a minute ago. You spilled the beans? Well, that's okay. Somebody mentioned in chat. Oh, that's nice. I think I like to rub things in, make it sting. I mean, it's not a game yet, right? It's just, I think it's delightful because we saw the struggle to get there. And I feel that a lot in games. Like, I like my own games more at first because we got multiplayer, Munglo. There's no game, but I always like my games right away because I'm delighted that they work at all. But now, do we make them fun? It was fun to jump around. Great start. Thank you, Daimi. Like, we have a full game if you go to the not multiplayer play mode. It's just, this is going to be something different. A different way to play. It will be cool to have names above people's heads and custom outfits. And obviously, like, a goal. And, like, that's all really cool. Have 3 players as chickens and 1 farmer? No, it's going to be 4 pogoers and a ton of just NPC chickens. I can see this being fun with some tweaking. Yeah, I mean, it's like, this is just like basic controls. There's no objective. But there'll be like a race and collectathon, having skills. Also, I don't like that when you get dropped, it rotates you. I want it to rotate the XZ, but not the Y. I want the Y to stay the same. So you just like get tipped, not like a full whiplash. This is so ridiculous. The hats, the floppy hats, makes it so much funnier too. Okay. Yeah, I will have to brainstorm a bit on what to add, what makes sense. This isn't something that I planned at all. I didn't think this would work at all. So we'll need to think about what else to do. And like visually, I still have, you know, the main part of the game to figure out. This is so cool. You all must have fallen because you just were all right together. It's weird. It's good weird though, right? My neck physics were a little jittery on the client. Oh. That's interesting. I totally meant to jump in the ocean. The level I'm playing in, everyone has propeller caps. Yeah, so the outfits as they are right now, it's based on whatever you were wearing in the game before you launched it. They're not specific to the character or like the player. So I was wearing this farmer outfit earlier today when I was testing. And so everyone's wearing the farmer outfit. But if I had been wearing the bunny suit or any of the other ones, then everyone would be wearing that instead. And it's just for me on my end because it's yeah, it's just not configured to actually get data from the player on like what they want to be wearing. But that's going to be really cool when we get that. I think that and like identity, like name tags is going to be good, but I think that's less important than getting the actual like game structure, getting the chickens synced. If that's going to be an issue, I don't know. The sky is now the limits, yes. Getting UI that's like custom to yourself and not like seeing other people's UI. I don't know how hard that's going to be. It might be really easy. We'll see. You are the best. Oh, I just noticed that there's a lag with the mouse look. Oh, the mouse look going through the server. Yes. So it's really just a rotation of the whole body. So it's also like a movement when you move the mouse. But there's a lag. That's good to know. It's not surprising, but we'll have to figure out how to fix it, or how to optimize at the very least. And maybe the answer is just like slow it down. You sending input over the server? Yeah, so input is coming to my machine basically from everyone else's. And then my machine is controlling their physics based on what they said as their inputs. When I did my game, I did it client side, so it's instant. For the movement? But wouldn't that lead to cheating? Also, I'm concerned because if the NPCs are moving, it might cause some issues. Client side. I think that's what it's called. I could also just have a general server through Steam if I'm genuinely worried about it. Normally, to avoid it feeling bad, you hand over authority to the avatar so the player can directly move without saying input to server. Okay. Okay. I think I've seen it too, or I've heard of it, where the server would be like a central hub, and then it kind of like predicts what's realistic for a player to do, and like corrects if they like move suddenly like an impossible amount. Prediction lag. Yeah, exactly. You can still have server authority but keep it instant. Okay, that's interesting. You spoof the local player, send input of movement to host, then that confirms it and sends verified tested movement to others. Oh, I see. Okay. Interesting. So it still feels lag free on the client. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. Someone else can join. Okay. I do think we should close it, and I'm gonna just open my Trello and do some Git versioning. So let's I'm gonna close this. So everyone probably just saw something awful on their screens. From that. Thank you for joining and trying it. It's multiplayer's not as hard as you think it is. It's harder. That was so cool. It was cool. I'm shooketh. They're even drivers still for 680s. Yeah, if you have a potato, you're gonna have a really hard time with some of the stuff that I was gonna put in this. I mean, there's just so many particle effects. Congrats. Thank you. No tears. Good job keeping it together. Thank you. We did it. We did it. All right. I'm gonna just do a little bit of cleanup because I have a lot of trash here from me trying to figure stuff out. Some of it is from the original, and I'll leave that in to be hinted. Thank you for the bits. Multiplayer is fine, but it means you have to change how you think about things. Suddenly there isn't just one game instance. Things aren't happening at the same time. Some things might even happen out of order. You get quite involved. Here's your bonus. I reached my follower goal. Oh my god. Jukebox, welcome in. Thank you for following. I just got tips and met my follower goal. This has been an awesome stream. Like, holy crap. Almost 10 hours. Worth it. Yes. All the twerking Godots. Oh my gosh. I'm so glad I stuck around to get it working. Dev guy, thank you for the bits as well. Hype train. My gosh, what are we doing? No. This has in fact been an awesome stream. It has. Hopefully the hacking scene for Chicken Chasers doesn't get out of hand. The hacking scene. Oh, like violent hacking? No, we're gonna be good to our chickens. Network code is almost time travel problem stuff. Yeah, it seems like a lot of, I mean, just like multi-threading, yeah. I know that was brought up and I was like, oh, I don't know. But yeah, no, that tracks now. Oh wait, some of that wasn't my code. Oh, no. It was. Okay. What else? Yeah, the things that are just from the example, I want to keep in until I've sorted out the actual game in case it's something I don't realize that I'm going to need. Let's set this to not be always on top. Sorry, that was just for debugging. And I'll do another build here. Let's see. Oof. Yeah, we added the add-on. Added multiplayer add-on. Oh my god, game manager, you are so difficult. Made some fixes. Got multiplayer peer-to-peer working. I feel so smug writing that out. I'm getting close to adding multiplayer to my Car Wars prototype. I'm looking forward to it, and I'm not yet. As much as this was like not, instant and easy, at least so far, famous last words, I would do this again for like a game because this has been delightful. Be the smug, revel in the smugness. So smug. That goes in the CV. Yeah, it does. Updated version post build. I forgot to put a disclaimer, like don't, like, multiplayer is experimental. For the love of God, don't try it. Don't use this button. So let's add it now. And I'll delete this unused one. This isn't even the right menu. I needed the title. Experimental. Okay. For the love of God, don't use this button. That'll get so many people clicking on it. Like more than I want. But that's okay. I made the button bigger doing it this way. We'll just shrink the text. There. So it's easier to hit, yeah. Sorry, I keep seeing pop-ups and being like, oh my gosh, is it multiplayer? I'm worried it's gonna go to ads, and I don't want that because I don't want to stay that much longer. I'm exhausted. And of course, we lost our theme again. Godot, why? Something that's unfortunate about multiplayer is if people don't use it, then it might make the game look dead. Not thrilled with the idea of that. Clarified multiplayer is not ready in UI. It's honestly, it's going to be so exhausting to figure out some things related to this, like, can the host pause? Go to bed, goodness me. I'm just updating the build with like the warnings and fixed a quick bug. And so I want to update the build. Don't yell at me. I'm a princess. And I deserve only the best. Okay. Updated game version. I try to do the update game version right after I publish so that it's easier to like pinpoint it in the code. It's probably obvious, but I would never yell at you. Nice to do friend lobbies instead of public to avoid that dead game problem. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. My game is friends only, no public, and not join allowed. Oh, I'm not gonna show this part. Oopsie poopsie. Let's not get in trouble with Steam. But yeah, I think it would be good to have both. That's Carrot's job. To yell at me? No. I think that some people don't have friends and they're gonna be like, is anyone online? And if there is someone, like, that could be nice, but for the love of God, don't try it. Thank you for that. I'll watch after I go back to sharing the screen. Dimey, thank you for following. Welcome in. We're gonna... Did I actually do a build? I was so distracted, it like actually worked this time. It confused me. Multiplayer V3. Hello, Zada Saber. Welcome in. We just got multiplayer working. A little bit. Just a tiny bit of it working. But enough to be like, yay. Multiplayer. Semi-functional. No gameplay. Multiplayer is somewhat working, but has no gameplay. Not an old man, so I'm going. Oh, you are an old man. Someone's gonna meet their future spouse on Chicken Chasers. Alright. See you around, silly kiddos. Have a good night, Lenny. I assume you're going to bed if you're an old man. Okay. Alright, we did a build. Let's see my shame. I had to put a disclaimer, like, don't... Like, multiplayer is experimental. For the love of God, don't try it. Don't use this button. Love it. That's me. That's my face. Okay, so did you make your own server? No, this is just Steam. This is just connecting to the Steam server and like using some Godot plugins to make it easy and fun. Kind of. I'm debating if I should leave nudity in my character creator or not. Tough choices. Oh shit, I was supposed to market my game. I didn't even think about that when we had the multiplayer up. Oops. Yeah, Steam will host for you. It's really great. Tough Cam, thank you for following. Welcome in. I'm Unity as well. I mean, it should all work. I'm gonna run this. And if anyone wants to jump in, if anyone's still at the computer, I know that's like a tall order. But, actually, wait. Oh, no. Who will host for you? What do you mean? Steam is hosting. Oops. Oh. I feel ridiculous. I meant to click settings and I clicked. I'm gonna... It's like the longest recording of nothing. Will you be making the window hideable for Alt-Tab? That Twitch clip was great advertising for multiplayer. Making the window hideable for Alt-Tab. It should be. I did fix that, the always on top bug. If that's what you mean. No, I just uploaded a new build for 0.11m where it's not anymore. That was just a debugging thing I had on and I forgot to take off. Yeah. I don't know what's happening here. Should I have... Oops. I think it's still kind of messed up to leave and come back. Like, it just can't handle it. So that's, I think, what that was. A mass debate. Oh yeah, that's jittery AF. I should have hosted, just so you can't see it. Alright. Excellent. I think we can make a little something out of that. Oh. Nobody clip that, please. What? Oh. Oh my gosh, we're already getting close to Azakin. God damn it. Alright. Sorry, I'm just all over the place. It's gonna just me for a second. I just don't want to open my stream record or my screen recordings in front of everyone. just quirky like that. I don't know why Caden Live isn't opening yet. What's this? Oh. I'm actually gonna close Godot. Here we go. XV, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Happy Sunday. All right, I royally messed this up. Okay. Cut clip. Move space. Okay. I think it could be like cut in half, honestly. Yeah, that's good. And this will be the outro point. I didn't hear any audio. It says it's playing. Why can't I hear it? Can you all hear that? First, multiplayer test. Music is gone too. Yeah, I paused it just while I was doing the video. But are you kidding me? It messed up my cut. Okay. Yeah, I think the volume's just super low. Is there a reason you don't use the built-in recorder? Because I don't know anything about it, honestly. It's not a impressive answer, but that's the truth. I probably should. All right, I need a song that's like silly. That's good. Silly sneezes. We'll just play it instead of the built-in audio because it's too quiet to hear. It's I think because my audio in general is just super quiet when I'm streaming. No, this isn't a server build. There's just a client hosting, or one of the players is hosting. Silly twerkable song. It's cool to see how much this project is growing. Thank you. All right, I think that's decent. Let's ship it. Under. There was a redeem for those that are like, what is she doing? Oh, ah, shit. I didn't change the display size to be phone. Because I want this to be a short. Typically, that's like... It's like best. Okay, so that's still the same. That's good. Transform. I want this to be visible. Okay, so this can all be like much bigger. Go here. There we go. We go here. It's like not quite centered. And then here, we'll try to fill it in as well. Did I push the wrong button? Oh my gosh. Oh, shit. I was doing that all on the wrong thing. Oh my gosh. All right, we're gonna snooze one more time while I get this sorted. I just think the experimental thing is funny, so I wanted to get that in the clip if I can. Yeah, there was a redeem to market the game, and I honestly think that's a great idea. All right. It's a little off on the bottom. I could cut out the delay there as well. I think I should. Yeah, it takes quite a while to get in. That's another problem. All right. How are the shorts doing? They're getting better. Doing hashtag gaming, I think, has helped a lot, honestly. Because I'm getting up to like 1.5-ish thousand range for views now, which is, you know, way more. Oh, I didn't actually pay attention to where it's supposed to stop. Okay, now let's ship it. Yeah, 1.5 is an amount I'm very happy with. And I'm trying now to do more like full-length YouTube videos as well, but for quick things, shorts, I think is the way to go. And I guess now I'm gonna have to make a video about multiplayer, but I'll probably wait till I have it like a working game with that first. But exciting times. All right, let's just double check that it's not total trash. Wait, did it at the beginning move? No, that was my imagination. The FPS is so bad you can't even like see the stuttering. All right. Cool. Very cool. Yay. I just noticed that I got an achievement, Dirt Eater. Nice. You must have fallen on your face. Oh, I guess Enzo is doing poorly. That's what I'm to take from the thing I just saw. What is this even called? First multiplayer? Yeah. Sequel Chicken Chasers Together announcement. I literally like don't even need to now. Like it's just part of it. Experimented with multiplayer. For I'll just call it Chicken Chasers Together. Nah. Experimented with multiplayer. And it paid off. Hashtag gaming, hashtag game dev, hashtag Godot, hashtag Steam, hashtag Chicken Chasers. Do you have controller support? That would be rad. Yeah, I do. It should already be there. The only place it isn't is in the new UI we just made for going into the into the level. So yeah, controllers work and they're good. I really like controller support. I made a video last night after stream of just like running through the flowers and called it For Your Mother. Hashtag vegan. Do hashtags help? I think so. But I have like no science to back it up. Just good vibes. So anyways, that's the link. I guess I'll post on Blue Sky as well. Real quick. Just gonna make people watch me do social media. I mean, that's part of game dev. I worked on multiplayer experiment for Chicken Chasers. It took 10 hours, but holy crap. Holy cow, it is cool. Hashtag game dev. Hashtag indie game. Hashtag gaming. Hashtag Godot. Hashtag Steam. I don't like include a link. Holy chicken, it's cool. Nice. If I had seen that before. Alright, and here's the link to this. And I'll just post it in case anyone wants to like or anything, but no pressure. Let's raid out. Let's go. Me go to bed. And you all do whatever you do when I'm not around. Just me. My ending soon's messed up and I haven't fixed it yet. So we'll just do this. And I'll take a look at the raid options. Oh, interesting. Just looking at people. Judging. I wonder if the two nerdy nerds are streaming. I haven't seen them in a while. Ooh, let's go see Practical. I haven't seen Practical in a long time. Great work, team. Have a good one. You as well. Thank you all for hanging out. I expect to be back at my normal time next Saturday and Sunday. Nothing weird coming up. And I'd be very surprised if I do a midweek stream. But I'm really happy with how this one went. Or this stream went. So I don't have that lack of closure. We'll see. All right. Bye.